No, I need to make my own post. That's why I was saying it.
Okay. Actually, I just drank a lot of soda. I'm gonna use the restroom right now.
Okay.
I am not gonna walk out of here. I'm like,
I'll do it in the middle. We're gonna have guests.
yeah, they'll be slow. I'll be right back.
Alright, we're busy setting. We're finishing setting up. We'll be officially underway in 25 minutes. I'm over here. um, making a post.
I'm back.
Post to YouTube. Holy shit, it's me. It's me on YouTube. Wow. It's me live on YouTube. It's crazy. Wrap up making my post. There's that one. I'm gonna do that to those. Honestly, fuck it, whatever. We'll put it on a public story. Public story. Alright. Cool.
Alright, I'm gonna throw this on Instagram as well.
Instagram. I feel like I'm missing something. My hoodie, of course. God, I'm assuming you haven't seen Sean today.
I'm not here as much as you are.
I know. I was hanging around because I just had stuff to do, which reminds me, I need to pick up a camera from the basement before I leave. He's wearing his Vikings merch, which is just so he's just wearing a purple hoodie, and so I was wearing this, walking around talking to him for 2 hours, and people were just like, "Wow, look, you guys are coordinated." And I went,
I know,
this
right?
wasn't planned. We're just wearing our sports stuff because it's a live stream.
Alright,
Okay.
I'm gonna pull up comments and stuff so we have that at the very least.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and do that as well. Ooh. I don't know. No, that's not what I wanted. I'm
gonna fix.
I don't mean to view this as my. Okay. What? Okay. How do I? There we go.
Okay.
Happening. Oh boy.
How behind is it? Not too bad.
My YouTube is just not working now. YouTube, be better. Oh, there we go. Live stream. Okay. Can I? No, I want this from. Is that Rich Eisen?
It's Barstool Sports.
More.
I almost said Barstool Squares. The team with the first pick in the NFL draft should have to submit it right away. That's the argument that they're arguing.
I mean, they shouldn't have to, but like, it should be like an unspoken rule.
Yeah.
But like, I don't think they should actually enforce that.
Yeah. Just as a reminder, the camera on its equipment is due Monday the 29th at 5 p.m.
My equipment is due Tuesday. Pretzels. All right. We have 2 people in the chat. I just don't know if those 2 people are us or not.
Yeah.
But might as well just get it started because it's YouTube. People can come back and watch this part.
Yeah.
So.
Ooh. So there's a rumor. Well, might as well just start introducing.
Yeah, might as well just start. Because again, it's YouTube. People can go back and watch this, which means that first 10 minutes is just gonna be awkward.
No, that's fine. That's usually how live streams go.
But
I don't make the rules.
Yep. Yeah, that should be good. Welcome in, everyone. Back to the James and Dame show. For draft day 2 of the 2024 NFL draft. We had day 1 was crazy. Kind of unfortunate. Unfortunate with the whole Twitch and YouTube fiasco, but we're back on YouTube. We'll be on YouTube going forward.
Yeah. I don't want to call anybody out for our inability to live stream this on YouTube.
Who would we be calling out?
Oh, you know.
Me?
But I can't legally say it because I would be in trouble. Anyways.
Is it YouTube?
No, it's not YouTube. Anyways. So we'll start doing draft. Are you opening a soda right now?
Yeah.
Is that what you're doing? Okay. I'm just like, what the hell is going on over there? Anyways, so we're going to go over draft day 2 picks while it's happening live. Obviously, it hasn't really started quite yet, but they're getting ready. Crowd looks to be just as full as yesterday, or at least towards the stage. But it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, it was. I mean, they set the record last night with biggest attendance for draft day at 275,000, which I'm just so glad for Detroit. But yeah, obviously we got 15 minutes until day 2 officially
starts. Yeah.
Before we resume. God, but I guess we can just do a little prep work, and I'm just not gonna touch them. Yeah, just go through what kind of expectations we have going forward into day 2. Maybe a little bit of recap. Go over some of the day 1 stuff.
I guess we could. I was gonna mention one thing before we started that pertains to draft 2 or draft day 2. I don't know why I say draft 2 for some reason. But for day 2 specifically, I just looked on Instagram, and this was made an hour ago, but I didn't see it until now. Apparently, the Pats and Bills are not likely to trade for Deebo Samuel right now. So they're probably going to stick with the draft for wide receiver if that's what they're looking for. So, yeah. I mean, that's the biggest news that I've seen so far as of recency. I don't.
The friggin' Brandon Ayuk and specifically Deebo Samuel trade rumors have really ramped up in the last like day.
Yeah, I mean that's what happens when you have what do you call it? It's when it happened when you trade down Bills. But yeah, I don't think there's not much you can do about it. What are you doing? Oh no, what are you doing? He's messing with the TV right now. I don't know what he's doing. Oh, the mouse.
Well, the thing in the middle. But
that's
but,
never mind then.
Yeah, I'm doing important things.
Bro. You might want to open that before, builds too much pressure.
Why would I open it now? Then it would explode.
You're right.
You're right. Actually, I forgot to put the computer.
I was going to say, you might need to do that eventually. But, yeah.
But day 2.
Let's go.
Woohoo. You were talking, Bills?
Yeah, I don't know what the Bills are doing. I imagine they're probably going to go wide receiver with their pick that's about to happen here in like the next 13 minutes or so. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what they're doing. Patriots are probably also looking for a wide receiver as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if that also gets picked up.
Patriots could do anything on offense.
Literally anything that they pick up in the draft on offense will immediately improve that situation. Like, it doesn't matter who they pick up, in my opinion.
I agree.
Don't scoot too far. You gotta make sure you're in frame, dude.
I know. But yeah, Patriots, they could go anything on the offense. Bills could be receiver. It could be DeJean. DeJean's still left on the board.
Mm-hmm.
You could see corner, safety, which again DeJean could be either, but it's just what do they value him as?
Exactly.
So you could go one or the other. Could really work with an edge. Lineman, JPJ is still there.
This is also true.
Some good guys have fallen into the second round.
The fact that some of these guys have fallen as far as they did was pretty surprising. Most notably, Arnold. The fact that he's fallen that far. I mean, it makes sense why the Lions went to go get him, trading up.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, it wasn't too big of a push.
Ta-da.
Ta-da. He's
magic. No, I think the weirdest trade was the Panthers moving up the one spot for Xavier Leggett.
Yeah, that's something I'm surprised because it's just I understand the need for getting like a wide receiver or something. However, I don't understand like I don't know, just like
I don't think there was that much
moving
pressure
up that high.
They moved up one spot.
Yeah, like it didn't really change much.
And I don't think I think the Bills probably would have traded out regardless because I don't think they had their guy didn't need to be drafted there.
No, it literally.
So they decided to wait, and why I don't see the. I mean,
oh my gosh, nothing pertaining to the draft at all. But apparently in chat you can put people in timeout for different lengths, ranging from 10 seconds to 24 hours.
Oh yeah, there was a thing in Twitch too. You can time people out.
Yeah, I know you can do that. I just looked at the bottom like, what is going on right here?
Yeah.
Anyways,
let's see, I don't think I can manage
what?
The chat, or I don't think I can manage the stream from my phone.
No,
I could from my computer, but there it is over there.
Over there.
Over there.
Shut up.
That was kind of rude.
It's not rude. It's just.
It's kind of rude.
You little wanker.
Oh, you're rude in Britain.
Bloody hell, mate.
This has already gone off the rails. We should have just waited until 6.
We could have. I mean,
no, that's good. It's all.
We can talk more about what we thought about yesterday.
So Michael Penix.
I am still gonna burn Atlanta to the ground. I don't care what anybody else says. I'm still gonna do it.
Do you think this was at all Raheem Morris making this pick, or was it going past Raheem Morris?
I think it was just Raheem Morris because.
You think it was just Raheem Morris?
No, hold on, because I've seen videos coming from yesterday about the front office, particularly the owner went down and was like talking to them, just saying like, according to a lot of people, there's a rumor going around that he's just like, what the hell are you guys doing? And then they had an interview earlier, I think last night or earlier today, where I think the GM and the head coach were just sitting there. So Raheem Morris and the other dude, I don't remember his name, but they were sitting down and they got asked like, why did you take Penix instead of like another weapon? And they're like, that's private information. I don't think we need to share that.
I mean, that's right, but...
True, but also, you know damn well that you need other things besides, another quarterback. Like, why would you go out of your way to draft a rookie when you just signed a quarterback to a 4-year deal worth already a lot of money? I understand rookie contracts, but that's ridiculous. Oh my gosh, Detroit's really full.
Well, yeah, there it is. But yeah, I mean, every time every time I try to legitimize their decision, I am reminded of another issue as to why it was a bad decision, because I'm like, well, they wanted.
That's a lot louder than I thought it would be.
Oh yeah. They wanted to go with they wanted to go with the Aaron Rodgers thing.
Which is fine, but also not that high.
They could have traded down.
They could have.
They could have taken someone younger who isn't going to be old. And like, again, if he turns out to be fine, like if he turns out to be your franchise guy, it'll be worth it. But when, like, right now, it doesn't really look smart. It looks real bad. So it's just like, you could have picked a younger guy. You could have, if you wanted to take Penix, you could have traded down. I think part of the issue there is you had teams. Who were the teams that were calling? The Raiders, the Saints, and who was the other team? There was one other team who was calling about moving up. Maybe Seattle. But like New Orleans and the Raiders made sense to move up for Penix. And maybe that's why they pick him there, is because they were like, if we don't get him here, we're not going to get him, and we really like him. Still don't think it was a good idea, but it's just.
How loud is this on the mic?
I mean, not. Oh, like over there, or in here.
I'm assuming the headphones.
Headphones, it's not bad. You're pretty far away from the mic, so even me talking isn't that loud. Like this is probably about where, right about here is probably where it should be. Maybe that's not even that high. Maybe the headphones need to be turned down.
What? What?
Did you space on what I just said? Oh,
yeah.
Hello. Hey, how's it going?
Good, what's up?
We got the live stream started just a little bit in advance.
Alright, no worries.
I'm really started. I'm assuming Amon will be in a little bit later, just because of the way he is.
It's a reasonable assumption.
So you get your choice of seat. Let's go give you some space. Let you kind of settle in, but yeah, I don't know if you want to introduce yourself.
Sure. Set up here.
Yeah, because I don't even have like notes out. All my notes were all on like day one stuff. I'm like, I don't even.
Rams house. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, we were just talking about the Penix pick,
Everybody's talking about the Penix pick.
Yeah.
which, I mean, obviously it's a big talking point, but I think it's kind of drawn. I mean, just the sequence that I'm honestly more. I wouldn't even say more bothered by, but I'm just not a fan of is the Jordan Morgan pick.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that's fair.
I just don't have a good feeling with Jordan Morgan.
How can you celebrate after that pick, Atlanta Falcons fans? Well, Norman was saying that it was just building for the future, and I understand that. But with that kind of QB, and the fact that you just signed a 4-year, $180 million, I believe is the number.
Yeah, it was
contract.
Total.
That's ridiculous. I don't know what they were thinking of. I think even the owner was not very happy about that. So I have no idea what's going on in Atlanta.
Jeez. Yeah, Alex, if you wanted to introduce yourself, you and Amon will have to like share the mic. So
That's all right. Cool. What's your podcast name?
The James and Dame Show.
James and Dame Show. All right. Well, cool. James, Dame, thank you for having me in. For those who don't know, Alex Fernando, by day, the Assistant Director of Recruitment. By night, a ton of other stuff, most notably College Football Know-It-All, blog writer for my blog, College Football Know-It-All, and the author of that. So I follow a lot of college football, kind of what leads me into knowing a little bit about the draft. I follow every Division I team in the nation and really try to keep tabs on some of their best players and where their strengths lie. So I'm excited to see what rounds 2 and 3 bring here as we get rolling in a couple minutes.
Yes, very exciting. What's based off what's left, especially going into the second round, who do you think is the best prospect left on the board?
I mean, I think a lot of people are gonna agree with this one. Or I've seen a lot of experts agree with this. It's probably Cooper DeJean from Iowa, which pains me because he's Iowa. But honestly, I wouldn't hate seeing the Rams draft him as my favorite team there because we need some secondary help, and that guy is phenomenal back there. Great lockdown defender, has great speed, and one thing that you also get with him is special teams because he's been a punt returner, kick returner for Iowa, has had a number of great run backs. So he's kind of a multi-tool weapon if he's drafted to any team, not just on the defensive side, but the special teams side. So I think he's probably – I was surprised he didn't go in the first round, and it's probably just because it was so offensive heavy. But I was pretty shocked that he was left on the board.
Yeah, we were watching here live as like the Lions moved up. We thought the Lions might steal him from the Packers. But
yeah, I thought he'd be a great fit in Detroit as well. Like that secondary, the way that defense plays, it fits a lot of what Iowa has done over the years. We've seen a lot of former Iowa players go to Detroit. I just thought that was it felt like a no-brainer pick for Dan Campbell and the Lions organization. And I don't get me wrong, I think they got a great pick with the kid from Toledo. He's another lockdown defender on the edge, great at run support, and as a DB's coach and wide receivers coach, he's someone you got to scheme around or scheme for, either way, whichever side of the ball you're coaching.
Well, because the thing is, Lions took Terrion Arnold out of Alabama. I think the Eagles were the ones.
The Eagles Yes, the Eagles took the kid. So yeah, sorry. Yes, you're right.
Which, I mean, the Lions moving up and taking the steal of a top 10, or at least on the board was rated as a top 10 player and top corner who just fell to them at 24 when they moved up, which I think was another favorite for the Packers as well. But, I mean, I think everyone thought the Packers would go Cooper DeJean, and then when the Lions didn't take him, I thought it was like a guarantee. Maybe they go Graham Barton instead, but they went Jordan Morgan, and I'm curious what you think about that sort of decision, because that one was just mind-boggling to me.
I mean, one thing I've always seen with the NFL is it's the football business side first. Like, yeah, there's the games, the pageantry, and all that, but the GMs, they got to make the business decision first. And when you draft a player like Morgan, you're making a business decision there. It's not always the flashiest pick, and it might be a little bit of a stretch in some people's eyes, but there's a lot of teams that, I mean, they have whole hordes of people that do research year after year on these guys, and they might be seeing a little bit more than we do just as fans, or maybe even a little bit more than fans as analysts with us. So that's something I always like to throw out there. It was a little bit of a surprising pick, but it's hard to say. I mean, you also got to look back at the last few drafts with round one guys. How many are still left standing in a few years? Some of the prominent names, yes, but if you go back, I think it was the 2018 draft, or no, maybe 2019 draft. There's one of those where the Raiders had like there's a few like number one picks over a couple of years for the Raiders. They're all like Henry Ruggs is in jail. You got people with season-ending or career-ending injuries. So there's going to be guys that they look like cool, crazy picks now, but they're going to fall off in a couple years. You won't ever hear their name again.
Yeah. It's just business. That's all it is. I mean, also you can't really control injuries, but also just what they do outside of the sport itself. That's not going to be overshadowed by anything else. That's just a part of life, I guess. It's just, I don't know. There is a lot of potential, specifically in this draft, but I think this one has a lot of more, I would say, in the past couple years. However, like you said, just a lot of those names are going to definitely fall off because, I mean, especially like if you're not in the first round, like you have to like go out there and make yourself a name, or you're just kind of stuck with
Yeah, and I'm not saying any of these first round guys are for sure like guys you're going to fall off the map. Jordan Morgan, I mean, he's a lineman. Most linemen, you hear them on draft day and that's about it.
Yeah.
There's a couple in the league that you're going to be able to name off the top of your head, but most guys are not going to be able to name like tackle to tackle on a starting offensive line on any NFL roster. Yeah. So again, that's more of a business decision. They've losing Bakhtiari. They've had injuries to that position for the Packers the last couple of years. So getting an offensive lineman to help Jordan Love, they already have a lot of young talent that they've been building around him. I think they need to rebuild the run game now that Aaron Jones is gone. A.J. Dillon's going to be a primary, but he's going to need help. Mm-hmm. And like there's pieces coming, but again, you got to have people to move them out of the way.
Well, the thing is, they did the whole reason they got rid of Aaron Jones was the addition of Josh Jacobs.
Yes, I forgot about that's right. They added him in the free agent, so you have two big bruising running backs. You're going to need a big bruising offensive line to move people out of the way.
Absolutely,
that's the kind of football they want to get back to. That opens up the play action with Jordan Love, which he's phenomenal at, and then a little bit of like just moving his pocket, getting him on the run and rollouts.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I mean, I think just kind of moving away from the Packers themselves, there were a lot of good pickups from last night. But obviously there were a couple ones that I didn't think that were going to happen, but they did eventually. We were projecting at least one trade in the top 5, and that didn't happen. we were thinking that the Vikings would trade up to get J.J. McCarthy, but they didn't have to. He just fell all the way down there. And then there was going to be...
Fell is a generous term in my opinion.
Yeah.
Vikings fans, I don't think that's the pick, but...
Yeah.
I mean, at 10, it's like... when you're talking about, like, they were looking at moving the farm just to get him, and getting him at 10 and still getting your probably star edge rusher for the future in Dallas Turner. I mean, sure, he could turn out to not be good, but he's in a really good situation to go and develop, even if he's not, like, ready to be the guy there. You have everything around him that really gives him the chance to become that guy.
You need a little bit more help in the run game, just because, I mean, again, they're building in free agency. You have Justin Jefferson, which is, like, you got that. You're set.
Yeah.
Hawkinson at tight end, you're set there. They got a good couple role receivers. So I think you're right. They had a lot of weapons. I'm anxious to see that one. I'm on the anti-J.J. McCarthy train, in all honesty, but I wasn't all that impressed with him. And he was very efficient, and he was very good in college by the statistics and the gameplay. But in terms of, like, going from what he did at Michigan to be an NFL superstar, I don't think there's that path for him.
For sure. Because I think out of the QBs that were picked day one, I think J.J. McCarthy is definitely the, like, I guess, least prepared, I would say. I mean, that's just...
Him or Drake May.
I mean...
Those were the two that I think are not the picks to make, and they went high. They were top 10 picks. So, I mean, that you're always going to have that. There's the Ryan Leafs out there and whatnot.
Yeah. Well, we'll come back to that in like 5 years. Yeah, these guys are definitely...
I give them
Ryan
2.
Leafs.
If that's the case, it'll only take 2.
I usually try to eval them after at least a few years, because like you can't assume that they're going to fall off immediately.
No.
But I mean, you have to give them a chance to at least flourish.
The thing is, though, football in general, but especially the NFL, things move so much quicker. And Justin Fields had 2 years. 2 years in Chicago. They didn't give him any help, but he had 2 years in Chicago.
Yeah, because what we were speculating is that way before the draft and everything, you would think that the Bears would just. They got all those pieces on offense with Keenan Allen. They got DeAndre Swift and all those pieces on offense to help whoever would be at quarterback. And we were hoping that it wouldn't be Caleb Williams, specifically you, Will.
I just don't think it was the move. They have 4 picks total in this draft, and you decide that you're going to blow your first. I mean, blow. I think Caleb Williams is a little overhyped, and I think what you didn't need was a receiver. I think moving down would have been great for them and really building that capital, but they didn't. And then they took quarterback receiver. So you got to hope that that defense can hold its own and that your coaching just isn't. You're really putting a lot of pressure on Caleb right now.
Yeah. But he's getting that explosive offense that he's kind of had at USC specifically. I mean, with Odunze coming with him, I mean, you already have 2 young guys who are ready to like fire right away. I mean, Keenan Allen, sure, he's not as in his prime, but he's still like a pretty reliable wide receiver. DeAndre Swift, he's still a pretty reliable running back and everything. I think he could fit that system pretty well. It's just a matter of how they, develop Caleb Williams specifically, because I don't know, I've not been a huge fan of Eberflus, so I don't have a lot of faith in him specifically, but with the pieces that they have already, I think they'll be in a decent spot to rebuild. Not as quickly as the Texans, but I'd say they'll probably be fully rebuilt, I'd say, like, after next season, I'd say. Like, they'll be, like, pushing for the playoffs. I don't think they're going anywhere close to the playoffs this year or maybe next year. So, I mean, it just depends on the speed of rebuilding as well, because...
It does, but, I mean, they're in a tough division. The Packers are a very good team, and they have some experience with Jordan Love. They have some experience with, like, their young guys are not necessarily that young anymore when it comes to receivers and their defense. Then you have the Lions, who were very close to a Super Bowl appearance last year, and they're getting stronger. They're very well coached. Vikings, again, we talked about them a little bit earlier, but you have a good system built with O'Connell, and you have great receivers and weapons, pretty solid defense. They were one of the best scoring defenses in the back half of the season last year. I think from like week 6 to the end, they were the top 3 scoring defense or something like that.
So, yeah.
So they're like, they know what they're doing. They're very well coached. And you have the Bears stuck in the middle of all that with a rookie quarterback, a lot of weapons, as you mentioned, but an organization that has had a lot of struggle over the last decade plus.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say a good portion of my family are Bears fans, and they've watched the Bears struggle for the past decade or so and everything, and I'm not like, I haven't been too tuned in with the Bears, but just knowing like what they've been through and everything, I think just having an actual name to the franchise with Caleb Williams, I think will help them just a little bit, just to get like people to maybe come over and play for the Bears. But I don't know, it's a process. I don't know how many wins they'll probably have this next season, but it's definitely more what they had previous years. I mean, I think last season they went 7-10 was their record, I believe. I think that was the Bears' record, because they have Carolina's pick from this year. So because they weren't nowhere near the top 5. They were like,
they're pick 9.
Yeah.
So I think that was around like 7 and 10.
Yes.
Maybe 8 and 9. But
yeah, Bills on the clock. I would see them going Cooper DeJean here. You saw a lot of their secondary kind of get gutted this offseason.
Yes.
With Cooper DeJean on the board, you got the first pick of that second round. I would immediately go after him if I'm the Bills.
I mean, there's a lot of speculation that it's receiver, but I think the move down with the Panthers and the Chiefs kind of shows up that they're not looking for a receiver yet, because those are two. Well, Chiefs absolutely were a clear receiver team. The Panthers, there was a lot of speculation that they would be a receiver team, although they could really go anything. Unless they were certain that their guys weren't going to be the ones picked, I think they're just looking at getting something else. I think that's the only reason you see them really move like that. Which with the 5.5 still, speaking of some of those trades, the Chiefs' selection of Xavier Worthy, I think it's interesting to me because I don't think it's a fantastic pick, but I've seen a lot of comments about that being the Chiefs' next Tyreek Hill, and I don't really see.
That's a bold statement right there.
He, to me, it just reminds me more of a John Ross, Henry Ruggs.
That's where a lot of people have been saying. I've seen,
but I've seen people going, thanking the Bills for giving them their next Tyreek Hill, and I just don't. I don't see that, but maybe I'm seeing something different than you. I know you've done a lot of research on these college players, so I don't know if I'm missing something with Worthy or if it's just the flashy speed that everyone wants.
It is. This is not a receiver-heavy draft. I thought the couple of the top receivers have gone. You saw Rome Odunze. We just talked about Xavier Worthy. You had Purcell and Leggett at the end of the draft. So there's the couple LSU guys too, Brian Thomas and Nabers. So like there was a few like kind of key guys, but this was a quarterback draft. This was much more of a quarterback draft. You look a few years ago, there's and Ohio State's always going to have kind of that pipeline, but a couple years ago you have Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith and Jigbo over the last few years, all those Ohio State guys. You had a couple Penn State players in there. What's his name? Playing for, Jahan Dotson. So players like that, you've seen some. Honestly, I think they're, from what I saw at the college level, they're equivalent, if not a little bit better, in what they've done to what they're doing now in the NFL versus what I think some of these receivers are going to do. It depends on scheme. It depends on coaching, who's throwing you the ball. There's a lot of factors when it comes to receivers. And I coach receivers at the high school level, not nearly to the college or pro level, but you start with some of the basics, and there's a lot of things that make you a good receiver. There's a very few amount of things that make you a great receiver, and that's your like fundamental footwork, how you're breaking out of your cuts, and the separation you can get from other players. along with being able to go get balls that nobody else can get. Those few things really separate the good receivers from the great receivers. Speed helps, but speed in the NFL is different than speed in college. So if you have good speed in college, you're running side by side with the corners in the NFL now because you're faster than all the corners in college. There's another step up. It's another level. So you got to start looking, how do you get separation from those corners with your cuts? Is your footwork good enough? How do you out jump, or how do you maneuver your body to go catch a ball and get it away from them faster than they can swipe their hands at you? Because that's how you're going to get those catches in the NFL, and that's what makes you a great receiver coming out of college versus a good receiver. Malik Nabers, Rome Odunze, I saw them do that a lot in college. Some of the guys we saw later, again, I don't think that Xavier Worthy's a bad receiver by any means. I didn't see him go up and get a lot of balls at Texas because he ran a lot of screens, and he was just running by guys. So that's something he's going to have to prove with the Chiefs offense. And again, Patrick Mahomes is going to put it on the money. He's easily one of the most accurate passers that you're going to have in the league to throw you balls. So you got nobody better. But again, he has tight windows to fit it in. There's a lot of part of the reason the Chiefs had so many drops, separate of just Kadarius Toney being himself, is you had a lot of defenses keen on different types of coverages to stop Patrick Mahomes specifically. They play a lot of different style coverage. The secondaries do a lot more press zone to give those receivers a lot of headaches and havoc around the line of scrimmage and get them off their route so that Mahomes has less windows and less opportunities to throw. In that offense, you're going to get that pressure. Xavier Worthy's going to have to step up to that.
Absolutely. And, yeah, I mean, the comp to the likes of Tyreek Hill is so unfair for a guy like him because, I mean, sure, he ran fast, but Tyreek Hill did so much more than just run fast.
Yeah.
And I think that's why that makes him like such a 1 in a million player, and that's why so many teams have tried to replicate that in years past but just have not had that same success because there just isn't really anyone like him. As the Buffalo Bills selection is in, and so we can finally kick off with the first pick of the second round.
See who they get. What's the live stream, by the way? I want to share this out.
It's just the James Dame show.
James, yeah. I could also forward you the link.
Yeah, toss me the link. Keon Coleman. They went for a wide receiver, which okay.
I think he's someone I really like.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this pick.
And he's one of those receivers that he had some injuries, so you kind of forget about him on the board a little bit, but phenomenal size. I mean, you have very few receivers that can match it, or very few DBs that can match up to his size. I think he's a 6'6" frame, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he's a pretty big build. So. And
again, his separation, being able to go up and get balls, like there's not many corners that can go up like that, one-handed, and just rip that down, even with contact. Or many receivers that can do that through a corner, I should say. Yeah. So the size is a big factor here. Not as much of a blazer like Xavier Worthy, but again, with Josh Allen, you don't need to go super far down the field because he can get those shorter range passes to you just as much as he can the deep ball. And again, the size, I think, is probably a better fit for the Bills receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I had mentioned several times when it comes to Keon Coleman versus the likes of Xavier Worthy is everyone loves the flashy numbers of the 40-yard dash. But the 40-yard dash is not how the game is played. The game is played at game speed, and Keon Coleman, even though running a 4.6 40-yard dash, was one of the fastest when it came to game speed. And I think that is something that is undervalued, but when you actually put him in game, he's going to be one of the quickest guys out there. And I think that just makes him that much better and way more undervalued, which is why I absolutely love this pick, because I mean, he's not really like a Stephon Diggs, but like he's gonna look faster on the field, and he's able to go up and get balls. So.
Yeah. And again, remember, he started his career at Michigan State, so while he finished at Florida State in the nice weather, he's played in some cold weather games up north. He's played in some rugged Big Ten weather games or Big Ten football games where the corners are going to press you, they're going to smash you a little bit, and you have to run block because you're in the Big Ten.
Yeah, sorry, I was surprised. We already have a trade at the second pick. Was this the Chargers trading up?
My roommate's going to be excited. My roommate's a big Chargers fan, so I'm anxious to see what they do here.
I know so many. There's so many Chargers fans around here. What is going on?
I don't know.
But what they just traded with? Would that be
It was
New England?
New
They traded
England,
with
New England
moved
had-
down. Yeah,
Yep, New England moved down
it's not bad.
to the
from
37th spot.
yeah.
Yep, and they swapped a
Fair
fifth
trade.
for a fourth. Yeah, which I don't hate for either team. Although Patriots, unless Patriots are confident with who they want at receiver, I'm assuming this is also going to be receiver.
Because
Because they went with tackle in the first round.
yeah, Herbert's going to need as much help as he can on that wide receiver core room. Because no offense to Quentin Johnson, he's
Some
not.
offense to
he's
Quentin
not.
Johnston.
He's not the guy. So they're going to need some help there, and they're celebrating right now. But I have no idea what they're celebrating.
Well, they're getting their whoever they wanted here. Which I mean, do you have any speculation as to who this might be? Because Keon Coleman was. Well, actually, I could place a bet. I would bet Adonai Mitchell is the pick here. I don't think they're looking for a Lad McConkey. Maybe they do, but I think Adonai Mitchell is.
Yeah, I would
probably
say
best guy here.
Mitchell. I mean, you can maybe kind of look down. There's not a whole. Again, this is not a receiver heavy draft. I think you're going to see a little bit more receivers next year. There's a lot of good receivers kind of still in college floating around next year. We can start kind of prospecting at a little bit later in the show if we need. But yeah, I'd say Adonai Mitchell.
McConkey is the only other guy I can
Yeah,
think
McCon-
of, and I just don't
Yeah.
think that's the move here. I hope that's not the move.
Yeah.
I'd
enough.
laugh.
You got Jalen Polk, the other Washington receiver.
That is true.
Or McMillan, both of them are good options as well. A little bit more of that speed, and again, a lot of deep threats, which could help well with Justin Herbert.
Yeah, Justin Herbert likes to throw deep if he can, but
Yeah.
I'm curious to see because I think Adonai Mitchell would definitely fit that offense a little bit better than I think that people would assume because Herbert's more long pass heavy, but so they're going to pick McConkey. Oh my god!
McConkey.
Never mind. I
Oh
guess.
my goodness!
Oh no. I mean, I'm not surprised with the Joe Alt. Like, it fits hand in hand with the Joe Alt pick over like Neighbors.
Yes.
I'm just
Here's your Wes Welker type. I mean, I'm never gonna say no to a reliable receiver who's gonna work hard. I mean, I'm gonna go to the cliche like white guy receiver here, but I mean, he's proven himself at Georgia. You don't become one of the better receivers in the SEC at Georgia by not working hard and by not putting in again a lot of good work and practice, a lot of good ability to create plays and just separate yourself from defenders like he's showing on the screen here. But certainly not what I would have predicted on this pick if LA's moving up to get Ladd McConkey. I think he still would have been there at 37 if they had waited.
I mean, I don't know. My only thought is just like you concerned about the Patriots taking him instead.
Yeah.
But
The Patriots are known for those types of receivers. You're
Well,
correct.
that's
Edelman
why a
and-
lot of people
yeah.
were speculating that McConkey would go to the Patriots. I mean, I was all on the train of like Mitchell going to Buffalo and then McConkey going to New England, but apparently that did not happen. So
NFL draft got to shake things up.
I guess make it interesting, except make it more logical than what the Falcons did. So
I mean, yeah,
I'm gonna rip into the Falcons for so long.
it's gonna. If you're not sick of it already, you will be eventually. You're going to go into it, I'm sure, the entire day. And you know what? We're here for it.
Yeah, it's
Um,
just okay. I'm gonna stop because there's other.
You a Falcons fan?
I'm not a Falcons fan.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
I'm just a person who just likes watching the NFL and seeing what they do. But the issue I have with some teams is that like they have the ability to make themselves better. I just don't understand certain decisions, specifically what the Falcons did here. Oh my
Another-
gosh, the
Oh,
Falcons
look
traded
at
up
the-
here.
Falcons stream
Speaking
moving
of
up.
the devil,
Watch them
It's-
go edge here.
I'm going to laugh if they took edge here because we originally had the Falcons picking up what was it?
Turner most of
Turner,
the
yeah.
time.
Yeah,
We
Turner
had
was
Latu
mostly what we
once,
had.
but
I mean,
I'm curious what this could be.
They need to fix that defense, I think.
It
First.
could. Oh God! Don't take DeJean here. No, this would be so bad.
Oh
I would
my
hate
goodness.
this.
I think Falcons fans would riot if they took DeJean here.
No, I think they'd be fine. I would
Well,
hate
like-
to see him in. I would hate to see him in Atlanta.
Well, I think the Falcons need to fix a couple
whoa.
more.
A third for a sixth. That's a. For 8 picks, that's a good move for Cardinals fans.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting. Okay. I
don't-
guess
I don't know what Atlanta's doing, but that's
they're being bold right now.
What's happening in Atlanta?
Literally? There's been a lot of people who are just like.
Spencer Rattler.
That's been a joke recurringly.
I've seen the tweets about that. Yeah, like they're planning on taking Spencer Rattler to prepare for long term post Michael Penix.
Yeah, I mean, really build down the line. Won't need a quarterback for a while if you do that. Yeah, I'm trying to think what you feel the need to move up for here, especially. I think it has to be edge because I mean the thing with Washington was it was quarterback and then address your lack of edges that you lost.
Yep.
I think that's probably at least what Atlanta thinks Washington's going to go here. So if you're moving up over Washington, I gotta think that it's going to be edge. But then you look at who is this going to be? Maybe Nealand.
Yeah, I can see Nealand.
We saw rise a little bit towards as we approached draft day as a potential day one riser at edge, but obviously didn't actually go.
You got Kool-Aid McKinstry on the boards too, so I mean you could go
That
throw
could
him
be
in the
Kool-Aid.
secondary.
Why move over Washington though if it's not for edge? Because I don't think there was that much threat of Washington taking like a corner here.
No.
And I think you could have probably gotten someone, or at least waited until maybe trade up over Tennessee for like a corner, because that's I don't know. This is
The kids
they're excited,
I guess.
maybe, but I don't know. Do they
They're
go
doing
to
something.
Vondre Sweat maybe if they ignore his problems?
Oh boy,
And
I'm concerned.
picks in though, like we're gonna find out shortly.
That's Andre Rison.
Yeah, they got Andre Rison announcing the pick. Oh boy, there's so many. It's too soon. There's so many trades already.
Yeah, I mean we had 2 in the first 3 picks. That's insane. This is what we were thinking was going to happen yesterday.
D tackle.
D tackle.
Sorry, it pops up on my computer
Oh.
before the TV.
Oh no,
Oh, so Johnny Newton. Then I would.
Nope.
are you kidding me?
Tavondre said. Oh, Aurora. Okay.
You want to say that again 3 times fast?
Aurora.
Impressive.
Dang.
It's just
Dang.
R's and O's. Obviously, interior lineman coming out of Clemson. The last guy we saw at that position would have been Saints last year taking Brissy, who I thought was kind of underwhelming last year. Obviously, completely different player, but
Clemson is known for the inside. I mean, Christian Wilkins has a great NFL career going thus far, and he's coming from similar defense. He didn't have Brent Venables, but he's coming from a similar defense. He's coming from the Dabo Sweeney line, which Clemson, despite their struggles the last couple seasons, they're still a very solid program with a very, very strong defense.
yeah,
D line, and it all starts up front with their D line. He gets a lot of push. You always got to question, like, okay, why is he the pick versus Newton, as you mentioned, Fiske out of Florida State. You got the Chris Jenkins out of Michigan as well. So there's other D tackles on the board that you can start comparing this guy to. But teams are going to do what they're going to do. I don't hate Atlanta going D line. That's a great place to start angering your defense. adding in some more talent and some more depth there too.
I just don't see the move up being necessary though. Not at least
I
again, not
agree
there.
with that.
'Cause-
You're using up a lot of picks that you don't need to like shuffle around.
Commanders were not going to go into your D line. They have Daron Payne and Jonathan Allen.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I don't think
they're
that was
fine
really
there.
a threat there.
Yeah, that was certainly bizarre. I don't know why you're switching that move, but
I think that GM's going to have some question stands. I'm assuming the GM is. I don't know who's actually making the calls on these guys, but I'm assuming
it's-
GM.
It's either the GM or the coach. I don't know what they're doing.
I don't.
What was it? I was just talking to Will about this. They had an interview, I think last night or earlier this morning, where they were trying to answer that question over Penix and everything, and they were like, "Oh, we're not going to talk about it. That's just more private information." I don't think they know what they're doing. You don't. There's more things that you need to focus on besides quarterback immediately. I just don't like if you want to prepare for the future. Like obviously Spencer Rattler is always there. I don't think anybody else is going to pick him up that early. It's just there are more pressing matters than just the name of a player and the fact that he's a quarterback, I guess. So Raiders fans are probably the most upset by the Falcons.
God, what I'd give to have a Falcons fan on the show though,
Or a Raiders fan.
Raiders fan.
I mean, I've seen a lot of Raiders fans being like, Atlanta, what the heck? It's just,
Well, but they're chilling there because they like. I don't think they needed a quarterback, and I think there's a chance that they didn't even necessarily go Penix with given the opportunity because they had other positions they could address, and they have an okay QB locker room. Minshew and Aiden O'Connell, like they kind of get to pick.
I think Minshew is a lot better than O'Connell.
Yeah, Minshew I think would be the favorite of the two, but it's like I don't think there was that much pressure for them to. I mean, again, there was rumors that they were trying to move up to get Penix, but yeah, it's just.
I just didn't think it'd be the Falcons and Chargers moving up this early.
The Falcons, they just refuse to take edge. They just they would rather have all of their pass rush come from their interior D line in a 3-4, and it's so I'm just so baffled by that team because I mean, last year their leading pass rusher was like Calais Campbell.
I believe it was Campbell.
And it's like, I mean, I guess that's what you're going for here is you're going for an interior pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that's why it's O'Rourke versus Newton.
Yeah.
Is you get a little bit more out of that, a little bit more out of the pass rush. I think Newton's probably more well-rounded. But a pass rusher or interior D lineman out of Clemson, I would assume you're looking at more pass rusher ability rather than run stopping.
I don't know. You don't have a whole lot of. He's not even on our sack board here. He had less than 6 sacks last year in college.
Oof.
So he's.
What about pressures?
I mean,
QB pressure. I'm sure they're
there. It's just I don't know if he's gonna make that much of an impact.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a reason.
It goes back to your original statement. Like, why are you moving up for him if he's not that high on the board compared to the rest of?
Yeah, like
even with the teams that are coming up, they're not looking that heavy at D line, and he's not the top D lineman out there.
No, I don't think there's that many people. Like, I think Newton or Fisk are probably going to be the next two off. As the Commanders have their pick, they took a little bit of time with theirs.
Yeah.
I would hope it's edge. There's a lot of things they could go.
Yeah.
That I wouldn't hate, but I gotta think it's edge or O-line. You could go O-line here as well. Their O-line was quite abysmal.
It was really bad last year. Howell was running for his life 24/7.
Well, now you got someone who can run a little bit faster for their life in Jaden Daniels. So
I will say, I don't know why Washington moved on from Sam Howell so quickly. I think Howell is a good quarterback.
He had potential.
He played very well with very little to work with and very little help.
Mm-hmm.
He had no defensive support, so they're always down. He's always battling a comeback, and he's having to try to dig them out of a hole. And he has no protection. He has a few decent receivers. McLaren's really good, and then you got Curtis Samuel, Jahan Dotson, like we talked about earlier. But so you got a couple guys who can be playmakers, but there's no protection there, and there's nobody to stop them from or stop the opponent from getting team or points. Like they were always digging out a hole, and I think Sam Howell's a good quarterback. I think they moved on from him a little too quickly, and that's again kind of like we talked about earlier. It's 2 years and done in the NFL if you're not making that big of an impact, especially at the quarterback position at least.
Yeah, and I think the thing is with Howell, I think honestly what it is you're looking at a new regime in Washington with a new owner, new coach. I think they just wanted to start fresh, and I think the best thing for Howell is to sit behind someone, which is fantastic for him in Seattle.
Yes.
I really like Howell. I would have liked to see him stay, but I can see why.
I do like him in the Seattle system, though.
I think that would be phenomenal for him. It's basically you have the great receivers, but now you actually have an O-line. And you he gets to sit and develop a little bit behind someone who's been a journeyman and actually knows, like, made his way as a journeyman, which is just going to be a great experience for him. So
sure. And he also doesn't have to fear for his life in the future with Aaron Donald.
True.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're on to Jared Verse and Byron Young, so he'll still get some pressure, but they got a ways to go up. They got ways to work before they're Aaron Donald type quality.
Man, I'm already missing him. The next season hasn't even started. I'm already missing him.
Oh, I am
Such
too.
a fun player to watch.
He was incredible. I mean, as Jason Kelsey put it, he was the only player ever in the league that they triple teamed from the Eagles. And the Eagles have a phenomenal offensive line. They would change entire game plans just for Aaron Donald when he's on the field.
Yep. They would always have to double him. Doesn't matter.
Oh, wow.
There's Newton off the board. Washington goes back to the D line, really trying to build up. I mean, it's a pretty formidable young defensive line now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they got rid of Sweat and Chase Young, which I can understand why you get the value there, but like you have so many needs, and this is not one of them. This is one of your strong points on your defense, and yet I guess you're bolstering it, but I just don't know about oh boy. I don't know what your thoughts are.
I mean, if I've seen things, I mean, there are some quarterbacks who can somehow survive and work with a very weak O-line. I mean, that's been a thing through the NFL, at least for the past few years.
Well, we'll just watch Jaden Daniels get broken some more because,
Yeah.
I mean, LSU didn't give him a whole lot of protection last year, and he just ran around and got tackled.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was also very true.
He ran for a lot of touchdowns and ran around everybody, but eventually he got hit a few times.
Yeah, now you're going to the NFL where they're faster and hit harder.
Patriots have their pick on it already. I'm imagining who this is. I think it's Mitchell. They've got to go Mitchell here. If they need some help on that wide receiver room, they got to get Mitchell here. I don't know who else would be taken here, or Polk. Mitchell or Polk.
Yeah,
This isn't.
I could
Aaron Payne, Jonathan Allen, Newton, Bobby Wagner. Like that defense is shaping up now at Washington.
They've got a solid unit,
which we just talked about. Like they've been struggling there. So if you want to start going to the mentality defense wins championships, you gotta start building the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's just more which position they went on the defense that I'm like, that's your solid spot. But
yeah,
I mean, I guess trust the process. Maybe they had a guy down. Maybe they have a guy down the board. I mean, they have another second from, the Bears?
I believe so. Yeah.
But
yeah, they're coming up in just a few more picks at number 40. So
yeah, they're not that far.
I guess that's. I mean, they have.
Yeah, but Patriots come on the board. I'm assuming
they do go receiver.
They do go receiver. That's good to know. Which receiver? Troy Franklin, I was going to say maybe someone who rises a little bit, and I think the Patriots could reach on.
Polk.
I don't blame that either. Honestly, I think Adonai Mitchell is the only one who doesn't really fit what I'm used to with New England. Polk, I can see actually being good here. You put him with Drake May.
Yeah, that'd be a good quarterback wide receiver duo right there. This is the first time this is no Belichick. So he doesn't really have any influence in the draft. So this is just really weird to see that
Or Belichick's dog.
yeah,
Or
that
the
too.
dog.
Or the dog.
The insect
the
from the dog.
Yeah. It's just really interesting to see the fact that they've picked up a wide receiver that could actually be very good. So
Again,
I don't
something
know.
you saw with Polk at Washington, very sure-handed, great route runner. So again, solid receiver pick. You got to see how he develops into that great category, or just okay, good receiver. You can rely on him. He's going to make you some catches. He's going to get you some first downs, a couple touchdowns when he's open, but maybe not be able to fight off every corner, every defender that's on him. But again, a solid pick, I think, and something the Patriots needed. You're filling your needs. You're doing the right thing.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously with those notes, my next concern is: do you think he ever really makes it to a number one receiver? Or do you think he's gonna be always more of that kind of wide receiver and not really make it to an X receiver status?
Yeah, I see him as much more of a slot and role kind of role play receiver. Again, just somebody you can always trust. You're gonna find him on your third and shorts to get a quick first down in the middle of a drive, but he's not going to be your go-to on these game winners. He's not a star receiver. He wasn't at Washington. Again, he was the role receiver there. He had McMillan and he had Roma Dunze. He was the third in that list in a very pass-heavy offense. So I think he's going to fit in well as a role receiver in the league. Nothing wrong with that because you're going to make your money. You make your catches, you're going to make your money. You're going to get some touchdowns, have some good stats. I don't know, maybe be a nice little fantasy pick every couple weeks.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just this is the first time that we're all going to see post Belichick and Brady era like at the same time. So I mean, we also know that Mayo is more of a defensive coach, so it'll be interesting to see how he handles that new offense. So any support for May is good because that wide receiver room was in desperate need of some help. So I'm looking forward to it. I don't think they'll be good, but I think they'll be better than what they were this last season. So
Which is a low standard.
that is a low standard, but as long as they're better than what they were this last season, I think they're fine. So, I mean, they might win more than how many games did they win? 3, 4 games this last season. They'll probably win like 6
4 or
or
5.
7.
Yeah, they
7.
could be. They could make it. And well, honestly, it's just going to come down to that coaching. Who really is the guy that you have back there? It could be the next Mike Tomlin, the guy who's going to drag a bad team to a winning record. It could also just be someone who doesn't know what they're doing, or they could just be a coach who can actually make that team just work, even if the talent isn't fantastic.
For
and
sure.
yeah, you don't know who you have in a coach yet. Patriots have an idea, but
Yes.
it's wait and see for the Patriots as far as just how.
I just want them to not be winning Super Bowls every other year for another 20 years. That's my wish. Let someone else win. I'll probably be saying the same thing about the Chiefs in the next 5-10 years as well. So depends on how long that dynasty lasts. But
Titans pick is in already.
oh dang, that was fast.
All right, what do the Titans need here?
I believe because they got Alt.
Because they need
They got
D-line, safety, linebacker, and receivers. A lot of
It's
defense
A lot of I was about to say
at
they
every
needed
level.
because what is it? They need to fix. Okay, they got Snead for cornerback, so they don't need to focus too much on that. Probably,
I could see McKinstry here going and fitting him in the slot more.
I can. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what they want to focus on as well. Because just because I don't think that they need a cornerback here, that doesn't mean that they.
Well, because
can't.
it'd be good to get more depth there. Obviously, you wonder about that D line as well.
Mm-hmm.
They have Simmons, but I just. But you also wonder with you have an offensive. Well, not. You had an offensive-minded coach, but you have Brian Callahan, who was the OC in Cincinnati, who was much more air raid
Mm-hmm.
than, obviously Mike Vrabel was, who just leaned on Derrick Henry.
Mm-hmm.
maybe you see another lineman going, or perhaps like maybe another weapon. I wouldn't think that it would be a receiver. Maybe tight end. I don't know.
Hey, it's Warren Moon.
Oh, it is. But yeah, I'm not sure how the tight ends look down the board. Like anything after, there was.
I've got it if you want it.
Oh boy, where were we? Was it
Get-
defense?
It was defense.
Defensive tackle.
It was defensive tackle.
Ooh, okay.
It's Fisk. It's not Fisk.
Not Fisk.
Not Fisk. Okay.
Oh, is it Jenkins out of Michigan then?
Sweat.
Oh no, that does not. That's not a good look. Because he dropped from what I saw. He dropped from like
Oh, hey, here we
40.
go. Rams trading up.
Oh.
Oh,
Sorry,
are
my,
they?
my computer's a lot faster than the TV broadcast here.
Yeah, I mean, we're also watching it live from, what is it, NFL
network. Yeah,
Network, yeah.
so it's gonna be a
a
little,
little
behind.
behind.
Gotcha.
But yeah, obviously, you look Tavondre Sweat. He was highly touted, almost as a near first round defensive tackle. But obviously, there was the incident of his DUI that really dropped his stock from like near first round to fourth round.
Fourth round, yeah.
Apparently, that doesn't matter to the Titans. But I think it's interesting if he plays and stays out of trouble. But if he plays anywhere near where he played at Texas, pairing him up with Jeffrey Simmons is gonna be. You're gonna have a really good interior defensive line.
Mhm.
It's very interesting what we have. That's 3 straight interior. No, there was Polk, but we have 3 out of the first 6, 7 picks are D tackle, which is not how I was expecting that to go. Quite the opposite of what day one was comparatively. You see a lot of defense and a lot of trenches being built so far on day 2, which
The Rams move up with the trade. Cooper DeJean on the board. They need secondary. I would not hate. Again, separate of the Iowa stuff, I would not hate to see a Cooper DeJean in LA.
Yeah, as much as I hate the Hawkeyes and their ability to beat us almost every year, they do have some good players. I mean, Kittle and Laporta, just to name a couple. But I wouldn't, because a lot of us were thinking that DeJean would go to the Packers. I mean, that sounded like a good fit for him. But
God,
And the Packers are just a couple picks away, so the Rams jumping up here, I think, is a really good option for them to.
probably what they were doing.
Like they saw that same thing, and again, there's not a whole there's some, but there's not a whole lot of secondary floating around that's other than Kool-Aid McKinstry, and then Rakestraw Jr. from Mizzou. But a lot of them are farther down the list in terms of who's available. So I think going up here, the Rams are definitely going with Cooper DeJean.
How would you feel if it was McKinstry though? Because I think that'd be kind of funny.
I mean,
If you ask me.
I'm not gonna hate on an Alabama defensive back. Like again,
That was a good-
coming from the Nick Saban system and the defense that Bama plays, I'm not gonna be upset. Oh, Isaac Bruce there too. I love it.
Or maybe they go with another D tackle off the board.
They could
Feeling
keep-
the
they could-
pressure
they
with all
could-
the guys leaving.
You could keep the trend going, but we've had wide receiver, D tackle, wide receiver, D tackle, and they did go D tackle.
Wow.
All right.
Okay.
So,
Although I feel like Fisk wouldn't really fit them. I think this would be more
Well.
Jenkins. Is it Fisk?
It's Fisk.
oh my gosh.
The
the Florida State reunites.
hmm
Oh, that's true.
Interesting.
Because I forgot you guys got verse. Yeah. Obvious concern.
Okay.
I think I guess not obvious concern, but like his biggest concern was, at least from what I saw, his wingspan. Obviously, concerned with like shorter arms, how much he can actually plug as an interior D lineman with the short arms is kind of just like a concern. But I think he kind of brings that like viciousness that you kind of get. He can just bully people around on that O line against the O line, and I think in the run game, I think that
You can see they're aggressively trying to replace Aaron Donald quickly, which, I mean, you can't replace Aaron Donald, but trying to replicate him. I mean, we're going to go Moneyball style on this. Like, you're trying to replicate Aaron Donald by getting 2 defensive line picks. You got Byron Young last year, Kobe Turner. Like, you have a lot of young talent on the D-line now. And adding in 2 players who played together, they have good chemistry. I mean, I think that's an interesting style to try to replicate or try to, again, fill the void that you're losing with arguably one of the greatest to ever play the position.
Oh my gosh!
Another
the Eagles
Eagles are moving up.
What
This-
if the
That was
Eagles
with
take
that was
Collusion.
with
Collusion.
that was within division rival too. That's with
collusion.
the Commanders.
There's collusion
Interesting.
within the NFC East. Oh no, this could be Cooper DeJean. Oh,
we were because yesterday there was a we were.
I
Like, what
am
if
a
the
little
Eagles
surprised the
picked-
Rams didn't go that direction. I would have leaned secondary if I was if I was picking for the Rams myself, but I mean,
Yeah.
I
there's
have to-
2 D linemen. You can't.
I mean, if you're the Packers here, you're still eyeing DeJean.
Oh yeah,
unless-
you are like you're mouth watering for DeJean or McKinstry. I mean, you got either one of those. I think could fit well.
Oh, that's
Plus, Packers have a history of picking funny name Alabama players like Ha Ha
This is-
Clinton Dix.
This
So
is true. This
then
is
you
true.
just go to Kool-Aid.
Oh my gosh! I don't know. I think it would be really funny if they took
2 scares for the Packers in a row. That's hilarious.
No, Tom Grassi is probably just like going crazy right now.
I love.
Because yesterday we were watching Tom Grassi's reaction to the Lions moving up, and he was not happy about that. And then the Packers didn't pick who he wanted, so
Yep,
Yeah,
they didn't
yeah.
even get their guys. Well, I mean, he kind of wanted Terrion Arnold, but
he did want Arnold, but he was also hoping that DeJean or who was it, Guyton? Was it
Barton.
Barton. They wanted Barton. So I mean, he didn't get either of those 3. So
I mean, what is the move here? Because they addressed DB day one. Philadelphia did. Do you think? I'm trying to think. Do they double dip already on defensive back? Obviously,
They got a lot of offensive line to replace too, though.
that, and I think that'd probably be the smart move here. But they're such an unpredictable team, except for when they just let the good guys fall to them, like Quinion Mitchell this year, or Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis. They let all these guys fall to them in the first round.
The Eagles have gotten lucky so far. They've gotten the one player that they were trying to aim for, at least right away. So I don't know. They could get the one player that they want here. So I mean, honestly, Kool-Aid McKinstry, I mean that works with that defense. Same with DeJean. I mean, DeJean is just a good player in general as well. So I mean, either of those pick makes sense. I just don't know what else they would pick.
Oh, we got another trade.
Another trade.
Behind the Eagles. The Saints have moved up to take that Packers spot.
Oh no,
So the Packers may not even get DeJean.
the Packers are like, oh, the Eagles moved
They-
up. I guess we're not
yeah.
getting DeJean. We're gonna move
They
back
just
now.
got rid.
Tom
Wow.
Grassi is going crazy, probably.
There's
Yeah, and the Saints have so they have 41 and 45 now.
Oh,
So was that
really?
part of it? That might have been
Is that like
another one. I know. I don't know if but that one has a little trademark next to it. Let's see what happened here.
a interesting?
um,
But having 41 and 45 like that close to each other, that's impressive. That must have
what
taken
are
a
the
lot of.
Saints wanting here? Oh
I
my!
mean, the Saints need a lot of things right now. I mean, they need anything that's
What-
not like.
I mean, what's fun about this, like the first round is usually you know who's being picked. This is honestly where I think the draft gets more fun. Second, third,
Mhm.
fourth, a little bit of the fifth, sixth, seventh. I mean, you're gonna get a couple good people still, but these the second, third, fourth rounds. This is where like you see all the shuffles. You see a bunch of people. I mean, people we've seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks, and I think we've had 4 trades. So
It's ridiculous. All right, what is
Half
I
the?
love
trade.
these trades. I was hoping
40
that they would be more in the first
50,
round. That was
50,
my
50,
prediction, but
Wait,
they didn't do anything here.
50 and 53rd. So they got
I was reading about the Rams trade. They moved up to 39 from the Panthers for their 52 overall, so still the second rounder and a fifth rounder and a second rounder 2025.
Interesting.
so they put in put in some capital for that.
Capital
Yeah.
on that one.
Which I mean, the Rams are no strangers to trading draft picks, but
Well, yeah, with having your first round in 8 years.
yep.
So, oh, they got Brandon
Graham.
Graham out there.
Graham's out here. That's nice.
God, what is this? I don't feel like it'd be Cooper DeJean because I don't think they would double dip. But like,
You don't know that. They could very well here.
Don't try to tell Nick Sirianni what Nick Sirianni doesn't do.
Exactly.
well, but they're like known for, especially day one, going along the trenches, and really building it up there. And maybe, like that's why I feel like you didn't do it day one. Maybe you move up and you kind of work on that here. And especially with the guys that are going, I mean, otherwise, they feel pressured to move up. But you're moving up over they were moving up over the Packers.
And then the Saints moved up.
And the Saints moved up right behind them.
Which, Houston also has a pick right after the Saints as well.
I think the Packers
Cooper
knew what was going to
DeJean.
happen. Yeah, the Packers saw it happen.
Yep.
Oh no! Sad Packer noises.
Sad Tom Grossi noises. I can't wait to watch that reaction.
Oh no! I mean, we've had him. Did we have him ever mocked to the Eagles? I've said he would fit with the Eagles.
We never did put him with the Eagles, but I guess in this sense, with how things have fallen into place, it makes sense, I guess. But also, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of back to our mock drafts. I just can't think of anything else that,
My concern is I want DeJean to actually play corner, but
Not in that system. He's going to be moved all over the place. But he's not a player who just plays corner, though. He did that same thing at Iowa. He was all over the place, and that's why he fits a defense like the Eagles.
Yeah, I guess not like pure corner, but like I would like to see him play actually corner, where there are a lot of teams that have talked about just moving him straight to safety and just having him play a pure safety role, and I want to actually see him play corner. And I mean, I think he has the talent to do it. Yes, we know the Saints traded. I think he has the talent to absolutely be that corner who breaks the mold. Well, they just gave him two different comparisons to Minkah Fitzpatrick, then Malcolm Jenkins, which is entirely confusing. Yeah, I mean, I could see him moving around. A guy in the slot, a guy on the outside, even over top if you want to do like a 3 safety look. I know they just re-signed or they just I guess retrieved C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Who do they have?
Oh, that might be
Opposite.
That's a good defense right there.
With Darius Slay, assuming these guys pan out, which I think the defensive backs they got are some of my favorites.
Mm-hmm.
In Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, they were
Who do you think the Saints picked?
Taysom Hill.
That is actually Taysom Hill.
Yeah, which I think is so. I love Taysom Hill. He's one of my. He's a gadget player, so of course I love him. But he's one of the most fun guys, especially from like 5 years ago. You look at those highlights, I was like, he's one of my favorite people to watch.
Yeah, because he's a gadget player.
But okay, 41st pick, they go
Kool-Aid
Kool-Aid McKinstry.
It's back-to-back DBs now.
Interesting.
After so much wide receiver and deep tackle to start.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. But yeah, I mean,
I think there might have been a couple more positions they could have like focused on besides cornerback, but I mean, he's a good player.
They have a young and growing like defense. So I'm not entirely surprised because they've been again kind of focused on like, all right, let's build up our defense. They're really young, they're really new.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm not surprised it's defense. You think defensive backs when it comes to New Orleans, and you think of Marshawn Lattimore, but how much just getting him some help in that defensive backfield.
Or Darren Sharper, one of the hardest hitting safeties in the league.
Oh God,
I don't know what's going on.
What?
I'm missing out on
You
something.
don't what?
I've heard that before. I haven't seen the entire thing.
Oh,
but
you guys
I
are
know
too young.
I've heard of it.
Tyrann Mathieu.
I've heard of
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, oh, that's right. Tyrann Mathieu down there.
I was about to say there's another.
There's
another
someone. I was
corner
like, I'm
up
trying to
there.
think of who their safety was. They had someone there, but yeah.
Wow, I'm a little hurt that you guys don't know what video I'm referencing.
I feel like
I even know some of the older, like older clips. As far as that, just one, that one I have not heard.
interesting.
It's an all-time classic.
I don't know. I like quoting certain things from recent memory. I like what was it? It was right after the Eagles won their Super Bowl. I actually quoted this yesterday. Where it's like hey Dallas, the last time you guys were in the Super Bowl, these draft picks weren't born. I love that one. That was one of my favorite interactions. But draft day interactions, I like a lot of the things that are being said behind the scenes and everything. Those are funny. But Texans, they have, I don't know what the Texans need.
On the clock. They could you're probably looking at defense. They built up that offense pretty well this last year. But yeah, we have Texans on the clock. Pick is in. They're coming to announce the selection. I'm waiting for a certain Jaguars fan to make a comment, who I'm sure is probably floating around, who just absolutely hates the Texans. So, but yeah, 42nd pick, Texans come in and pick Kamari Lassiter.
Okay, they did. Okay, I think they might have needed a cornerback. I just didn't.
I don't know about Lassiter. He was someone I was higher on earlier, but as time went on, he kind of fell a bit. And I think, I mean, unless you really want that like nickel corner, I feel like Rakestraw probably would have been a better option.
A lot of guys do want those like nickel corners nowadays because you're dropping them in to play so many different types of receivers, all different sizes. You're covering running backs out of the backfield more. You're covering tight ends in different scenarios. So, like, you need a guy who can be multifaceted, and that's just become the norm in football from the not even just the league and college level, but even down to the high school level.
Yeah.
Okay, so Cardinals have their pick in already. What they went,
they have
Darius Robinson and Marvin Harrison.
So they have their wide receiver and they have their edge.
If you're confident with that. It could be any defensive piece. I think receiver was the last thing they really needed. They're probably going to take some linemen.
I think secondary is an area they should be looking at.
Yeah, because what was it? Who are their cornerbacks specifically? I don't remember.
It was nope. That's the 49ers. I'm trying to remember.
I don't think Peterson's gone.
Yeah, Peterson.
He's been gone a while.
I think he was last year. He was on the Steelers. I think.
Yes, that's right. I knew he was somewhere. Somewhere not Arizona.
Yeah, so I think I agree. Corner could definitely be one, but I mean, it could. The one caveat with that is you have to think Jonathan Gannon. He was, defensive coordinator for the Eagles, and he was really good at working wonders with the D line, and so maybe he goes something interior with a little bit of pressure with all the guys that came off the board. You maybe see Jenkins rise a little bit, or does he stick with corner? I think, especially with Rakestraw there, because you took Darius Robinson, so you could get back. They could go Missouri again, keep that sort of chemistry. Honestly, I think that's probably their best move here. Unless they go Newbin opposite of Baker, Buda Baker.
Buda Baker.
I was trying to remember his name.
Buda Baker. He was injured most of last year, so that's
probably why I don't remember him.
He didn't play a whole lot.
Yeah,
I love Buda Baker.
He's a cool dude. The Cardinals just need a lot of help.
Defense.
Help on defense specifically. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of all like the notable pieces outside of Murray, like that are still around before the draft.
Let's see. So they've worked on O-line in the past year or two. They just lost Jonah Williams, I think it was.
I believe it was Williams.
I think that
I thought it was.
because he left Detroit. Did he go to the Cardinals? Jonah Williams moved, and I thought it was something with the Cardinals. You got what do you got at receiver? Well, you have Marvin Harrison now.
You got Zach Ertz
They do.
Zach Ertz, yeah. They signed him in the offseason, I believe.
2 years ago.
2 years ago?
I thought he moved.
Yeah, that's what I was
I
about
thought
to
he
say.
signed
I thought-
somewhere else.
Did
This
he go
season.
somewhere else?
I thought he
thought
went
so.
somewhere else.
Oh.
I forget who it was, but it wasn't like a super flashy thing until someone pointed out that they really liked the coach he was being matched up with, but I can't think of.
Jonah Williams, the offensive lineman, right?
Yeah,
He's on the Bengals right now. Or he was on the Bengals.
I thought he was drafted by the Bengals.
Yeah, he was drafted by the Bengals. I'm just saying that last year he was on the Bengals.
I
So
thought
maybe-
he was on the line. I'm just lost.
Oh, free agency.
Oh god, there's too much. I think
Well,
Ertz
gotta
might
pay
have actually
attention.
gone to the Commanders.
I believe.
I think that sounds right.
It might have been.
Feel like that was the move where he went.
Maybe. Oh my goodness, Cardinals. Yeah, they need defensive help. Like 31st in the NFL is really bad.
Yeah, again, I think they go defense here.
They have to.
Yeah.
If they don't go defense here, I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be really interesting because again, like their defense was low rated, but they were extremely scrappy.
Mm-hmm.
They were
Ooh,
keeping
I
games
could
close.
I could see them going Junior Colson from Michigan.
Really, I was gonna say that they'd probably I think he's a really good linebacker. I think he could rise. I just didn't think the Cardinals would go linebacker here.
That or Peyton Wilson. I mean,
I
if
love
you're
Peyton
building
Wilson.
if you're
Wilson.
building defense, linebacker's not a bad place to add it to
No.
like, especially with so many defensive linemen coming off the board. Like, you could maybe pause that a little bit and see where the other D linemen kind of shake up later in the draft and throw a linebacker mix in there
Yeah, I just because
and get ahead, just get ahead of the crowd because everybody's gonna pick linebackers moving up if they're looking at defense next. But you get ahead of that crowd and you kind of wait and see what shakes out of the defensive line world in the next couple rounds. I mean, just a thought, but I think that's an interesting stuff.
Max Melton.
Oh my.
Wow.
Okay,
Well,
they go DB and
they need anything on defense. So
Rakestraw's sliding a little bit. I
they
think.
had him at the 14th best left on ESPN. So
interesting.
I'm questioning some of the Cardinals' defensive picks because Darius Robinson was also kind of a surprise in the first round, and now you have Max Melton when there's other guy. And again, maybe they see something that we don't.
again, they are paid to see many things that we don't. So I'm guessing they do.
Yeah, and
Well-
Raiders just got their pick in.
Yeah, you think they see something that we don't, but then you also look at like the Raiders like 5 years ago where they just had a stretch of really bad first round picks, and it's like, well, maybe they think they see something, but they really aren't seeing anything.
They were
And,
really trying to copy the Patriots at that point. So
they tried copying the Patriots. They tried copying the Chiefs.
there were a lot of things that I think a lot of teams tried to copy. Specifically, when the Patriots were a dynasty, Detroit was trying to be the Patriots.
Well, they had Matt Patricia
They
for a
had
bit.
Patricia
so.
That was
there.
such a dumb hire.
I
knew
don't-
I knew that was a dumb hire.
Jim
Because I actually
Plunkett.
used to like the Lions a lot when Sue went there from Nebraska,
Oh,
yeah.
and I kind of switched off of them when they hired Matt Patricia because I could not stand him. He was a terrible offensive coordinator, and then they put him in charge. I'm like, that's a bad pick.
It's
Yeah.
not a
I
good move.
don't. I never liked him anyways. And then whenever he went back to New England, I'm like, okay, as long as you stay there and not harm any other organization. That's
Oh, they go
They-
Jackson Powers Johnson. I keep forgetting he's on the board. He's such a good O lineman. He was
they do need
They need help.
they need help there.
They need
So,
protection.
though that'll really help their run game too. Ah, God,
Run game for who? Who's their back?
Xavier White?
it's- Yeah,
Zeus?
That's right.
White.
Okay. White's,
yeah.
I don't know.
Ooh.
You lose Josh Jacobs and any back behind him is still a little bit of like, eh.
Yeah, it's. I mean, but I mean they're going for a new identity. I think as well. I think that's the thing that I actually like about Antonio Pierce is he's not just trying to copy some other team, which is what the Raiders have done forever.
Yes.
Trying to actually build their own identity, not play copycat. I think is going to be a good move.
They just remember they have Alexander Madison too. From the
Oh, did they get?
Yeah, they got Madison. I was trying. There was another running back that went to. The
I
Raiders.
haven't found Madison all that impressive.
He
at
wasn't
his time with the Vikings.
He
in
wasn't
the loss.
impressive, but I just remembered there was someone else that went to the
Gotcha.
Raiders.
He's a solid RB2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he definitely is. He's just not.
Pick is in.
Oh,
This Wilson or Newman would be my guess. I'm high on. I mean, Newman is depending on what you call Cooper DeJean, either first or second best safety in the class. Wilson has dropped off a little bit because of injury concerns, but I really liked the way he played, even more so than Edgerrin Cooper, who, at least in most boards, is listed as linebacker 1. I guess this could be interior D-line.
it could be.
But yeah, the Raiders getting JPJ is. I mean, it's a good pick.
It's a good pick. It's a good pick.
keep forgetting that he was.
Again,
he was there.
there's business decision picks and there's flashy picks. JPJ is a business decision pick. He's a great offensive lineman, great center at Oregon. So you're not going wrong. It can be a little flashy, but there's business decision picks, and that's usually what O linemen are.
Well, yeah, and I think looking at him, I thought he was the best interior O lineman. Barton was listed as an interior O lineman, but he's more just like a flex lineman, true interior O lineman for me. I think JPJ was the best, and I'm not surprised he fell out of the first, but they go Edgerrin Cooper. Man, I
mean,
I would have preferred Peyton Wilson if I was a Packers fan, but
As you wear your Baltimore Ravens sweatshirt.
I said if.
I
did not
I have
say
a friend
I
who's a
am.
Packers fan, so I might have to
I have
consult with him.
I mean, there's a
little
lot
bit.
of Packers fans around here.
Oh, for
There-
sure.
We got
Packers
Packer
fan.
legend Amon Green coming in soon. I think.
Oh, yeah.
So.
I figured.
He texted me, said he's on his way. So
Showing up late.
Eh.
That's what he does. It's okay.
to be fair, he was at the state esports tournament.
Yeah, he
Oh.
did. He mentioned that he was there. He said he'd be down and probably be a little bit late. We did have a tornado watch going on for a bit, around 3 and 4. So I'm not sure how much that moved.
Oh,
Wow, the
Panthers moved up.
Who did they just trade with?
Who
was there?
It was oh shoot, why can I not remember?
Wasn't this?
They'll show it anyways. But yeah, the tornado. Welcome to Nebraska.
But yeah, you have Cooper Go here is valued has been valued on the boards as linebacker 1. Not especially when they have. I mean, they have a really big need for linebacker, but they also need a safety opposite of McKinney. So that's just interesting. Who was just not
I'm trying to remember who they traded with.
Panthers need some defensive help, so I want to see that.
Anything literally. I don't care if it's
this
offense
is-
or defense. They just need help. I don't know who it is though that they traded with. The Rams?
No, well,
no.
earlier they did.
Yeah, I know they did earlier, but they mentioned the Rams. I was like, I don't think they did that,
That
the
was
second time.
no,
That
not
was-
this one.
So they probably used the pick they traded down to move back up.
That's
Oh, it was the Saints.
who.
What-
It was
I was
41
gonna say,
46,
was
'cause
it
they had
this-
41-46.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, was it the Saints? But I was like, no, it's the Panthers. It couldn't be.
And that's a division, yeah.
Not the collusion.
That's like
There's
the
too
fourth
much
division.
collusion.
That's the fourth
I know-
interdivision trade that we've seen in the past couple days already.
Corner, maybe.
Honestly, anything. I'm just curious to see who they pick here.
They lost
His-
Dante Jackson, who wasn't great corner, but
I mean, you gotta replace like Burns position. You got to replace like a bunch of
So
other
many
positions.
needs.
Yeah, like they could literally pick anybody here, and everybody would say, "Yeah, it's a good pick." I believe that's the thing here.
Well, it's the player more
Unless-
than anything.
Oh, all right.
Oh no, they traded with. Wait, it was the Colts they traded with. Oh, which I guess the Saints got.
That's
the
what it
Saints.
was. I was like, I don't think it was the Saints. That was someone else.
I'm just confused.
But the Saints had it, and then I think they must have traded again. Because they were 41 and 46. They had that 5.
Jonathan
Brooks, a running back.
especially when I'm not impressed with.
Okay, I did.
I like
say-
Blake Corum.
Yeah,
Brooks, I think Brooks is a solid back.
I know he's a solid back. I'm just.
It's a high pick for him.
It
I
is
mean,
a
running
very
backs are
high-
running backs are a dime a dozen when it comes to the NFL. I'm saying that before Amon gets in here, but
you
like
gotta be careful.
Nowadays, yeah.
that's just how running backs work. And you saw all the issues the last couple years on paying running backs with Jonathan Taylor and those other guys and Saquon like kind of sitting out and like wanting that higher paychecks. But and not that they're bad running backs, because they're phenomenal. But you can always get a solid running back, and then you can grab a free agent running back anytime you want.
This is true. This is true.
Yeah, this is just especially
This is an aggressive pick, in my opinion.
this is you have so many needs, and what they still have Hubbard, I think.
I think Hubbard's the only.
They had
back that I
Hubbard,
can
which
think of.
I mean, yeah, you only have one, and you could get an upgrade here, but I just don't see this being. They have so many needs. And you traded up for him too.
Yeah, I don't understand that piece of it. Again, you can get running backs whenever you want in the
Unless you're
NFL.
concerned, who did? Because the Giants lost Saquon. Did they pick anyone up? I don't.
I don't think they took any running backs in the offseason.
Where's Derrick Henry at?
Henry's in the Ravens.
Ravens. That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
So, he went there. Josh Jacobs is in Green Bay. You saw
Swift is with the Bears.
Chicago. Tony Pollard went to
Titans. Yeah. So I think the Giants here
I mean, maybe that's why they moved up.
probably.
I
They
guess
have a
if you
lot
didn't
of-
have to give up much, I don't mind the trade up. I don't like the value. I just don't think it fills the needs that they need right now. I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, there's other priorities that they should be focusing on. But I mean, they have a running back, so you can't really fault them for that. So I don't know.
This is more of a splash pick, and I don't know how much of a splash it's gonna make.
Well, look at this cool splash pick we made. Who is it? Why? But why? He's a running back,
Yeah.
and
His offense.
he gets the ball, which means he's good, right, guys? I don't know what you're talking about. No, I think so many needs and how bad that team. I mean, again, you hope the coaching is better with Canales this year. But I don't know. Watching that, I mean, I guess maybe you want to help Bryce Young if you're really focused on, like, maybe not winning games, but like really giving him a chance to develop. You give him a good situation around him in a young running back, new receiver. You got Deontay Johnson, who you added. They signed someone else, I'm pretty sure.
I'm trying to remember who it was. I don't know who it was. There's just so many moving pieces in the offseason. I just kind of have to look things up at that point because it's like there's the big names, but then there's like the smaller names where it's just like, I don't remember you moving at all, but okay.
Oh, God. It's too much. But yeah, I think they're just trying to help him. You know what else probably would have helped him was a lineman.
Probably.
He was not the safest quarterback in the
No.
league. So,
Yeah, it's true. I mean, there were a lot of situations where we were trying to give him a O-line, but they haven't done that yet. So who knows what they're doing right now? Unless they have something in the works, I highly doubt it.
not currently. Not with Tepper there.
No, not with Tepper. Yeah.
Tepper didn't. God, he just mismanages that team.
Did you see the video that surfaced like today? I think
About what?
Tepper walking into like this like coffee shop or whatever. That so what happened was that they had like a banner outside the coffee shop just saying like the GM or the head coach do the drafting, and Tepper went there in person and scolded the person who put that up. Like that's an actual thing. Like there's video footage on the internet right now. I don't know how true to that is, but I mean, there's video. So I think Tepper is making a case for one of the worst owners in NFL history right now. So
Dan Snyder's gone, and now he just.
I think he's like, it's my
feeling
time to shine. Oh gosh.
T. Barber comes in to announce the pick for the Giants.
I was wondering when this guy was going to take it off the board.
Oh boy!
So somebody that we're
All right,
expecting.
let's make some guesses.
Someone we're familiar with.
Rakestraw.
It better not be who I think it is. Or no.
I mean that makes
Okay, that's not
sense.
who I
They
was
lost
thinking of.
McKinney, Tyler Newman.
Newbin. Yeah,
I like him.
Newbin.
Having watched him play a few times, again, he being Minnesota, he played against Nebraska quite a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not hard to pick off Jeff Sims, as we see right there, but in general, like he's got a good nose for the ball. He's got a great feel for, again, just like how to read the quarterback, how to disguise his coverage, and make a great break. So I like this pick a lot. I was surprised he was still on the board for so long when we started going off the safeties, but glad he's getting a pick. He's a good safety, and I think he deserves a high round pick like this.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, that is
That's
another.
Every time I think of Newbin, I'm like, oh gosh, no. I keep thinking back to that one game. It's like the one game we should have beat.
Oh god, yeah,
Minnesota.
that defense. Deontay
they had a
Banks,
solid
Thibodeau,
defense.
Burns,
Yeah.
Lawrence, now Newbin. Who, yeah, like you mentioned, Newbin is a great ball hawk. You add him with some solid pass rushers, really solid pass rushers in Thibodeau and Burns. And, you know, you get some guys to force it deep, and you're gonna have great chances as a defense.
Who do you think the Jaguars take here?
Probably
They need
defensive
I was
back.
about to say
They could
need to
go
take
edge
defensive back.
or D line. I think they look.
I can see edge here. I don't know who would be, but I can see edge.
God, not
I'm
gonna.
trying to think who's left of edge.
Neeland
Yeah,
is the
Neeland and
first one that I can think of. Braswell.
oh yeah, Braswell. No, keep forgetting he exists.
They went D line.
Really?
Braylon Trice.
Oh. Who do they choose?
Uh,
Taking their time.
well, you said D line, which makes me think interior, and the only interior guy I can think of is Jenkins.
Smith.
Ah, you
Huh.
picked a guy from LSU. Interesting. On the defense, interesting move. After this last year, I would have.
No. No.
Uh,
I wouldn't have.
we're gonna look at some Jaden Daniels tape. Okay, so no one from the LSU defense. Okay, that's.
Okay. All right.
I mean, yeah, I can understand going interior. That
Okay.
again, there are people who are being paid to do their job,
Yeah. I
and that's,
can see why they picked him up, but also
I can see that.
that might just been an owner move right there because he looks very happy that he got that.
Pick
one.
is in Bengals.
Oh,
take that
Bengals.
quick.
Oh, Bengals have that. Who do the Bengals need? They need to fix. They lost a couple pieces.
This could be. I mean, it's more of the
defense.
same, but
Again, I
that
think
we've seen.
You keep protecting Joe Burrow and you keep helping Joe Burrow.
They
That's
didn't
your
they-
best option.
They picked up a.
They picked up a tackle. They
yeah.
picked up
Yeah,
Amarius Mims first
Mims.
round.
They went
That's who it was.
tackle.
Mims.
And you had Trent Brown added.
Do you think they double up here?
I don't think I don't. You're losing. Your defensive backs are not phenomenal. You're losing an edge piece who requested a trade. You're losing.
They need a new run
Urs-
game as well.
They also need a new run game.
Well, they did get Zach Moss, and
Yeah, but-
then cut Joe Mixon. So I think they're pretty. I feel like they got to be pretty confident with that. I would almost think you have guys that are moving. You have a weak
true.
defensive back, and you're losing a key defensive end piece and your receiver too. And you look at that board, and I'm not a big fan of the receivers on that team beyond Jamar Chase. You got some guys who fit roles, but you don't really have a true why. It could be anything there, but I could also they had a need for defensive tackle before.
They got to do defense here. Like, I don't know who
This could be so many things.
it could be, but if they're gonna be smart, they got to go defense here. They have to. I don't know what else they would do here.
A receiver.
Well, I know receiver. I'm just saying, like, they got to focus on the defense, I think, here. Because there's only so many defensive players that are as good as others this high. I mean, sure, we have some
Linebacker
down.
would be
linebacker.
with how this second round has gone. I feel like it's gonna be linebacker just because it's like a really out there move.
It's sticking with the second round theme. D
Jenkins.
tackle.
Wow, I
They,
mean,
they did need to load that up a little bit. So,
really work in the trenches.
yeah.
Okay,
It's not a bad pick at all.
I mean you're getting the Michigan guy.
Yeah.
Um,
Michigan had a pretty good O-line and D-line last year, right?
it's just Michigan was such a
They were a really good team this last season, so it was only a matter of time before they won a championship. So
yeah. I mean I don't hate it. You're building up your trenches. You're not. You're kind of. I wouldn't even say necessarily ignoring, but you're not. Definitely not addressing those guys who you're looking at losing at positions that are kind of thin already.
look at that one. Look at the picture.
Oh,
Senior and junior. Well, I'm not mad about this pick. I think it's a good pick. They need to work on that as well. I mean, they got the piece on the O line. Now they have the piece on the D line. They might look towards wide receiver. Might keyword in the next pick, but I don't think they would. And it just depends on what happens here, because there's a lot of other things they could work on, but I think wide receiver would make the best sense for their next pick, but also what other wide receivers are down there at that point.
Oh, you still got.
Donnie Mitchell's still on the board.
That's true. Franklin's still on the board.
I don't know.
Um,
Troy Vincent.
Yeah, have the Commanders picked it, or they have
They
traded down?
They
No, they
trade-
took interior D line,
took an
right?
interior
They
D-line.
picked Newton.
Yeah, so
They stick on the
This-
defensive side of the ball.
Is there
we'll
edge?
go a cornerback.
And one that I've only seen his name like twice.
How do you pronounce that? That's like the one name.
Sainer still?
Sainristil? Okay. Sainristil? Okay. Sainristil.
Out of Michigan.
Out of Michigan?
That's interesting. Where, I mean, I
They're-
guess
they're
yeah. The
really
further
loading
down
up
the
that
board you get,
defense.
the more you see players rise and fall. It's not as surprising down the board. First round, when you see someone drop like 5 picks, it's like someone doesn't like him. But you know, you get day 2 and especially day 3, people drop an entire round or 2 from where they're projected because it's just yeah.
Just who they really need at that point. If there's always going to be that one move earlier in the draft that's going to shake up everything, and I think this year was the Penix one. It's just I think Washington needs to focus on their O-line. I think that was what they should have focused on. But I mean, loading up that defense is also very good, especially with their current situation, with their added pieces right there. I mean, Like they could be a force to be reckoned with this next season. So I'm excited to watch that defense because they had a really good defense in 2020. It was a very because a lot of people were saying that Washington got carried to the playoffs because of their defense, not by their offense. And I 1,009 days
since OSU beat Michigan
Michigan
because it's
1,609 days. You're right. Steelers are up.
Steelers are up.
All
All right. Who's the worst player in the draft?
I know you dislike the Steelers. So do I. not a
Bean
fan of
out
them.
of Kansas. I think they should go Bean out of Kansas. Quarterback. Is it James Bean?
Jason Bean.
Jason Bean.
I think that's where you go. I think that's your franchise guy.
As they picked up Russell Wilson and Justin Fields.
You
in the
can't trust
offseason.
either of them. You clearly need a third quarterback.
Obviously.
Competition.
Let's load it up really quick.
Jason Bean.
I'm just trying to think of anything that the Steelers would actually need.
But they also went tackle in the first round.
They might need to double up on tackle. This might be the one team that need to double up on one position because the Steelers, they needed help on that front, but they also needed, what was it? Their rush defense was. No, I'm thinking of the Cowboys. The Cowboys had a terrible rush defense. Steelers, they just need to protect their quarterbacks. Don't know who the quarterback would be, but
I think you could see an interior guy go. I think with Russell or Justin, you're looking at a much more run heavy offense. You have Arthur Smith coming in, so yeah, I think that kind of reinforces that. Do you see someone like Zach Frazier, who is considered one of the better guards in the class, go here, or Christian Haynes? I know those two are generally the top two names as far as guard goes. I think they're guys you could definitely see go. As we're at commercial break still.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why this is taking so long. Who's up on the board right now? It's
Steelers.
Yeah, so they might be taking their sweet time right now. They've got a lot of options that they can look at, specifically late at this point. So, I mean, it's fair.
Yeah, I don't know these. I'm not gonna say that Steelers are a better team, but it's just like further down the board. It's just like honestly, just get the best guy there. It's like you could really just work on anything. Steelers obviously had their coaching issues mostly, and you had issues on the offense with not really having a quarterback. A quarterback who apparently didn't want to compete. Apparently that's why Kenny Pickett was traded. Was because
Interesting.
They brought in Russell Wilson, and Kenny Pickett was like, "Hey, I don't want competition." They were like, "Okay, bye," because I still think that's the funniest thing to me because it's like you didn't want competition.
It's a little different
Even if
in
you
the
didn't-
NFL.
If you didn't bring in Russell Wilson, you were competing with Rudolph and Trubisky last year. What kind of team? Like, who do you need behind you for you not to have competition and feel comfortable? Because I think that speaks on his work ethic. So I guess he's
This is why,
Oh, yeah.
like, when I've made some pretty, at least I would like to think, decent predictions. When Kenny Pickett was picked, I was like, this guy is not going to do anything.
Boy.
And I was right about him. Same thing with
But-
Mac Jones. Mac
Man.
Jones did not do anything in New England.
Pat Fryermuth
He was walking
was
with a
announced
hobble.
the pick.
All right.
Oh,
Let's see what they do here.
Well, they need O-line.
Zach Frazier.
That's where they're gonna go.
Wow.
I mean,
They need a center.
They do need a center.
That fits exactly what they need.
Mm-hmm.
I forget about myself. I mentioned that. That was the first guy I mentioned.
Yeah.
Forget. Even though he's going to the Steelers, so I'm like, nah.
I mean, they did need a center. It was kind of something because who's their current center right now?
I don't even know. I know they've had so many O-line issues. recently. but-
Patricia in Canada in a coach off. Who wins?
Yes.
What's up, Amon?
Yeah. Finally, our other guest was running just a tad bit late, you know.
Yeah.
Hop in, man.
You got state where you take over. You got taken over where my little gaming case. Kids start playing Guilty Gear on it forever. What? I said, hey, I gotta go.
All these.
Yeah.
You're taking my spot in a few minutes. I got about 10 minutes left.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Oh yeah.
for those who don't know, this is Amon Green.
What's up?
If you wanna,
Right there.
I don't know.
The smaller one.
Yeah,
This one I
we're
can-
all our own little mini war room here.
yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, you can introduce yourself if you'd like. I feel like people should have an idea of who you are, but you know,
Oh yeah,
I
that's
don't.
fine. I'm a director of esports / head coach here at the University of Nebraska, lecturer of intro to esports in my third semester already. End of third, yeah. 3 semesters in, more to come. So
Drafted once.
yep, drafted once at one point in time. If we would have went down to Kansas City when I was in high school, probably after my sophomore year, I would have had a chance to be a Royal, maybe try out for them
ooh,
in baseball. So, but that didn't go down, you know, obviously.
yeah.
Obvious reasons. So who we have here?
We wouldn't be talking to you if you were a baseball player.
Hey, but I know football. It doesn't matter. Those guys are on the game too.
Yeah. Obviously, his Colts pick is in. I don't know how much you've been following, but Packers came on.
I know they had
missed-
the first pick, like the 10th pick of the second round, right?
Well, they traded. They
Oh, they traded
down.
it?
Yeah.
They lost. Cooper DeJean was robbed right in front of them, so they traded down and picked up Edrin Cooper out of Texas A&M.
You know what? I put a tweet out yesterday. Is like who will the Packers pick in the first couple rounds? And Lejeune was on there from Iowa, the
Yeah,
defensive back.
DeJean.
DeJean, I'm sorry.
It was Well, that's. I mean, even yesterday was the one we really wanted him to get, and he just.
Because Packers didn't have a first round yesterday.
They did. They took
The tackle. The tackle.
which Jordan Morgan out of Arizona.
I was gonna say, okay. I wasn't sure if it was a Big Ten or Pac-12.
He was a Pac-12 guy, but
Oh, they got Jonathan Taylor making the pick.
Interesting.
Oh.
a running back in this market. Wow.
Ah, no. It's terrible how they're treating us these days.
Oh god.
Uh,
I just wish he wasn't injured. He's such a great guy to watch play.
unless you're looking at his college highlights.
That's a little
So
true.
it would have been
That's a
nice
little
if he was
true.
injured more in college.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Against Nebraska.
Oh god.
Yeah. Hey, it's business, never personal.
Yeah, but
I see.
he's picking up Latu in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they stick with defense? Defense has been super heavy in this second round.
Well, yeah. Well, they set records for offense in the first, so they're gonna try to probably set records in the second, unknowingly, because obviously teams.
They do not
Maybe.
do defense.
Very few teams know what the other teams is picking, other than knowing the GM for a long time. You kind of get a way of who they like to go in the draft, when. You get it for you could predict it.
Yeah.
In terms of the
Adonai
GM.
Mitchell.
I don't hate it.
Wide receiver out of Texas.
As Alex has been getting the picks like 10 seconds before everyone else.
Yeah.
They come on my computer.
Oh, you get it
It's-
first. I was
it's-
wondering. I was like, did he
He's-
say that already? I wasn't sure.
He's sitting there.
I haven't
Yeah.
given it all away, but
Yeah.
We like to
Let's
make
see
it a
his,
little guess.
what number? Okay, he was number
You
5.
get-
Okay.
You start pairing that with
Oh, he transferred from Georgia. Did not know
Alex
that.
Pierce, you got a decent receiver core starting to build there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was a contender. I think not as
Ooh, nice
high,
route.
Mm-hmm.
Nice
but
route.
I think he was a contender for Brian Thomas in the first round.
He played at Georgia and Texas.
Yeah, they're showing all the Georgia highlights right now. Sweet, good route runner.
Mm-hmm.
He could get people moving one direction, come back to the other. You got to have that. That's between that and separation, swiveling in the hips.
See, that's what we were talking about earlier. Is like the good receivers, like you're gonna go catch passes and stuff. But the great receivers, you're creating separation. You're gonna go reach balls that the defense can't get. And you're gonna
Yeah.
pull it away from them.
You just do it, and you just have that ability. You know, even it's almost you're not thinking; it's just reaction. You already know it in your head coming off the ball, and it could be that situation where okay, I got to cast this ball for my quarterback because we need a first down here for keep the drive alive or get in field goal range or something.
Yeah.
And a guy like really all these receivers, the kid Aduzi that went to the Bears from Washington, watching him play and watching his highlights too reminded me of just guys that can do that. And the best receivers in the league that can separate whenever they want, basically. And obviously for a DB, that's frustrating as heck because you think you got him the whole game. Then he's like, all right, I gotta make a few plays here, so let me just get open now. I've been letting you cover me all game because I was kind of bored. But you know what? Let's go. I gotta get to the Pro Bowl, or I gotta get my quarterback, the meaty off his back real quick and makes these catches.
Really sounds like George Pickens right there.
Yeah, yep. That or a guy like Megatron from back in the day.
That was the Megatron days.
Yeah.
I'm just disappointed how far Mitchell fell, because I think he's a really good receiver. I just didn't think he would fall this far, because I was originally thinking he would be picked up by like the Bills or the Patriots, because they were also in desperate need of any wide receiver help. But I guess I don't know. He was fun to watch in film. That was one of the receivers that I watched particularly, but specifically in their chance to go to the championship, but didn't really pan out for them. But.
Yeah, teams, what they do, like, they have their list of needs and wants, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they'll have, obviously, like, when they have conversations with the media, because you get analysts trying to interview their GM and coaches, obviously, they just give them, some GMs will literally and purposefully talk about who they're, like, they'll talk about somebody that they have no shot in getting or going to get, just to throw people off or who they're going to draft. You know?
I mean, yeah.
They're not, it's facts. Like, scouts have told me, GMs say he said, I talk about other players just to mislead guys, so the other GMs don't get catch wind of where we actually are going. So it's just a chess match, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I think you see that even in the first round with Jim Harbaugh talking up J.J. McCarthy so much. Which like, he's obviously not going to take a QB with Justin Herbert, but it was enough to get like the media stirring, going
100%.
What if Jim Harbaugh does go to J.J. McCarthy?
It's always
it's
one
like he's
in the
not
meetings.
going J.J. McCarthy.
It's one. Well, I mean, you got to grant. I mean, is this his pupil at Michigan? And so that's it. I mean, but you got to talk him up because you want to help his credit. Because the scouts, I mean, I know, I would say, I would have to say, I'm not sure. I got to pay, what I'm going to do is start paying attention a little bit more to the scouting, because I know scouting back in my time was hit or miss, which it shouldn't be. And when I say hit or miss, it's among the scouting that the guys back then were lazy, ultra lazy, and them in their head of scouting was, they'll come here, for a pro day or go to some small school in Iowa or Oklahoma and get there and then and then probably oversleep, get there late to the pro day, get there late to the practice, and then miss out on half of what they needed to report and forget half of it, and then write a report that was basically shot from the hip to their GM, because that's how so much talent was left, like, found later. Like Terrell Davis, he was a 7th round draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
I think he had a little injury thing in Georgia that kind of dropped him, but it's like you become, the back he become, like, how you miss him into the 7th round. Trying to think anybody else that I could think of outside of myself.
Yeah, how you miss a Mon Green? What, 3rd, 4th round?
Yeah, and my pro day here in Lincoln, Nebraska, I go 417, 418. How you miss that? You're gonna miss that because I'm going fast, right?
Rumor was you had a fumbling problem.
Yeah, but I run 4-1, and Rob Wolf said, you know what? I deal with the fumbles. You got a 3.5 per carry average, if not more. He said, I'll deal with the fumbles. So it's like, it's other players too. I mean, even like, for example, Purdy, right?
Yeah.
Like, and it's like scouts get so personal, right? They don't look at it as like talent. They look at it as, oh, how can I make this player my guy?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of just saying, how can I get the best player for what we need as a player? They take it individually, like they're the GM, like they're the CEO of the organization.
Yep.
I got so many scouts tell me that about other scouts through my time. It's like instead of just working toward a job, eventually do your job good because you find the good players, and eventually you'll get promoted as a GM because all your work is proven. Because every guy you scouted, they come in, they become that dude. Instead of doing that, they're looking at, okay, how can I make this player my guy that's going to put me over the top? Instead of, you're not doing this for your job. You already got a job. You're a scout. Just scout out the best running backs, tight ends, tackles, safe, whatever. Yeah. But the other scouts would tell me in Green Bay, be in our cafeteria, they'd be sitting there taking a break from watching film because their job during the season is to watch film on college and other NFL team players. So just, for the first 6, they're watching, Nebraska players and Wyoming players and whomever. Then they're watching Bengals and Giants guys playing games too that could eventually get cut, so they could pick them up in free agency that happened mid-season. And he's like, yeah, some of these scouts, they just do this because they're trying to get promoted right away. And it's like promotion don't come. It'll come fast as like literally you're batting 1,000 for every player you pick up and you scout and they come in and they're that dude. Just saying if you're somebody that like picked me, Brett Favre, and then Donald Driver and all that, then it's like, okay, yeah, you need to be a GM or you need to be the assistant to the GM. But it doesn't just earn your way and not take it. Don't let your ego get in the way, pretty much is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah. But amidst your rant, the Commanders came on and made their selection of Ben Sinnott out of Kansas State, which I think was rated as the number 2 tight end in the class. Yeah. I thought they were the ones who went and grabbed Zach Ertz. I could be wrong.
I thought it was Zach.
Let me go look up where Zach.
Oh, you mean free agency wise?
Yeah, free agency.
Yeah. Oh, the Browns
Commanders
with it. But yes,
they got Eckler.
They got Eckler.
Yeah, Washington has a squad. Well, they got Eckler.
They got Ertz as well. So they're building up, and you already have like a strong receiver room. You pick up Eckler, you pick up Jaden Daniels. What they haven't worked on is that O-line, so it doesn't really matter.
They have to get something eventually. Like, we don't want their quarterback to run around all the time.
They're just recreating LSU for Jaden Daniels.
They really are.
They're just mimicking it. They're just like, all right, go do what you did last year. It's the same situation. You'll be fine. So we got the Browns really ran out there. They were so quick with it.
Well, by now, you got a day and a half. You should have all your picks in order by now. Mm-hmm. If you don't, there's an issue.
Some of these teams have been taking their time. I think Browns.
It was a sweet time, yeah.
Browns, I think they were sitting there going, please.
There were a few yesterday that they just took the entire
10 minutes. Was it 10 minutes on day one? And it's 5 minutes now.
Yeah.
Cowboys took the entire 10 minutes.
Did they?
Just to trade.
Yes. Oh, really?
Yeah.
They waited just the last 30 seconds.
That's Bush League. If you're trading, you're trading. You don't have to wait the whole 10 minutes.
Then you got to argue over value, though. That's where the
value of what?
Well, what you're getting in returton
for the trade?
Yeah. Like here's what I was thinking.
Because it was a first-round trade, obviously.
Hall.
Michael Hall. Ohio State. He looked like DN. He's putting his hand on the ground. D-tackle. Okay.
Inconsistent, huh?
Of course. Stuff like that just bugs me.
When they say inconsistent,
that's like inconsistent. What do you mean?
Yeah, because they're very vague in their description.
And that's what drives like coaches like Mike Tomlin crazy. Mm-hmm. Like, don't tell me you're inconsistent. Just tell me you didn't coach him up on what he's supposed to do. Mm-hmm. Say that, then I'll take that. At least that's the truth.
Oh yeah.
Because some of these players come out of high school, they're raw talent. Mm-hmm. And some coaches in the college level, and I told this to Alex, like they'll just let raw talent be raw talent and don't coach them up.
Yep.
And then at the next level, the NFL coach is asking like, "What did they do with you at so and so?" And be like, "Nothing."
So no, some of the college guys, and again, it starts with where you're going to school at and how these coaches are building their system. Mm-hmm. Some of the you see it all the time in high school guys. It's like, okay, he's easily our most athletic player. See ball, get ball if you're on defense, or just throw to the sky and let him run. That's what you're going to do at the high school level. If you start letting that bleed into the college level, it gets terrible. It gets so bad because guys, again,
they don't develop.
Earlier, the difference between good receivers and great receivers, they don't have the good footwork technique. They don't have the ability to go and fight for balls away from the defender and create extra separation when they are as fast as the defense or when the defense is going to be just step for step with them. So it's what causes most of the issues, is the coaching that you have, no matter what level you're at.
Yeah.
And getting some extra coaching, finding extra ways to better yourself, that's always a part of the game as well. But having good coach is really what leads you to this position.
I'll go talk. We got some guests
other guys
outside.
I can get rolling here. I got another event I got to get to, so I can kind of pass the torch.
Yeah,
I appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's been great talking some NFL football, some draft prospects and picks. Excited to keep talking more in the future. If you guys ever need, give me a holler.
Yeah.
No, for sure.
All day, every day. Yeah, Detroit. I was there the other night too, so it was chilly.
I'm excited.
Really?
I want to hear.
It was
hear how
chilly.
that-
The fans were like, I didn't know exactly where this stage was at. I was wondering, but I didn't want to go in there because I knew it was gonna get crazy. So but they had a street. I
People
think
notice
the street I was on led into this, what we see here.
They had like a drone flyover where they had like there was like an intersection. They had both streets full of fans.
Yep.
Both sides.
And see, it was light then, obviously, but now it's like probably 100% packed.
The Dolphins gonna get.
That's Dwight. That's their Hall of Fame tackle or whatever. Dwight somebody. That's Dwight
Smith Webb.
Stevenson. Dwight Stevenson. Oh no, Richard Webb.
It's Richard Webb.
1990.
Man, he's older than you.
Yeah, he was. So in 1990, I was in Cali as a
You
kid.
old.
I was a 7th grader at Audubon Junior High School. I played in that was like my little league year. That was probably like my 5th or 6th little league year.
Patrick Paul.
H-Town. I just watched them play. I covered their game earlier this year for football.
You did.
Houston and Baylor.
This season.
I watched them.
That was,
and
that
they
was
actually
an
had a really.
overtime game, wasn't it?
Yeah, Houston won in overtime
Yeah.
against Baylor. So their O-line does well because that quarterback had a lot of running room when he would play or when he get the RPO going. God dang, he just smothered that guy and laid him.
He didn't.
That's
really,
what I
he
like
didn't
to
let him
see.
Get up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I see the big guys do that and just lay on a guy,
I
it's
like how he
yeah.
moved off of that one guy to the other.
Yeah, it's like, oh, he's
Quick
that dog.
that.
He's a dog.
There it is.
Yeah.
All right, you guys have some fun.
All right,
Of course.
Good to
we'll
see ya.
do. See you later, Alex.
Hey, how you doing, man? Good to see you.
How you doing?
Did he come?
You're not in Houston tonight? Or
I was in Detroit.
Yeah.
I was there for this. I
Good to
went.
see ya.
I had a Madden cast and a Smash Brother cast that I did
all right.
for
You can take
the
I've been
Madden,
sitting over there, so
Okay,
you can
here,
take
here.
the Rally Cry Collegiate series for Madden Finals and Super Smash Brother Finals.
Nice.
Yeah, so I did that, and Michigan State, and they played against Oakland. The Oakland that beat Kentucky
Oh, okay.
in NCAA basketball, but this was their esports team.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, and they were playing Smash against Michigan State, but Michigan State is that team right now. They won their bid to the CECC that's in Dallas next weekend. It's
Nice.
basically our NCAA version of March Madness. It's called May Madness.
Okay.
It's down there at the
Bracket
esports center.
style and everything.
Bracket
else.
style and everything. So they got
Nice.
Michigan State is going to be probably facing between Maryville, Northwoods, Boise State, and Fisher College.
Fisher College.
Yeah.
Where are they out of?
They're all in like between Michigan and Iowa. So
Oh,
Midwest
okay.
schools on
Yep.
up to North Central Midwest schools.
Yep.
So Michigan has, I think, between Michigan State, I think Northwoods is up there.
Yep.
Maryville is either Iowa or Indiana or Ohio, somewhere in there. But those schools I just mentioned are like the Bamas, the Georgias, the top echelon.
Got
Like,
the program and.
yep, they've been around for almost 10 years now. So like a good program has been around, I think, 8 years.
Yep.
And like they got full rides
Right.
in esports.
Dang.
Yeah, they're not messing
Nice.
around.
Yeah.
I told
Is there
Troy.
any name, image, and likeness going on in esports?
Right. I had a meeting with our AD, Troy Dannon, a few weeks ago, or about a week ago now, and I said between the facility, I was like, dang it, I gotta say, we need full rides too. We got partials now, but full rides, and then a budget to pay, get a few more coaches in here to help us with recruiting, help us with practices, stuff like that, supervising.
Yep.
Practices. That's our biggest need because right now just myself and Coach Tan, and obviously we got to supervise practices because we got to correct language,
Yep.
making sure they're talking in the comms correctly. Make sure they're not just being college kids.
What do you do? You can do scrimmage. I mean,
We scrim all the
yeah,
time.
scrim all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, so between that though, the kids are learning that you don't just scrim all the time.
Right.
Sometimes you have practice where you actually work on your small detailed mechanics.
Yep.
In shooters, you're working on your aim, you're
Yep.
working on your accuracy, You're working on your call outs or on the map. So when you say, oh yeah, I'm top left
Yeah.
or I'm in the blue room, like
Yep.
make sure everybody knows what the blue room is and where the blue room is at.
Yep.
So they know they could get there in like a couple steps
Yep.
to help you fight or get your, finish off your kill because the person is one shot or something like that. So, we got Cowboys coming up.
Yeah, what picks did we miss? What picks did I miss while I was up
We
there?
didn't miss.
You
Just
only missed the
one.
one. It was
Just
the
one.
tackle from Houston.
Yeah.
Oh,
That was it.
That was it.
Something Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Paul. Paul.
No, that was it. You just missed one. Now they just did like a little break. Or Cowboys actually.
Cowboys are
using
taking
the-
their sweet time.
They're using the whole 5 minutes.
Well, we could take that time. Obviously, new guest. You can give yourself a chance to introduce yourself if you want.
Yeah, my name's Andrew Griffin, and I'm a husband of a faculty member here, and my wife and I are from San Diego originally, henceforth the Chargers, and my inner 8-year-old is still healing from being moved to the evil empire of LA in 2016. My inner 8-year-old just doesn't know how to still handle that, even though it's been like 8 years, right? And so however long it's been, but yeah, I remember I tried so hard to not be a Charger fan for so long, and then the heart wanted, and so but no, it's cool. We have a dog named Charger, and
nice.
So it's pretty.
What breed is it?
Yeah, Labradoodle. Yep,
Okay.
Labradoodle, and yeah, he's been the bad luck charm since we got him. So,
Things fans do.
That's right.
I'm gonna create a podcast. Things fans do because I've met
That's right.
Packer fans that. Oh my God. Good. Packers to Bears fans that just they're hilarious.
I just want to know like the culture around the Bills Mafia. That alone is just something.
I mean,
else.
you could. The fans, y'all get so personal, like you are, like you talk.
Absolutely.
Like you said,
Make
since
it-
you're an
It's
8,
part of your identity.
It
Know?
is.
Like,
as players, we're like, whatever.
yeah. It's like you don't know. Like Sundays, determine the attitude of the week, right? I mean,
Yeah.
like if your team loses, I mean, you're mourning till Wednesday. Production at work be damned.
Yeah,
So-
facts. It's like, oh my God, I gotta go to work today.
Right?
I don't want to
speaking
talk to
of-
that Bear fan in the cubicle next to me right now.
Actually, we'll cover it right after we see what Cowboys take. Which you gotta wonder what all in looks like day 2. All in day 1 was trade back and tackles. So
This is the one tackle I didn't think they were actually gonna choose. They're probably gloating right now. So,
for all Cowboy fans out here, let's see who your next disappointment's
Oh,
going to be.
Hey.
Spencer Rattler,
Oh,
yeah, right,
Spencer,
Spencer Rattler.
please.
you're
let's do
getting
it.
rid of Dak. It's gonna be the
that's right.
move.
I think he's eligible for the AAP card.
no, they're
right?
paying him
Isn't
too
he?
much money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they don't want to
Last
pay him.
year, I believe, on his contract.
But yeah, they'll let him test.
Well, he has more experience than Dak, clearly. That's what's
At the
rather-
professional level,
That's
yes,
right.
definitely. Okay,
Yeah.
they're taking their time.
They're doing
Gotta-
an announcement here, either something with the
Oh, they're
the
talking
disabled
about the
group,
the
if they're with
wheelchair football league.
or something like. Yep, that's what I was thinking.
So
'Cause-
even in the draft, when it's a time thing, the Cowboys still get more airtime. How is that?
well,
even
that's
a thing?
Jerry Jones
Yeah,
at
I
his
know.
at his best. He always he knows
He's paying them enough.
Wow.
he's gonna squeeze it out.
He's gonna pay him.
I got it like a second early.
What?
I'm not gonna spoil it for you. I'll just say
If
it's someone
it's-
I've mentioned a couple
Steven
times.
Rattler.
Yeah, clearly Spencer Rattler.
Spencer Rattler. Yeah, Spencer
Clearly.
Rattler. Yeah.
Clearly that's
I-
what they're going.
Tampa's next, and then Green Bay.
And then Houston, Buffalo, Detroit, Baltimore, San Francisco, Kansas City. Okay. I don't know who else would move up.
It's
that
not.
bottom half.
It is not a thing I would have expected.
They're
Oh,
bringing
so-
back Des Bryant.
Yeah, they need to bring him on the coaching
Maybe-
staff.
That's
Maybe he can probably get that catch.
Marshawn
Nealon.
Western Michigan.
There you go,
Or
Edge.
probably a running back. Oh, no, edge
Interesting.
rusher.
He's an edge rusher. He was one who I saw rise a little bit. I'm just surprised they went. I mean, they lost Dorrance Armstrong, but
They did.
I don't see edge really being your. it's
Ooh, nice
building on the issue that you had. Maybe I mean, who knows?
kick.
Maybe
Okay,
I don't
good,
know
He's
too
good
much
with
about
his hands.
He
yeah.
is.
maybe he's better in the run game than some of the guys you've had, but they've had such struggles on defense in the run game specifically. I don't see edge really being a solution to the problems they had this last year. You didn't add anything.
Man.
I mean, they have Parsons on one side, and then who they have on the other. Is it?
I think it was Armstrong.
Armstrong?
I think Armstrong
but
was
he
his
left.
duo. Yeah.
Well, he left. Gregory's
he
been
left,
gone.
yeah.
Right.
So you got Lawrence in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
DeMarcus Lawrence has been
Interesting.
a
So
mainstay.
Nealon's
He's been-
supposed to, is their expectation is obviously going to start opposite of Parsons.
I would assume.
Yeah,
so,
but again, your issue's not been the pass rush game,
It's
but they're
been
just
the-
going all in on that, which just doesn't solve problems.
they
But
need to fix their their defense on the rush because that's what their issue
Was
was
that
against
Tyler
Green
Perry?
Bay specifically.
Barry there.
Sorry about that.
but yeah,
About Tyler Perry and the Cowboys.
now that we got that,
war room
uh,
there.
we had a comment in the chat asking you specifically how you felt about your team's picks up to this point, specifically the Joe Alt pick.
Ugh. After a few glasses of Jack Daniels last night, I mean, I was able to. I woke up this morning. I turned off the TV as soon as I heard Joe Alt, and I was just like, I can't. My heart can't take this. I'm already overweight.
What position?
This is
Tackle.
left tackle.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And like.
But offensive line is
yeah,
good.
Well, here's
But
the
they
thing.
have no receivers.
But
They
even
gotta deal
aside
with
from
it.
that, Rashawn Slater, all pro, is our left tackle, and he's still on his rookie contract. Damn it! So
Well,
now you got
God,
the
what are we
opposite.
doing?
Interesting.
Drafting Joe Alt, I can be honest about my franchise. I know we're dysfunctional as heck. So, like, so
85% of the league.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I sit here and go like, wait a minute. I thought the whole point was you fill a hole. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you have like if you have the fifth pick, that means you're not very good. That means you have holes everywhere.
Mhm.
The only 4 places that we have a good spot at was left tackle, and why did we draft a left tackle? So I guess for me, what my thoughts are is, if I'm grading it, everyone loves doing grades, right, for drafts and everything. I give it a C because I like the player, but I can't give it any more than that because it's for a position that we really didn't need. It's only going to cause more roster problems down the line. I mean, what are we going to do? I mean, like, Joe Alt has already said, like, I don't play right tackle, okay? So we're not going to move him to right tackle. Sean Slater, are you going to make the guy who's an all-pro move to right tackle and make less money going to a contract year? That's dumb. So, you know what I mean? Like, what's the play here, right? So, and yeah, I mean, I would have loved to seen us get Neighbors. My dream going into yesterday was either Neighbors or trade down. Because we got so many holes. One player, even if we would have got Neighbors, it's still. I mean,
Neighbors was what?
He came right after because the Giants.
I
got
know
him.
what position.
Receiver at
Receiver.
LSU.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, sure, I couldn't remember
Yeah,
what
Malik
his position was.
Neighbors, wide receiver at LSU, and he went the very next
okay,
pick.
number 11.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Got it.
He went.
No, 11 was Brian Thomas.
Oh,
Brian
That was
Yeah.
Thomas. Yeah.
He was 8.
Yeah.
8. Yeah. I mean,
But didn't Neighbors go to the Giants right after?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, he was the very next pick.
He was the
right
very
after-
next pick.
Right after
Yep.
us, right? So
because we speculated that the Vikings would trade with the Chargers.
Yeah,
they would get
absolutely.
McCarthy, and you guys would get like a wide receiver later.
I
down
was
the
hoping
board.
for
Either
was
that or
hoping-
they traded with the it would be or the Cardinals and you guys get Marvin Harrison.
Right.
But
Yeah.
clearly you guys were like,
didn't
I
happen.
really
Well,
want that O line.
yeah, that was the wet dream that never took place with Marvin Harrison Jr.
And then-
Yeah.
That was
Wet
waking
dream.
up right before
Dang.
right before it got
Tell
good.
me how you really feel.
So
But then I forget who did they pick in the second round.
It was
we got McConkey.
McConkey.
Yeah,
That was
McConkey,
McConkey.
which-
Because that was the pick. I was like, I thought the Patriots would pick McConkey, but I
Yeah,
guess
we
they
went-
wanted to trade down. I guess.
We got Wes Welker 2.0, baby.
I
You know what
guess.
I mean?
Yeah.
It is
Well, I'll take it.
along the lines of what Alex said too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Welker was a Charger before he was a Patriot. People forget that.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
were just dumb enough again at the time to let him go. And
Yeah.
then, so again,
actual
Yeah.
literally
Just don't let him go this
just
time.
don't let him go this time, right?
just don't
Exactly.
give him to
That's
the
right.
Patriots.
Yeah.
20 years later, we're trying to make up for that mistake, like, yeah, so
Just don't do the same thing again.
that's right. Yeah, learn from our mistakes. It takes
Oh,
2
God.
decades. So
Yeah.
Do you ever learn from your mistakes as a Chargers fan?
I know, yeah. It's I always say, I'm very much into trying to root for franchises, and I'm, the mistake I constantly make is, why am I giving my money to the Ultimate Trust Fund baby, who's our owner, Dean Spanos, he's our owner. He's the Ultimate Trust Fund baby. I mean, here's a guy who
Dominic Sue. Oh no, that looked like him for a second. Not him.
Oh, it's
not
Walt.
him.
Who's this?
It's one of their.
It's,
William.
that's the DN
Yeah.
from Ohio State.
Oh, there, yeah.
William Ghost.
He was pretty. He played for the Jets too, right?
Yeah, I think so. And Buccaneers twice. You think he went to the Jets and back to the Buccaneers?
Let's see where they go. Chris Braswell.
I
Hey,
like
they
that
get that.
pick. I like
They
that
get
pick.
that edge. We had
Seeing
him.
him
Yeah,
South.
because they needed that really badly.
Yeah, we mocked him getting an edge in the first round.
That didn't happen.
Although Graham Barton, I think, is a great addition with some of the injuries they've had. So you get that, and you still get a solid edge who just falls to you at 57. I don't know what. Do the math. 25 in the second round. 25th pick in the second round. Especially because, I mean, he was up there. He was valued around the same area as like Darius Robinson.
Yeah.
So him coming basically an entire round later, which obviously
that pick
people
in Tampa.
value things differently than what the people who aren't professional scouts for teams do, which makes sense.
That's right.
There's a reason you're not. Oh, and the
Packers.
very
Oh
good.
boy.
They already.
Determined.
What's the old boy?
Determined.
Gotta be a defensive back. You addressed linebacker. You took a lineman in the first round. Maybe this is an interior D lineman.
And
they
Lejeune.
were smart
Lejeune,
here.
is it Lejeune or Lejeune? He's gone.
Dejean.
Dejean
Dejean.
went to when
I'm gonna
to
say he's got to be
the
gone by
Eagles.
now. Ooh,
So-
Eagles. That's a good place to be.
Yeah, it was a good. It
As
was a good
DB.
pick. I was
They
just
got
like,
good coaching.
it was right.
I know that guy actually. It's hilarious.
You do?
Yeah.
Cooper Jean?
No, that guy
Oh, that
No,
guy.
that-
Oh, really?
with the hat
the
on.
Packers fan.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, duh.
That was, of course, Aaron Jones' guy, because Aaron Jones had a big old sombrero
Yeah.
when he came in his rookie year.
Yep.
And then when he started really make up the yards and big plays,
Ooh,
I
Brian
think
Bulaga.
Pro Bowl one year. Oh, Balaga.
He's back.
He was a rookie.
Oh.
I was trained with him in the strike year in 2010.
Javon Bullard.
The
Georgia.
Lustful
They need
Blues.
safeties.
Yep.
They have
They do. They didn't get either of
Savage.
the ones that they
Fuller.
Savage hasn't developed quite.
They did get McKinney,
Okay. I'd
which
say he's
is
been
the
okay.
big grab. They did need someone opposite of. I
So,
think Savage.
Quay
left,
Walker's
didn't
teammate.
Savage, I think, did leave. I don't
Sa-
remember.
Savage,
where
yeah, he may be gone, but if he is there, he still has some room to grow.
Is Alexander still there?
Alexander's
Yeah,
he's their
Alexander's
guy.
still-
That's
yeah,
the DB.
he's never leaving.
He
Yeah,
is.
he's that
He is
dude.
the lockdown half of the field.
And the good thing about this, him and Quay are buddies.
Yeah,
They know each other,
Yeah.
unless they play a lot of Madden and Quay will get his butt kicked. So, but obviously, you got two Georgia Bulldogs now in the defensive backfield.
Wow, Texas
Three.
so fast.
Three.
Because Wyatt, that's on the D line. I almost forgot about him.
Yeah.
Texans.
Russ Ball, right there on the phone. There's Matt in the back.
Who did the Texans pick up earlier? Will was it
Andrew Cooper. Okay.
Oh, was Cooper?
Not bad.
and-
Yeah.
It's not bad at all.
They do need those positions.
Yeah.
I said they
Defense,
need
defense is what they needed.
between inventory and just having heads, and then two, when those heads can actually be good. That's where you get the bonus. Because GMs think basically like right now is just obviously get needs, maybe some wants, but then as you get closer to training camp, for anybody that's not signed,
Right.
they'll go free agent, either experienced player or maybe a player that's still on the streets, that's from the college.
Yep.
Try to find just for
The post draft.
post draft
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah,
get some head count.
Right.
Just to
Blake
fill in, but
Fisher.
every now and then somebody could come out of that. So we got Blake Fisher from Notre Dame fighting
I
out.
don't know how you guys feel, but every time I see like a high end draft pick, like okay, again, I'm a Charger fan, so I'm looking at Alt on the left, right? But anytime you see like the same guy on the same team, opposite position, again, talk about Neighbors and Brian Thomas, right? For me, I'm like, is that second guy ever really that like better than the first guy? I never feel like it is.
I think Alt is definitely a large bit better than Fisher. But I mean, Josiah knows this because I've talked his ear off about it. I think Brian Thomas is much higher value. Should be higher valued than he was comparing him to Neighbors.
But then the question then becomes like, okay, so like for LSU, right? for LSU, you have your quarterback and your 2 receivers all taken in the first round. Why didn't you win the SEC? You know,
Good question. Good question.
I mean, did anyone watch college football last year and be like, "Oh, LSU, like, yeah, that's a scary team that's making it to playoffs"? No. So like,
they had no line, they had no defense. It was quarterback and receivers was their entire team, and they still ended with 2-3 losses,
yeah,
which speaks a lot. But
at least, right?
That guy in the comment, he's someone I know from camp. So, yeah.
What do you say?
He's just where were we filming? Filming in
Nebraska.
Lincoln, Nebraska.
There you go.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
podcast studio
Podcast studio. Yeah.
on
Planet Earth.
Somewhere on planet Earth. Yeah.
somewhere in the Milky Way,
In the Midwest.
Yeah, or
somewhere
we're in
in a
Gotham
galaxy
City.
not that far away.
You know what? We're in Wakanda.
What kind of
Wakanda forever. Wakanda forever. I miss Chadwick Boseman so much.
How do you guys
Ad
feel about
break.
how you guys feel about 6 quarterbacks in the first? You know.
Oh yeah, how do you remind? Let's re-jog people's memories. How do you feel about Michael Penix?
Right.
Shut
First
up.
off, wait, who?
Shut
okay,
up, Will.
I get his team is the Purple People Eaters. What's your team?
I don't
I'm not
have
the
a
Purple
team,
People.
actually.
No, Sean's the Purple People Eaters. I'm a Ravens fan. Very different.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I don't have
Purple
a
Bird
team.
Eaters.
I don't have a team. I just usually root for underdogs or teams that haven't won a championship. So I've been, particularly last season, I was like rooting for the Lions to go somewhere.
All right.
But
They'll be there.
they will.
They're there.
Yeah, they're
I want them there
Solid.
so
Solid.
And
badly.
the Texans.
They're gonna figure
And
it
the
out.
Texans, yeah.
Yeah.
Texans Lions Super Bowl. I'd be happy for that.
solid.
But the thing is that I have a family full of I have Bears fans, Packers fans, Broncos fans, a couple Chiefs fans. So they're pretty spread out throughout the Midwest-ish. So I've just been kind of tuning in here and there. But I don't know. I mean, it's interesting to see like the just from the perspective of not being a fan of a particular team. So I don't know. I like most of these moves, particularly with the Falcons picking Penix, though.
Sure.
I want to burn Atlanta. Like, what are they doing here?
What's wrong with that?
Like, I don't mind Penix. It's just I
'Cause
don't
you have
understand
Kirk
why
there.
he went up that high
Why
in the
they-
draft, and if they just signed Kirk Cousins to a
Yeah.
4-year,
Right.
$180 million contract. So I don't really see the point there. I mean, if they wanted a quarterback, they probably just could have waited for Penix, or if he got picked up by like the Raiders, for example, they still had like Rattler down the board and everything. They still had a couple other QBs, not as big names, but you're kind of prepping for the future. I think that was their intention. It's just they chose their quarterback way too soon, and that's
Right.
where I'm a little bitter about that, because Penix to the Raiders made a lot of sense in my mind. But
Yeah, see, that's where the difference is right there.
Yeah.
Because you wanted him as a Raider.
I don't,
You want
The
to
Fal-
Penix as a Raider.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so
I thought Raiders
Falcons
fans wanted
had
Jaden
other
Daniels, though.
plans.
Isn't that
I
like
mean,
wasn't that their guy?
I don't know.
was too much
It
of a
depended on who
move
you
up, though.
asked.
Yeah.
He went at 2.
Yeah,
So-
'cause-
Because I told you, Will, what teams do right earlier before I left.
Yes.
So in that
it's
scenario,
true.
you pretty much hit on the head on the development side, right? So you get Kirk Cousins, you sign him to a 4-year deal. He gets paid another lump sum of money, big money. He made more money probably than Trump because he's
Probably.
I don't know.
I don't
now.
know.
in the last 6
Now,
years.
yes, maybe
Yeah.
not back then.
Currently, yeah.
Yes.
probably.
So with that, now Penix
100 grand
can develop
again.
behind Kirk Cousins, who is a good quarterback. So he can watch Kurt and learn. Because we know Penix, anybody drafted in the first round obviously are good college quarterbacks that can transition over and be good NFL quarterbacks. But it's better. I say it's a better formula to have that college quarterback to develop under somebody like a Kirk Cousins. Because go back, one example that I use with Will, and I've already explained this a few times, is twice
times
with
over,
once
right.
with Brett, and then once with Aaron, and then with Aaron again. But then Minnesota Vikings, Dante Culpepper. He was behind Warren Moon
That's true.
and Randall Cunningham.
That's right.
That's
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
You know, 98,
Yep.
98, 99. Because me, Randy Moss, Dante Culpepper, we all got drafted the same year. I was in Seattle those 2 years. So Dante in 98, where Randy Moss had his year, that was Randall Cunningham.
That's right. Yeah.
And so Dante just sitting on the bench chilling.
With Carter on the other side.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then when Dante gets
Yeah.
in there, Randall Cunningham retires, and now he has the same group of receivers, Robert Smith at running back,
Yeah.
and the defense. Their defense is a problem.
Yeah.
Their linebackers, I say the lightest linebacker was 265.
Right.
Linebacker, not putting his hand in the turf.
Right.
Linebacker
Oh my
that's coming
gosh.
from 5-yard depths into the line of scrimmage. Okay,
God, yeah.
so yeah, that was a headache.
Thank you for making sure.
I can vouch for that.
The fact that I had to,
I mean,
Yeah.
I get the whole process of like letting a quarterback sit and develop behind, because we were talking about it earlier with
gotta do it.
Howell going to Seattle. I mean, Howell actually did a lot better than I thought he would, especially with that week of an O line.
Mhm.
He was playing his heart out. So I think letting him sit behind Geno Smith, who's been a journeyman, like Will has said, and just kind of learning from him, I think he might develop into maybe a better quarterback for the future. I don't know. I don't know if he stays in Seattle.
There
or
he,
not.
he shows up. There he is.
Hey, there he is.
He's been there.
I will
Yep.
say the Chargers have the ultimate. We're talking about sitting behind a quarter. A journeyman, right? We had Tyrod Taylor, who thank you, Dr. Charger, whoever you were that punctured the lung of Tyrod Taylor just to get Justin Herbert in there. I was like, oh dang, we actually got a good guy. We never would have known that unless you punctured Tyrod Taylor's lung.
I wonder
Appreciate
how
that.
that happened.
Yeah.
I just want to be a fly
There
on
had
the
to been
wall.
something going on behind
Right?
the scenes.
I'm
I
like,
don't know what they
if
were
he
doing.
really truly wasn't paying attention or what.
Only with the Chargers would that happen. I mean, we miss field goals and doctors miss lungs. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
At least
terrible.
you haven't missed a field goal
What?
recently. Wide right.
yeah, right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Flashbacks.
If you really want to talk about missed field goals, we got someone in the room over there who's very familiar with missed field goals as a Vikings fan.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Who's that?
Sean Hill.
Oh, he's a Vikings fan.
He's a Vikings fan. He's
Yeah.
wearing this nice purple sweatshirt. And his Rakestraw goes to the Lions.
Oh my gosh,
Rakes.
they're really loading up on
Look at
cornerbacks.
that. Yeah. Who they got?
They had
Arnold. Right?
Terrion
They had
Arnold.
Arnold, and now they
Yeah.
have Rakestraw.
Yeah.
Who was their?
That's-
Did they have another pick, or was it just those two? Right.
I think it was just those two.
Okay. Well,
But that's
Jeez.
you
the
get
Lions are going all in right now.
on a. The Lions called up Dallas and went, "Hey, so what are you planning
We're
on
taking that. We're taking that pick.
doing?" We like
Remember-
what you're doing.
Remember
We
when
like
all
your-
those Lions fans were upset that they'd let go of Darius Slay? Well, you look like you kind of backloaded him now because now he was to the Eagles. You're again a couple years ago, but
I mean, Darius Slay. He's still a really solid corner. He's a little bit up there. I still like him though as a player.
yeah.
But obviously you see both the Lions and the Eagles having corner issues currently, and the Lions haven't made big moves to get corners, and I think that's been their issue. Eagles have made moves because they got Darius Slay and James Bradbury, and
Yeah.
they just have not turned out like they hoped.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of both of them, which is why it's kind of a bummer.
Bradbury was the guy who came from the Giants too, right? He went from
Yep.
Giants to Eagles.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah,
He
people
was
were
at
not as
Giants
mad
first.
about that as Saquon though.
Yeah, right.
They had their pitchforks
Look
and
at that.
everything.
Rickshaw,
the
Arnold.
Eagles getting the Giants
Right.
sloppy
Oh, God.
seconds and
What's
making them better.
That is
That's a good lineup right there.
Hutchinson, Carlton Davis, Ennis Rakestraw, Terrion Arnold, and Brian Branch. That is who. Oh, we got our pick. All right.
Two of
Don't
those-
suck.
I got
Don't
questions
suck.
I gotta ask you. By the way,
Oh boy.
Mr. Raven.
Yeah, we'll see.
We have more connection now going into this year as we know.
Yeah,
Goodness.
definitely got some. I'm curious to see. Because I'm like, even in the first round, I was like, I don't have a specific guy that I really want. It was just kind of pick. I don't even care too much the position. Just don't pick someone who I think sucks.
Right. Right.
So,
And how is that supposed to not happen?
well, there's just some people who I'm really like. I'm not high on, and there's some people who I'm like, hey, it's not the
Oh,
position I'm looking at, but
Oh, it's
Is that
Toddy.
yeah. What's his name?
Halodi.
Halodi Nada. That's
Halodi
right.
Nada. Toddy.
That's right. Oh, he played for a while too.
Yeah, he got a couple rings.
2006.
Maybe one. He has one ring. He wasn't there in 01 or 2000. He was
Yeah,
on
he
the
would
20,
have. Yeah.
he was on the
2012.
2014 roster
Him and Vince Wilfork, the original.
when they beat the
150s.
49ers. His brother beat his brother in the Harbaugh Bowl.
That's right.
And the lights went out in New Orleans.
they-
I watched that Super Bowl on the George W. Bush, the SSSW Bush.
Oh.
It was the military like outreach we did with the NFL. And I was like, yeah, I'll do that. That was cool.
Okay.
Watch it on a ship. That was pretty dope.
What are you thinking about that one?
Yeah.
Roger Rosengarten.
I'm not surprised we went tackle. We were looking. we were thinking tackle in the first round.
It's a big kid.
But we went Wiggins instead. This kind of fills because we lost Morgan Moses, so this is kind of just like filling a gap a little bit. I don't know. The Ravens are just a team when they draft. It's one of the perks of being a fan of the team is you just kind of trust what they go with. They're very good at
They
picking
got
up
Ozzie
good
Newsome
players.
still in there. I know I saw him earlier,
Yeah.
so that's good. He's still consulting even though he stepped down.
You said
Can
Rosengarten,
see
I just
Morgan
think of the
Moses.
rookie. Remember that old movie, the with the kid with the Cubs that pitched Rosengarten. You know what
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about?
yeah,
Yeah,
that was.
Rosengarten, right? That was.
Oh, that was his name.
That was the kid. Yeah.
I know the movie. I know exactly what
trade.
you.
Trade.
I know exactly what the movie you're talking about.
Casey.
It was the Disney movie, right?
They just
Yeah.
traded with San Francisco. I don't know why.
Another receiver.
I mean,
Doozy.
they need receivers that don't drop the ball.
Yeah,
I mean, that's who they need.
I'm not sure if that's a question for you as a Chargers fan. I want to know how you feel
About the chefs.
about the chefs and their pick of Xavier Worthy because I've heard some people who are not. There are some people who are very concerned with them getting Xavier Worthy. I honestly think it's a bad move for
I
the
love
Chiefs.
it. I love it. I love it. To me, I'm like, I'm sitting there going like, thank you, Chiefs, for thinking you can reincarnate Tyreek Hill. You know, and thinking. Oh, so they only traded back one, but you know, Xavier Worthy wears the hands. He can't body up anyone. Sure, he can run past you, but like, you know, I'm not worried about Xavier Worthy because I'm not sitting there going like, all right, you know, even if you throw him the ball, he had a ton of drops, and I mean that was his thing, right? It's like he drops the ball. Tyreek Hill was never known as a person who dropped the ball, and he was also a guy who would like body you up and run past you, right? But you know, for Xavier Worthy, I'm like, I just feel like you can just. I mean, a windy day is going to knock him over. So, you know, I'm you know, him playing at Arrowhead in December, like I'm not worried about it. His legs might freeze. You know.
I mean, yeah, I agree. That was my consensus when they picked him. I was like, yeah, that's kind of that like.
Yeah.
I mean, the Chiefs aren't fantastic at drafting. They haven't been amazing at drafting. It's just 2-3 pieces that have made them win.
Well, here and let's be clear. The Chiefs, the reason why they're good. I mean, if we remember the end of year report card, the owner had the F. Did you guys remember that? This player's end of year report card. The owner was rated an F.
Still on
but
the board.
Who did that?
the
Who
Chiefs
graded the owner? That's amazing. That's awesome. Kingsley who?
Sumatai,
Oh, from BYU.
BYU, yeah.
Big kid.
had-
Oh wow, he's not even moving and he's handling him. When you saw it,
Well-
he's barely moving his feet and the guy can't go. That's like a 5-year-old trying to play against a big 10-year-old brother. They
right.
can't put his hand on his head. That's
Nope, you can't.
you
nope.
can't go. That's what I just saw over there
Yeah,
on the right
I'm
end.
holding this up in the air. You can't get it.
He's from BYU, so is he like 34, 35?
Potentially.
Right?
Well, he transferred
Oh,
from.
this
oh,
is video.
Is
Let's
this him?
watch it.
Is
Yep.
this him? All right.
Oh.
Hey, that's impressive.
Okay.
That's
He-
impressive.
That's from 90. That's a 1997. film
Zero
right there.
sacks
That
and
looks like it.
300
That's power.
Yep.
That's explosion.
Yeah.
Something like I used to do about 15 years ago.
That's right.
You know, so that's impressive to show that on video.
It makes it cooler because he has the dye hair. That's
Oh,
he
that,
got
yeah.
3 inches higher because he has the the
Gotcha.
bleach hair.
That's actually
Yeah.
a better pick than Worthy, I think.
And they need that. They need help.
They
It's always good to tighten up on the O-line, especially when you got Pat back there. He's going to make anybody
Oh,
look
49ers,
good.
you fools. Why would you trade there? You could have had him.
Hey, you calling John Lynch a fool. You know that, right?
Yes.
I just letting you know.
They took Pearsall off.
Oh, Purdy got a commercial.
He do got a
Good for
commercial.
him.
Good. He's
It
finally going to
finally
get
took a
paid.
while.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah.
He's finally going to get hit
He
with
can
stuff.
afford Olive Garden now.
Facts. That's
forgot
true.
about that one.
He's going to roll the hoodie and khaki jacket all year
Oh,
long.
Gosh.
Yeah. He's in his commercials now. He got a car for free. There you go.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
He's rolling that. He's rolling electric.
took him.
That's his only car.
Yeah.
The gas prices.
He's
in
been
San Francisco.
one-wheeling it around
Yeah.
Santa Cruz and San Francisco.
He's gonna learn how much insurance is in San Francisco now.
And in California in
Yeah,
general.
Dude.
I mean, California, that's the whole reason we moved back to Nebraska when I was in high school, or
Gross.
junior, about to go to high school.
Yeah.
Really?
I grew up in LA, then my mom and dad, between that and the gang situation, then
Yep.
taxes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We gotta get back. We're
Taxes.
going back to the Midwest.
That's right, dude. I always
Like,
tell people we
no.
moved here. We were part of the California Exodus before it was cool to be called the California Exodus. You know what I mean? Like we moved
Okay.
in 2013, and you know, I'm just like, yeah, like that sun tax is a thing. Y'all don't think about it, but it's just that sun
State
tax.
taxes
State
ridiculous
taxes, yes.
in
Yep.
California.
I just
They even tax. Okay, I was there visiting on the trip. I went to E3,
Yep.
Esport or the Electronic Entertainment Expo. Now it's over, which sucks.
Right.
But anyway, I stayed at a hotel probably a couple blocks from the LA Convention Center, and I was like, got a little munchies. I wanted to get some sweets. I saw a little Walgreens, so it's gonna be some processed stuff there. Anyway, let me go. Go in there, do some shopping. They actually had a fruit aisle, so shocked. Picked up a couple apples,
Yeah.
a banana.
Yeah.
You know, got my hot tamales and some popcorn, some Doritos for my hotel spaz out of with late night munchies.
Yep. Yep.
I get to the register, swipe out, paper or plastic. I was like, you know, plastic. I just said. Usually I do paper. I just said. I don't know why I said.
$10
Yeah.
for plastic, $5 for paper.
Yep. I was like, really? Hold on. I said, time out. Pump your brakes. I said, excuse me. Why is this $5 charge or $10 charge?
Yeah.
Oh well, we're eco here. You know, we're trying to be eco friendly to the environment. You pick the plastic bag. I was like,
Yeah.
I was just doing
have
it
to
because
pay
I
more
hadn't
kill.
picked plastic in a long time.
yeah.
You know, it gave me paper, by the way. I was like, wow.
Right.
Charge you the 5 extra.
I love that
Like,
Purdy has a commercial now. I love
Yeah.
it.
Right.
I mean, it's a long time coming.
I'll tell you, in 2000, long time ago. So we're talking in 2014, 15. We went to, what's the famous pier in San Francisco? Like Pier 44.
Or in San Fran, I don't know. I was going Seattle. I know
But-
Pier
so,
30.
So we're having like
Pier
my
one.
wife and I are having dinner like at a seafood restaurant at the end of the pier, and I remember I got the bill. And it was like $150. That made sense. What didn't make sense was at the bottom when they showed you like your taxes, like your guarantee.
Oh, they hit you up.
gratuity. There was a charge for employee health care at the bottom of the receipt, and I'm like,
Employee health
and
care
I'm
on a
I asked,
dinner
I,
menu
I asked the waiter.
receipt?
I asked the
I
waiter.
mean-
I was like, "What's this charge for?" Like it was like $6, right? It was like $6, and I'm
You're
like,
playing.
and I'm like, employee health care. I'm like, what is this? And he goes, yeah. If you eat anywhere on the pier, as a consumer, you have to pay for my health insurance. And I was like,
What?
I ordered fish and chips. I don't want. What am I about to
Really?
do? Like with your employee health care? Like I was beside myself.
Impressive, LA
Yeah.
or California.
Yeah, I was like, that's a new one.
San Fran.
That is a new.
I
one.
haven't never. No.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why like most pro athletes live in Arizona. It's the closest they'll get, or
Yeah.
Texas, Florida.
Yeah.
Even Tennessee now is no state tax.
Yep.
Washington State is as well.
Nebraska, learn,
Come on, senators
hoping,
and
I'm
governor.
hoping.
Let's go.
There's other
So
ways.
Brock Purdy
There's other ways.
touchdowns. He was third. Huh? Oh, was it Jordan Love was first with 41 touchdowns or something like that with the
I
Packers.
think it wasn't it Prescott?
He's either
Prescott
Prescott or
was up there
Love.
for just passer rating.
I think yards though. Love was top. Oh,
Yeah.
my
We're talking-
man.
well, I
my
don't
man
know
is
if we're
funny.
talking passer rating or what.
He's made a career out of being a comedian now.
Oh,
also.
this is.
He played for the Bears. I played against him.
Oh
Spice
yeah,
Adams.
Spice. He does basketball things. A short basketball commercial or
Yeah.
basketball videos. If you ever look up this dude,
He's
he'll
funny.
he'll do like these spoofs where he's like a basketball player. He's wearing like he's a big
The
guy,
old 80
clearly.
shorts, like up to
Yeah.
your stomach.
Yeah, with like the
Oh,
tube socks,
those.
you know.
Yep,
Oh.
above
Like,
your belly
oh,
buttons, like your old
hilarious.
coach gear.
So hilarious.
Yeah, he played. He was a three technique for the Bears.
Mhm.
Yeah, back when I was playing.
Yeah, he was pretty
Oh,
good.
Nice. He was okay.
Yeah.
Couldn't stop me though.
I feel like
Bernardo Green, cornerback.
FSU
Good battle versus Malik Neighbors. Okay.
could battle.
that
Mhm.
is.
Oh,
your-
that's the one thing we're
that's your
highlighting from him.
resume. That's
When
Okay.
when
Quick
he,
feet.
Neighbors went to the Giants.
Electrified.
He's
Oh,
like-
Effective
well, here,
blitzer.
maybe this is.
Does that mean you lost? But it was a good battle. Like hey, you had a good battle. You lost. Is that what we're calling it nowadays?
I don't know.
I would just say
I-
like
I
got
think-
owned by Malik Neighbors.
I think honestly, what that means is, hey, his one highlight is like you look at him and go, he played really good against Malik Neighbors.
Right.
That's
I
a
don't
plus.
know if that's what you want on the resume.
Ooh.
He only
Nice
gave
hit.
up 2 touchdowns against Malik Neighbors.
That's a good. Well, the first guy blew him up, but then he came and finished him. Good tackle.
Ooh, there
He's
it
a
is.
tackler. A lot of DBs are shy of dealing hits on running backs or receivers, so that's good that you see him making contact and finishing the tackle.
Yeah, just a matter of them not throwing the flags anymore.
Yeah,
So I had to ask
gonna
you,
hit
so
him legally.
your Ravens, are you guys rebuilding, or how are you feeling about next year?
Building.
I mean, I feel like you've lost a few players. No?
Jets just traded up to
Oh,
top of the
Jets.
third. We only lost what? Morgan Moses. We lost 2 running backs who couldn't stay healthy,
Right.
especially J.K. Dobbins,
Yep.
who you guys stole from us, which I didn't.
On the cheap. On the cheap. But I'm okay with it. I mean,
I
you
didn't
cost
I didn't
much.
put 2 and 2 together until you took J.K. Dobbins. I'm like, wow, you're just stealing.
We're just stealing it
you're-
all, baby.
the brother steals from the brother.
That's
And I'm
right.
yeah,
like-
pretty much.
Harbaugh's
That's
like,
right. Yep.
That's how.
come here, we'll
Yeah.
give you a try.
Joe Ortiz, are the GM, former, he spent 20
Yeah.
plus years in Baltimore,
You're just taking everything from
We're
us.
taking it. We're taking
Yeah.
it.
And how's that going for you?
I mean, Joe Alt.
Can hope for the future. Hope for
I
the
don't know.
future.
We'll,
At
we'll,
least we made the playoffs.
we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. They weren't part of the 5-12 team. So 5 wins, 12 losses last year. So we'll see. We'll see. We got, but I will say we've got the more eccentric brother, which I don't know,
John?
John.
Yeah.
Jim, those two.
John is definitely eccentric.
Yeah.
I think part of it is from their dad. You've seen their dad work, but
Who's
they're
got better than
harmless.
us?
These,
Nobody.
I mean, you getting pure honesty and trust, like pure
Yeah.
honesty. Like when you see him react, he's not sugarcoating nothing.
Right.
No.
Yep.
Even if he's just going to Kmart and get his khakis, that's what he does.
That's right.
Or Kmart is gone now. Target
Yep.
Oh, shoot, yeah, Kmart doesn't exist.
or Walmart now. What's gonna be the store?
Yeah.
He had he had a deal with them with Kmart when he was going to get those khaki when the whole
Are you
khaki thing.
serious?
Yeah, he got a smart. So he got smart. Not got smart. He was smart.
Yeah.
Either him or his wife negotiated a deal out of that.
Out of Kmart for khakis.
Or whatever the khaki thing was when that became a thing for a little bit. So
Oh
he got
my
paid
gosh.
off of that. Yes.
Oh my god.
Interesting.
Yeah. So people you think football players are dumb, huh?
Right,
Go,
right.
Yeah.
No, they
whatever.
they can market themselves good. And
Exactly.
Coaches, and coaches apparently.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
He's
use
former
names.
player, played for the Bears and the Colts.
Yep. And the Chargers.
That's right.
That's
Yeah.
right.
I forgot he was with a Chargers.
So check this out. See, here's another reason why I wanted Marvin Harrison Jr. Marvin Harrison Sr.
Yeah.
Name me the quarterback and threw him his first touchdown.
Oh,
in the
Harbaugh.
NFL. Harbaugh.
Yeah.
How sexy would that have been? You know what I mean? Like we've got our coach who's through the touchdown pass to Marvin Harrison Sr. His first one was our coach.
And then after that was Peyton.
Yep, for a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do realize that. Yep, Harbaugh was there.
Yeah, that would been what we call NFL romantic there.
And the Cardinals were there. Had to ruin everything.
Yeah.
Had to ruin a reunion.
Yeah. Stupid Cardinals. Well, they needed a wide receiver too. So
Just,
they've had no help on wide receiver front.
and Cardinals?
Yeah, Cardinals because they
They
lost
just-
Fitzgerald a couple years ago, and then Hopkins is.
Is he gone?
No,
Or
he's
do
still
you-
there.
He's,
It's
Hopkins
just
isn't there. He's in Tennessee.
That's right. He went to Tennessee. I forgot.
So he
He's
did.
in Tennessee right now, so
He
they
did,
need a
yeah.
number one right now. So
they're
they've
messing
been
up
desperate.
things down there too. Bidwell's, right? Those are the GM
Oh.
family, the Bidwell family.
Y'all gonna see me freak out if Junior Colson is still on the board with my Chargers here in 3 picks.
Yeah, especially if they don't take him.
I'm about to say this would be. You're
He
gonna
goes,
see, you're
"All
gonna
right,
see
now
a-
I need to
a fat
leave."
man cry if he doesn't get picked.
Oh my gosh,
But yeah, I'm
Yep.
curious what the Jets do. I mean, they're moving up for something.
they're being aggressive, so they've
Junior
had something in
Colson's
mind.
Still available.
If they just need to protect Rodgers
Oh
at
my
this
god.
point.
Yeah, their offensive line is suspect.
I'd it'd be
Part of the reason
funny.
he
4
was scram-
snaps.
Probably the reason he was running around. Oh, Braylon, I haven't seen Braylon in a minute. Oh, wide receiver from Michigan. He got his hairline back there a little bit. I could say that because I know him.
Yeah.
I could say this.
Yeah.
I'll say this to his face. I'm like,
That's
bro,
right.
what's up with the hairline?
He got,
Yeah. He was with Cleveland too.
yeah. He had a
Good
good. He
tackle.
like kind of dipped off and then came back. and
Yeah,
had a
but,
good season
Like
with
he was a
Oklahoma.
solid college player. He
Yeah.
might have got the Biletnikoff, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I might be wrong, but he was a good college player.
Yep.
Really?
Pittsburgh.
Corley.
First round draft pick
Yep.
to the
Malachi Corley.
Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
Malachi
In-
Corley.
Interesting.
That was a
Western
trade up worthy?
Is this the second Western
Is
Kentucky?
he a wide receiver?
that
Yeah.
He's
was
215, 5'10". Oh, he's like a running back, pretty
Yeah.
much.
Ooh,
Slot
solid.
guy.
He's 215. Okay.
I
He's
don't know.
5'10",
Ooh.
215. That's a running back to me.
They're like, actually, we're gonna have
Look
you
at
play
him.
running
See,
back.
see,
Oh,
he
wow.
run- you see that?
That's like
He's quick on
that's
his feet.
Madden moves. That's like playing.
That's
like
running
the-
back
That-
style.
Yeah, that's like shifting right
Yeah.
there.
And running through it. He ran through that dude. He didn't run. He ran over him. He's 5'10".
Oh,
He must be.
wow.
He's got to be lighter than 215 because he doesn't.
There's no way.
He's 215, or 215, 5'10", and 3/4, whatever it said. I would say he looks more like, if he's 5'10", he's more like
Aaron
210.
Rodgers.
What's Aaron say? Oh, just number sign. What's that mean?
But, period eyeball.
Oh, was that the eyeballs?
Yeah,
the
those are
eyeball.
eyeballs,
Period
yeah.
eyeballs and
Hashtag.
or
Breeze.
I don't what I don't know.
Aaron, he's one of those people who likes to write cryptic.
Yeah, he is. No, that's 100%.
Clearly.
He said this to my wife. We went to a friend's house. We have a friend in the Green Bay who's from the Dominican Republic. He's a masseuse. And so I knew him first. And I introduced Aaron to
Peyton Wilson's still
Dionis.
playing,
Or no, I think Dionis met him on his own. But long story short of it. So we're at my man Dionis' house. He always cooks his native chicken and rice and beans and then avocado. And wherever he would find the avocados be like fresh. They were awesome. And so I didn't know this. I'm in another room talking, having fun, talking to friends and stuff. And my wife sitting at the couch, and Aaron, this is like when this is like 06. So he's not the guy yet. But everybody, we know about him. He's like, we know he's going to be that guy. And he says, my wife says, like, I'm going to go say hi to him. It's like, yeah, go say hi. I'm like, I was shocked because usually she doesn't do that. And she's a Bears fan. So I was kind of like,
You ruined
Okay.
my life for so long.
hey, it's business, not personal. So she goes over there and say, hey, Aaron, I wanted to say hi. I'm my mom's fiance at the time. We hadn't got married yet. So I'm my mom's fiance. He was like, okay, could I? And she's like, I think she was asking for her son's autograph. And he's like, if you could ask me in Spanish. He thought she was Spanish. She's Italian. She's Italian.
Oh,
So she looks it because she tans and everything.
Uh-oh.
But he's
Italian,
like,
everyone thinks
if
I'm
you
Spanish.
say it, if you could say it in Spanish, I'll give you the autograph. She's like, are you serious? She said, from then on, I hated him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I can't talk you out of it. You already don't like him, but he made it worse by doing that. I was like,
Yeah.
come on, A-Rod. I was like, dude.
Oh my
I was like, oh man, why did you just sign the autograph, man?
Yeah.
It was my fiance's, our son. Like you could do it, no problem.
Right.
But yeah, cryptic. When you talk about cryptic, there you
Yeah.
go.
Cryptic.
There you go. He's basically
Yep.
giving a challenge when it's something that most guys like. For me, I'll be like, yeah, I'll sign it, no problem. You don't have to
No.
speak in Bulgarian to me.
Right.
Like, come on, we're A-Rod. Man, occasionally, like when he first got there, that's when he was actually cool. Where he would play, he was always cool. But when he actually got like gamerish, where we would be playing Halo together. Like he had a good Halo game. We would play every now and then. We only played like twice, and after that, he became Aaron Rodgers. So every time I would see his account logged on, and it would be. I remember one time I was like, "Hey, A-Rod, let's jump in multiplayer together," and it was one of the backup quarterbacks playing on his account. I'm like, "Are you over his house?" Or he's like, "It was weird." I was like,
Huh.
"Why are you playing? No, you don't live with Aaron, or are you?" Like, I'm confused.
Interesting.
I'm like confused right now.
I mean, there's always a thing about giving accounts to other people, but
Yeah.
that's
I was
weird.
like, I was thrown off. I'm like, what? Is that Troy Vincent?
Maybe.
Yeah,
Oh,
Given Halo accounts.
that is Troy Vincent.
Huh.
And his son is one of the coaches on the staff here in Nebraska.
Oh, for real?
Troy
That's right.
Vincent Jr.
yeah.
Oh,
is on the Nebraska Husker football staff.
there you go.
Yeah. And that just
Brandon Coleman.
Well, they finally addressed line.
there it is.
Took him, 2 rounds to finally do something about that. But, I mean, I don't know much about Coleman.
I don't trust any TCU players after
That's
after
pretty
they're,
that's pretty valid.
They're getting murdered by Georgia, a couple years ago.
In
Like,
Colorado.
See, you say that, but you drafted 3 of them.
I know it was so dumb. Like every Charger fan was like, "What are we doing?" We draft the quarterback and 2 receivers, and it's just like, what? Like, did you not see the murder scene? That happened in January. What are you doing?
I love it.
Any team can trade for Quentin Johnson right now for
That's
a
where all
bag
the
of
draft
chips
picks
and
are
an old piece of gum. Like
Trade him for a
jeez.
pair of gloves.
That's
They'll
right.
do more catching than
they'll do
anything.
more catch. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Jeez, I saw it was so sad. I saw this graphic last year. You have like the top, 30 wide receivers drafted or whatever it was last year, and Quentin Johnson was like second to last as far as like total receptions.
Yeah.
And it was just like, yeah, that's him. That's
I was trying not to mention that, but
oh, it was so sad. It
yeah,
was-
because Quentin Johnson. I mean, he had promise, especially with that TCU run. But
Well, did you guys hear the rumor? So Troy Aikman on a Monday night game against Dallas, I think it was a Monday night game, maybe a Thursday night game. But anyway, he was talking about, or I think it was Romo. It was Romo who said it's not Troy Aikman. It was Romo, and he was talking about how QJ has this this like history of like forgetting the plays.
Who?
And, like Quentin Johnson, Chargers
Oh.
first round draft pick. Yeah.
Got it.
And it's like, and it's just like, so, like you're a rookie, and like it's one thing to like not be fast or not be able to catch or whatever it is, but like your one job, I feel like as a rookie, your one job is to learn the playbook.
yeah,
Learn the playbook, right? And apparently, like, the reason why Herbert wouldn't throw to him last year was because he literally was like confused in like practices. I'm like,
Yeah,
what
it
route
happens.
do I run?
had
What
like
is
a whole
this?
off season to work
Yeah.
on that.
Yep, some guys it just doesn't stick right away. It takes between learning the new verbiage, trying to forget what you had in college,
Yeah,
dealing with the pressures. Because was he a first round pick?
first round pick.
Yeah, his first round pressure, which is going to be there. Guys deal with it all the time. Just
Well,
how they can process
How many
process
times
it.
did you have to flip between offense coordinators? Like how many new playbooks?
In my
Lane-
first 3 years, 3 different coordinators,
Whew.
which sucked.
Yep.
So I went from leaving here, right? So
Yeah.
I got to forget the Nebraska offense, which was simple, right? We mostly ran the ball. And then Dennis Erickson, I had his coach. He was the head coach.
Yep.
I can't remember. Bratkowski was our OC, and he's our quarterbacks coach. They get fired. Mike Holmgren comes in
Oh,
for the '99 season.
Yep.
I get traded to Green Bay. So really 4 years, 4
yeah.
different coordinators in
Yeah.
4 years.
Yeah.
So the good thing was when I got traded, Mike Sherman becomes the head coach. So he was I think the full year he was OC in '99. So he brought his verbiage over. So I wasn't much I had to relearn there. So it was kind of like it was really 3 years. That's why I said 3 years in the beginning, because even though it was my 4th year in 2000, Mike Sherman was the coach when he brought his own language over for the West Coast offense. So then I wasn't really relearning anything.
I feel like there was just in that.
But that happens to some players.
Yeah.
Yep. And it was like with me a little bit, but I was able to put things together my first year in Green Bay, and then by mid-season I had it all down, from audibles to O-line checks, everything. So I knew exactly what was coming at me.
And half the time it was Donald Driver's getting it. So.
What? Hey, they had a bad. If the defensive, the defense we were facing was having a bad day, then yeah.
just
He-
like, all right,
he-
Donald,
yeah.
go.
Let me see, Donald. Let me see. 2000 was more Antonio, Bill Schrader,
Jennings.
a little bit of Donald, and Bubba Franks.
Bubba Franks. That's right.
Jennings didn't come until 06,
Oh.
so it was that long. Wow,
Yeah.
it was a while.
Yeah.
Jennings, and then James Jones was 07, 08. And then when I came back in 09, that's when they had, so I had Freeman, Driver, Javon Walker, Bubba, Robert Ferguson, Should we even had Wesley Walls for a season in 03, part of 03 from he was the old Carolina tight end. And he came to us.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, Wesley Walls, he a big old
James
country
Jones
boy.
had a good career. And he was a good
Who?
dude. James Jones.
Yeah.
He was good. He was a good dude.
Yeah, he's on NFL Network right now.
Yep.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Well, nobody's perfect then. So
Yeah, exactly.
Network.
Exactly. Exactly. All right, who we got here? Patriots.
Okay, so they've.
I still don't like their Drake May pick
You don't like?
because I'll tell you why, real quick. So
Babyface.
every draft, this is what I know among the networks, the narratives they create, right?
Mm-hmm.
NFL Network, CBS, ESPN, NBC Sports, everybody that covers football. They create their narratives, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so for drafts, it's always that dark horse player, quarterback that you don't know where the hell did you get him from.
Right. Yep.
He was that quarterback this year.
Oh.
Wait,
Was
where the hell Drake May come from?
Well, he was top of.
We know where he's come from right now,
Mhm.
but nobody was talking during the season about him at all, unless somebody was a Carolina fan or
Right.
really high on quarterbacks.
Well, in Carolina, they had a decent year though. Were they like 9-3 or something?
But they're not in the
Something like
FBS.
that.
Oh,
They're not in no
Yeah.
SEC.
No.
That's
Yeah.
ACC
Big
tournament
Ten,
or whatever
Yeah.
championship game. No,
Yeah.
and I reference this because they've been doing this for a long time. I just wasn't when I was playing. I wasn't really paying attention then. But since I've been out of ball since 09, last 15 years, I've been paying attention. They'll pick one or two guys. One's always a quarterback, and then one may be a tight end or a wide receiver or a running back that you just throw out there. And I say, for example, just the most recent one for me, and then since then, you could probably pick out who that was. Mitch Trubisky was the one. So we got Camden Wallace, Penn State.
Y'all.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Caden Wallace at the Penn
Or
State.
Caden
There's
Wallace.
So-
only one choice here.
I mean, you honestly,
We got to protect Drake.
I don't think you can go
That's true.
wrong between either of the
You go-
linebackers because
yeah.
I also like Peyton Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Was he from A&M? No, where's he from?
NC State.
NC State, that's right.
NC State.
Which
Yeah, you're not going to go run with tackles or guards. You'll be good.
I want Junior Colson so bad right here. This is like
They could do it.
I mean, this is like Harbaugh, go get your best linebacker.
Pick is already in.
Oh, come on, baby.
Uh,
I've had one junior in my life, and junior say, "Oh, I need another one."
At the
linebacker.
69th pick,
Here we
too.
go.
Nice.
Show me
Shut up, Will.
junior. And that is
Shut up.
pick
People
69.
in the
That
chat
is
will enjoy
very
this.
charging
look on his
thing.
phone so you
Very,
see
very
both
charging
of
thing.
us.
Here we go. There's only one option.
It should be the only one option. I don't know.
There's two
Harbaugh.
linebackers.
I think
I-
Harbaugh's got it.
I need some Jack Daniels.
Who is that?
Come on.
I don't think we have any
Who
instant
is
Jack
Who
Daniels.
is that?
He
I don't
looks
recognize him.
familiar.
He's a
so-
quarterback. He looks like a quarterback. Or he's a coach, a former coach.
He's a suit salesman.
69.
Oh, it's the kicker.
Kicker.
Oh, he was on earlier too.
No.
You know,
Oh,
second
that
round.
was like I thought we saw him
It's like-
earlier.
Don Coryell years or something.
Yeah, that's definitely Don Coryell.
Yeah.
77 and 86.
So you have Air Coryell and you bring in the kicker.
Hey.
Like
Maybe he's not many
I don't
people
know. I
that
don't
want to
know.
even come or still alive.
he won
I
a
don't know.
raffle apparently.
Really?
Yeah, a raffle and he got a new suit out of it. All right, Junior Colson, come on, show me,
Somebody else.
show me,
I'm praying it's not just for the memes and
show me,
No, they got-
Junior.
They gotta be smart about this. Chargers need this really badly.
Oh, look at that! Look at that!
That looks so
Two of 'em.
creepy. That looks so creepy.
Yeah,
His
those
smile.
Guy better than us.
His smile looks so creepy.
69th pick.
Oh, baby!
There
Yes!
it is.
You got it. You got it.
Yes! Alrighty!
They were very fast on that decision too. So
Alrighty!
All right.
There was yes.
And with that, I'm
38.
heading out
That's
now.
right. That's right.
I can go home.
Charger
now.
Nation, we did get a Michigan player. It only took, there we go. We all wanted it.
Only
We all
took the
wanted it.
third round.
Yep. Oh,
David
look at that.
Harris.
Dave.
Yes.
Who's
See,
David?
this is what I mean by like we had so many needs that you really wasn't going to do anything wrong. And then yesterday with Joe Alt was like, what are we doing?
I don't know if it was wrong. It
Oh,
just-
Great, Nebraska. Yeah, thanks for the memories.
Yeah.
I caught
I
that.
was at that game. I was at that game.
I was watching. I was watching. Yeah, I'm in the marching band, so I get to see all that happen right before my eyes.
Oh,
It's not fun to watch sometimes. We have some good moments, not consistently though. Yeah, I just remember Michigan. Oh, what was it? 2 years ago, where they playing at home. We lost to them by a field goal. I was so mad at that joint possession call.
It was
I was so mad that night.
what was it? Casey Thompson fumble.
No, it wasn't the okay, yeah, Casey
was a
Thompson
late
didn't
game
fumble or like after that, but there was a pass where it should have been our ball, but for some reason they decided it was an interception.
They're more excited right
Yeah,
here
he
than
got
they
his
were
board.
about Joe Alt yesterday. Look at that.
I think Joel's.
Well, it's a Michigan guy.
yeah.
And he just was there, so yeah, you gotta
So
love that.
by the way, the short guy in the middle, that's John Spanos.
I was gonna say that's Spanos'
That's
son.
Spanos' son. So he has the biggest. He has a Napoleon complex.
Oh no,
And,
no,
and,
no,
like,
obvious.
obviously, right? And all failures to him.
I mean,
Here you go. I'll take that. I will
it's not
take
bad. Yeah, Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa as themselves. Yeah, that's very good.
Crab Baby
Dog.
Joe.
Very good linebacker.
Darn
core.
James, good safety there.
All right,
and
I
then
feel better.
what was I was telling a
Less
story.
stress.
What was it? Where was I going? Where did I end off?
I have no idea.
I was talking about some story. It was either right before you got into your pick.
My 69th pick.
Yeah.
69th pick and
Goes
goes to Junior.
Junior.
Yeek.
Junior.
That statement is out of context. No.
Yeah, Junior.
Tiki
69.
Barber. No, Rondé. Is that Tiki or Rondé? Oh, that's Tiki. It's the Jets. I mean, it's the Giants. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's Tiki. And he's been in interesting.
We're talking about A-Rod and Halo. Or playing Halo.
Yeah, we're talking about that, and then one thing led to
Sig-
another. What was we at? It'll pop back.
Yeah.
I'll get it back. He was 97 draft pick, second round. I didn't know that. That was a year before me.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was only 1 year apart. Wow. And he had who was in the backfield with him when their Super Bowl year in 2000? Anybody remember that? With Tiki Barber that went to the Super Bowl against the Ravens.
It was.
Oh gosh.
I just
They got
remember
the quarterback.
Seahawks. Who was
It was a Big Ten running back.
I should know this. I should know this.
Well, I'll give you one more hint, and that'll be it. He was a Heisman Trophy winner.
Oh.
Heisman Trophy winner.
Oh my gosh! I should know this.
Big Ten running back, Heisman Trophy winner. That's all I'm giving you.
I'm trying to think of.
Because any other hints, you'll know right
Yeah.
away. So I will not do it.
I'm young. That doesn't. This was before I was born.
This is before.
so-
Yeah. This is
No,
before I was
no,
born.
that's okay. You
Yeah.
gotta figure it out.
Oh my.
Oh, what is
gosh.
he? Oh, is he jumping over? Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Was it the Wisconsin guy?
What's the Wisconsin guy's name?
Oh my gosh! What's his name?
Running back out of Wisconsin.
Not Hall. What? No. What was his name? Wisconsin. Dwayne. No. Dane. Rondé Dane. Or Dane.
Who?
Dane. The Wisconsin running. Dane. Oh my gosh! Wisconsin running back Dane. Was he in the backfield? He won the Heisman. Didn't
What's
he?
his name?
Oh my gosh! I can't cheat on the phone. Hey. Someone else cheat for me.
No,
I'm looking at the roster. I'm not gonna say it though.
None of this is ringing a bell to me, so I don't
Why
know.
am I the one that has to be put on there? I hate the Giants.
You're right though.
He
You just
lied.
gotta say what's the first part.
Rondé- No, not Rondé. Oh, Dane.
You got you got
He's
the
close.
you got part of his name right. He's got-
Rondé.
there you go.
Rondé. All right, got
There
it.
you-
Yep.
there you
See, the Giants are just so forgettable in so many ways.
go. So it was
so-
him. So what was better yet, I'm gonna give you zero hints here. What was their nickname during that year?
Oh,
They had a nickname between
Big Blue.
him and Rondé.
the running back names.
They had running back. They had a nickname.
Oh,
The commentators. I don't know who gave it to
Dane
him,
Barber.
but it was a good one. It worked with who they were and how they ran the ball. Each differently, obviously.
Is it like you? Is it like a unique one, or is it like one you hear a bunch nowadays?
I don't know. It depends on who you listen to commentating your games, I guess.
It's not like a Thunder and Lightning thing, is it?
Maybe, maybe not.
Is it Thunder and Lightning?
No.
crack and smack. I'm kidding.
What'd you say?
Crack and smack. I don't know.
You close.
Oh, okay.
I'll say that. You are close.
Let's see.
Any hints over here? Or any guesses?
I got nothing right now. I'm just trying to think of anything generic at the top of my head.
Is it a play on words?
Yeah.
Okay.
It ain't. Yeah. When
There's
they do.
a lot of those. There's play on words.
Exactly. 'Cause I think one year, my
Barber,
2000 season when I was in the same backfield with Dorsey Levens, we were what was somebody in practice gave us the nickname
Fire
of.
and ice. Okay.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't that. What was it? It was either we had a personnel call with both of us in the backfield. The personnel call was horse because you got two horses in the backfield.
Oh, right.
So that was our personnel call.
Yeah.
So for Ron and Ron Day or Tiki, I'm sorry, it was smash and dash.
Smash and dash. Yeah.
Smash and dash. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's good. I like that.
yeah.
I think that was their offense in that year.
It was pretty much because you know
won
they
some
had
of their
they had
defense.
who was their quarterback?
Oh, Collins.
Yeah, Gary
what's
Collins.
Gary
From
Collins?
where? From where? Penn
State?
I was just about to say it. I was trying to say Big Ten school, but it slipped out. Penn State. Yep. Who was the Ravens quarterback?
McNair.
No.
Nope.
It was not McNair.
No,
Was it
God rest his soul. No, it was not him.
It was not Bull.
He was there at one point in time.
Not
This is gonna upset
not
me then.
Bowler. It was
No. He had also played for the Buccaneers.
yeah. Oh my God.
I'm
He wasn't
trying to
very
remember
good.
his name.
He was like an average.
He was average. Yeah. He wasn't.
And he
It
was-
wasn't a big name, but I
And
do
with him with
remember.
being at the Ravens, he was in the right place at the right time.
Exactly.
And they had the right defense.
That
the
was
whole
that
the
game.
defense was
defense.
everything.
That
right
yeah,
there.
that was their
Uh,
defense. Was the '85 Bears defense pretty much?
It's kind of the same thing with Flacco behind that defense.
Yep.
I'm trying to remember that. I'm trying to remember his name.
What was his name? Oh shoot.
It's gonna. Someone's gonna say it. I'm gonna go.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
Ravens fan. You
I'm
should know
not-
this.
Yeah,
I'm not
what's up with
historic.
that?
I don't
What's
know
up with
historic
that?
stuff.
You not
I know
know.
everything in
What's
like
up
the
with
past
that?
like 10, 15 years. I don't know
That was
the historic NFL stuff.
I
though.
named
That's
Don
not
Coryell,
oh,
and that was
historic is
10
over
years
20
for
years.
Osborne.
I'm 21 years old.
So 21 years old.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I wasn't
Anything
born.
20 years ago was it's historic.
Irrelevant,
Yeah.
apparently.
It's that's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh,
I wasn't
You got
alive
it?
yet, and I don't.
I do have it, but I'm gonna let him try and guess that
I-
because this
yeah.
is your team.
Yes,
I'm letting
yeah.
you choose this.
I don't look at the history stuff. as
you
much.
should.
Like,
You
gotta-
this is your
You gotta
team.
know the history, bro.
No.
Come on.
Yes, you do have to know the history.
I don't.
You
think
know
so.
where they
This is a
were
Super
bef-
Bowl team. You gotta know the history. It's the Super Bowl team.
I actually watched the 2013 one though.
Yeah, when they beat the 49ers.
Yeah, I
at
was
least you
actually
were
alive to
Hardball
watch that
Bowl.
one.
Yeah, you were alive to watch that one. But if you want to know the history of your team, you have to know
gotta
everything.
know it,
about
I mean,
So if you ever go to
Where you-
Baltimore
where
and
you
get a
started.
tour of their facilities, he's gonna be on the wall somewhere in there, because he was the quarterback and
Ray Lewis
That-
is going to show up right now. He's going to be like, "How do you
He'll,
not know
he'll, break,
it?"
he'll break down the door.
That's
Just
right.
be
He'll
like,
break-
Fact.
How the fuck do you not know this guy?
Yep. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, the
Honestly,
bark-
that'd be
with
the better
barking.
experience. Getting cussed out. By Ray Lewis is better than anything
I'd
I
rather be
could
cussed
get.
out by Ray Lewis.
I mean, better than him liking me. I mean, that would be like,
Oh God.
I just got cussed
They'll
out
be
by
like, how
Ray
you know?
Lewis.
How you not know who the starting quarterback of our team? Jerk.
That's right.
Oh.
He called somebody. You ever watch his highlights? He called somebody a jerk.
Really?
He's like da 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 jerk.
Jerk.
Like jerk. I don't. That's what you come up
Oh.
with. There you go.
Oh my god.
Will,
I gotta
what's
say,
up,
you know what
man?
though? I think Terrell Suggs was scarier. Though. I mean, Terrell Suggs. I feel like
Ooh.
Oh,
if
yeah,
you're in
he's
a
a
meet,
Suggs.
yeah, like that's the guy who like would stab you in the back of like an alley. You know, be like, you know,
Wow.
you don't see it
I
coming.
had offensive linemen that would do that for sure.
Yeah.
Green Bay,
Green Bay.
they're scary. We
Well-
we had a hey. So I even forgot about you, Will, over there.
I know, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I-
What's the,
I
who's
have
the
it pulled-
quarterback, bro?
I have it pulled up.
How you not know?
Because
You
I don't
are
know.
a fan. You got colors on draft
Oh, boy.
weekend.
Oh, his stats are. Oh my God.
Right.
They're not that.
It's just 'cause they had a
What are
defense.
these
Not
stats?
good
They
with
had
names.
they had a Bears caliber defense.
They did.
Was this like? Did he come in like halfway through the year or something?
I don't know. Good question.
Because
He might have.
his touchdown to interception ratio is very even, but it's not very high.
Was
Oh,
Jamal,
wow.
Jamal Lewis
Because-
that running back, right?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
was.
Jamal
he
Lewis
was a
was
rookie.
running
He
back.
was because he was
Do
a
you
few years
forget
after
what
me.
the
Right.
Ravens
I got
were
drafted
back
in
then? It was
'98.
hand
He
the
was in
ball
Tennessee
off.
one
I
more
am
year.
well
so he
aware of
probably got
his
drafted
hand
in
the ball
99,
off,
2000.
but you at
Right,
least have to
yeah.
know
Yeah,
the
he was a
quarterback
Raven.
at that
Yeah.
point.
Oh no, I'm saying as
He
far
was
as
a
the stats. go.
problem.
Yeah, the stats
I
go.
mean,
Yeah.
Craven Wallace, Kentucky linebacker to Carolina. That's
Interesting.
not far for him to move.
Yeah.
No.
Peyton Wilson has really fallen. Unless I
Yeah.
missed him.
Well, Wilson.
Peyton
I don't think Did they get him? Not Carolina, but I don't think anybody's got.
I don't
him
think
yet.
anyone's
That's not
got-
for Kentucky, North
I
Carolina.
know he's got
Imagine being-
injury concerns.
Same
but-
colors.
Imagine being a
almost the
Kentucky
same
fan right
color.
now. You don't know whether
You
you
go
go from
from
your basketball team or your football team.
Royal blue to baby blue, so that's not bad transition for him.
Yeah.
There it is. Will, where you at, man?
Yeah.
My answer is not going to change. I'm not good with
What's
names.
your answer then?
What's your
I don't
answer?
know.
I want to
That's
see if we
your
can do a
no?
softball one. I want to do a softball
I
one
don't
for
know
this one.
names. I'm
Who
not good
was
with
the
names.
Hall of Fame safety for you guys that year?
Oh,
Which
wow.
year?
I mean, come on, we know.
It's a couple of them.
There
Yeah, but,
there
I mean,
was a
the- I
couple.
mean,
The main
The
one.
main
The
one.
one- yeah.
The main one. I mean, he's in.
Well, which one are you calling the main one? That's what I gotta know.
Ed Reed was there at
There
that
you
point,
go.
right?
Okay, that one.
I know
Yeah,
Ed
I was
Reed.
like,
But
Ed
then what was
Reed
the
was
other one
there.
though? He was older.
Uh,
That was a Hall of Fame safety for the Ravens in that Super Bowl year. Because I played them the next year in the 01 season. And they came to Lambeau and we beat them. And they had Ray Lewis. They had Ed Reed, you just
Suggs.
mentioned, Suggs, and they
Oh,
had
God.
another defensive back safety that was part of that team, and that's an NFL Hall of Famer.
Trying to think of Hall of Fame safeties.
Yep. Am I right? He's on there.
I believe so.
Let me
yeah.
see.
I'm looking at the roster right now. This is the 2000 roster, so
Is it in alphabetical order? Or is
it's
it
not by
numerical?
position either. I'm trying to look at where it's.
Oh, it's in alphabetical order. So go.
Oh,
So we going. Is it down there?
Nate? No.
Oh, he's not. Oh, he wasn't on the roster.
Tony, man, I remember him.
It was a W.
Rest in peace, that guy.
No, he's not on there. Never mind. Oh no, there we go. Right there.
Yeah.
Boom. Right there.
Oh, duh.
Yeah.
That's
Oh.
right. That's
Yep.
right. That's right.
Yep.
oh yeah, he's up here as well.
Yep.
I completely
Boom.
missed him right
So
now.
they had
That's
two
right.
Hall of Fame safeties
That's
Yeah.
right.
on that defense.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yep. Come on, Will.
this was a.
Come
What?
on, man.
I'm
You gotta
not
do
good
home.
with
Then you got
names.
homework to do. You got homework.
He's looking to the chat for help. Someone in the chat.
No one in the chat has said anything.
making a
Oh, they're putting you out to dry.
Yeah.
know his history.
I don't pay attention to history. History.
It's Raven history though. You got on the Ravens hoodie right now, bro.
Yeah, I root for the Ravens.
Will, do not say I don't pay attention to history. I will
Ooh,
be a social
see?
studies teacher on your ass.
I don't pay attention to history.
So next year,
you don't-
where's there's an easy one. Where's the draft at next year?
Green Bay.
Yep. Did you know that?
Well, they also mentioned it
Oh, okay.
yesterday.
So there you go. You paid attention.
And I
You
follow
paid-
back.
You
He knows
I am paying
history
attention
enough.
to the current stuff.
Yeah. He knows
But no.
Okay,
Is that Andre Rison? Oh, that's yeah. That's Black
my
Moon
God.
Rising right there, baby.
that is.
Because he was a Falcon.
Oh.
Who was he married to?
Riser?
That was his nickname.
Oh, no way.
Who was he married to? Back in when he was playing, he was Bad Moon Rising. Or not Black Moon.
Braylon
Bad Moon
Trice.
Rising.
I forget someone that-
Braylon
Finally
Trice.
getting edge. Jeez.
Washington. Oh, he worked with a doozy. So his
Yes.
teammate was a doozy, so he was probably the second receiver.
The only thing I can think of,
Oh my gosh.
whenever
Oh
I,
no, that was not a receiver. That's a DN.
Yeah.
Duh. I'm way off the wrong side of the ball and everything. I saw Washington thinking,
Washington had a pretty good team
Yeah, they
last
did.
year. It was fun to watch.
but yeah, Andre Rison's wife.
the only thing,
You like this? Anybody in the chat?
I don't know.
I also don't pay attention to who celebrities are married to.
There's a few that are like you have to.
You'll know this
In-
name.
in
if
Atlanta-
I'm
you
sure
get
I'll
it.
know the name. I won't. I'm not gonna.
You
know
you
that they're
got
married.
about 3 questions. You're behind backlogged right now,
Yeah.
bro.
I'm-
Will.
I don't. You're asking me questions that I don't pay.
You know you gotta know. See, if you were a Packer fan,
right.
you would get kicked up out of here right now.
I'm not a
That's
Packers
another
fan.
thing.
if you were,
Yeah.
because Packer fans are so Raven fans. If you were in the Ravens bar right now, you'd be in trouble.
That's right. Yeah.
Very
Not
much so.
knowing who the starting quarterback of the first Super Bowl that the Ravens won after changing over to Baltimore.
The thing is, you're gonna say the name, and I'm gonna be like,
Yep, you gonna know it.
Yeah,
yeah, I'm
Because
just
it's-
not good with names.
because it's also I don't know. I keep forgetting this guy even was on that team, but because
Oh my God.
yeah,
that's
he wasn't
right.
that good.
Oh, that's right.
He wasn't that good.
He was
Yes.
average.
He was so.
I would
bad.
have been a better QB selection.
Can I give him a hint? I don't think he's going to, even with the hint, he's not going to.
He could. What,
He would. I was
yeah, you can give him a hint.
ESPN personality.
I was gonna say that too. That's the
Yeah.
only way I could give something
Well,
away.
it's another term that our generation tends to use in a very interesting way. It like the first four letters. It's a shortened thing.
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yep.
That has me so confused now. What was a shortened 4-letter?
3-letter.
3?
3, maybe 4.
It's 4.
4. Yeah. 4. Yeah. It's 4. It's 4. You're right.
What is happening? Okay.
Will, do I need to do like
Does anybody in the chat get it right?
Nobody in the chat has said anything.
They're
It's a
leaving you to this because the thing is that
4-letter thing that people our generation.
do you want me to give like this is the opposite of this kind of thing? Do you want me to do that?
That would be the easiest.
I'm
I
just
know that would be
confused
easy.
Because
now.
obviously, like you said, I was a baby when he was playing. You a super fan. You rolled up in here with a Ravens hoodie on.
I never said super fan.
You got that Ravens hoodie on.
I'm an NFL fan and I'm a Ravens fan.
Okay.
I gotta mess with you.
Will,
All right,
Did you
Will.
not like watch like I don't know NFL highlights just on YouTube when you were younger? Because I did.
No,
all
I
the time.
watched games when I was younger.
This guy broke down games on ESPN.
No, I'm just
all
like
the time.
statistics wise. Did you not
Yeah.
like look that stuff up?
No, highlights are generally newer stuff. I watch like 20.
Well, you're gonna have to. So from this day forward, you're gonna do your history.
I
Because if
gotta
you
look
got
up
me in the room,
quarterback who
Hey,
apparently
hey,
wasn't
you when you
that
have
good.
me in the room, I've shut down people that claim to be Batman fans. When I test them, and they don't even know who the hell Alfred is. Okay.
How do you not know Alfred?
Alfred,
How do you
come
not know
on.
How
Alfred?
you not know? And then I asked them, what city does Batman protect? They said New York. I'm like, let me slap you for a second.
Okay,
couple
but these are
times.
actually these are just fake fans.
Gotham. Come
I
on.
don't
Exactly.
Even claim, I don't
Yeah.
even claim to be like a huge Batman fan. I love.
No, I'm
Batman,
just saying,
Butler.
But like,
if you were in here with some Raven fans, I'll be worried for your life right now.
I focus more on the present stuff.
You gotta study your
gotta
history. You know this. We
I
talked about
don't
it in class
value
last semester or 2
I-
semesters ago.
I don't value history.
Oh, stop it. Yes, you do.
I'm gonna throw the book at you.
I will catch the
A
book.
sports encyclopedia.
Come on,
Not just
just
sports,
give it
just
to him
history
now.
in
At this
general.
point, just give it to
Okay.
him.
I'm trying to. Okay, now I need to think of. So what were your hints?
It is a term.
Yep.
The first 4 letters is a term that our generation has
Uses.
used, especially in like the last 2 or 3 years. It's a shortened thing for like 4 or 3 words, something
Yeah.
like that.
And he was an analyst on ESPN.
See, analyst makes it. Wait, no.
So he is a former. Obviously, he's a former player.
Yep.
Did he play for any other teams?
Yes.
Can I get what team?
Tampa.
Yep. Tampa Bay. Yep.
After
They
that,
said
I'm.
that already.
I forgot. I had someone else.
Wow. Come on.
Paying attention.
Bears pick is in.
Oh well, they're 3 out
Wouldn't
of
it be funny
final
if
4.
he actually was like on TV though here in a minute?
That would be
and then he didn't
hilarious.
actually
Oh
still know
my
it?
God! Because we could change this.
We could.
We could change the ESPN.
Yeah,
he might be on
He
here
might be on.
because they rotate
Hang on,
commentators.
I'm gonna
sometimes.
check
They
real
do.
quick. I'm gonna check
They
real quick.
do.
Let's see. Let's see.
Ravens don't have any later picks either, so he couldn't just show up there either.
No.
Oh.
Facts. Will.
What do you? I'm
You
trying to-
got
what-
homework to do.
So you say it's a 4-letter thing, so I'm assuming abbreviation.
So
It's
Yes.
abbreviation.
Abbreviation.
That's the-
fans
that was
like this,
the
where they
word I
don't
was
know the
trying to say.
quarterback of the.
Oh, I just ran into him yesterday at the restaurant. Sweet Pea, the Bears defensive back.
Oh, Peanut.
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 Sweet Pea. I always call him Sweet Pea.
Peanut.
Peanut, right.
Peanut Tillman.
I ran into him and his son. Or his
Dude.
daughter. Him and his daughter.
They were here yesterday.
No, I was there in Detroit yesterday.
Oh no way. Oh okay.
I did a Madden tournament and shoutcasted Super Smash Brothers.
Dude, that's awesome.
And I ran into them. I walked into his restaurant looking for food.
Yep.
The restaurant just was shutting down. It's like, dang, it looked like a good place.
Yep.
And he's like, I'm like,
Peanut.
Peanut. I'm like, what's up, man? He's like, hey, man. And we talked there for like a good 10 minutes.
Yep.
And he introduced me to his daughter that's right there on the stage with him. The Bears get Ron, whoa, I can't.
Amagaji.
Amagaji.
Yeah.
Yell. So he's
Yale.
smart.
They're really just protecting, or they're really just going after Caleb Williams as far as giving him a good offense. They haven't done anything.
But this doesn't mean that tackle's going to start day one.
No.
Yeah, but
It's an inventory thing.
they haven't done a single thing to that defense though.
Facts.
And you have 1 pick left in this draft.
Look at that room.
They're
A whole bunch of room. I don't want to be mean. I was just about to say something mean, but I'm not going to say it anymore. My mom said, if you have nothing good to say, don't say nothing. I'm gonna shut up.
Yep.
I'm gonna shut it up. I just hope they make everything right from what they did to Justin Fields. They make it right. and Will. Let's go. I haven't forgot about you, bro.
You want me to read his stats?
Come on.
How is that gonna help?
I
me?
don't know. Maybe you'll remember their stats.
Yes,
Wait,
because
wait.
I don't remember the guy's name, but I went and looked at all of his stats.
Maybe you'll look up some of his information. I don't know.
You gotta do your homework now, man.
You want me to? You
Is
want me to?
is he doing the dance?
He's gritting.
He's
up there.
grittying.
He just shoved the kid.
Yes, he
Hey,
shoved
man.
the kid. Who is that? I can barely see his face because of the captioning. He has a
He's got
mullet,
A mullet, right?
straight up mullet.
That's a dirty moment.
Who is
Well, it's-
that?
That is
He
a
keeps
dirty
shot-
dude.
Is that? Oh, Tony Sheffield.
Scheffler.
Oh, that the tight. Boy, retirement is not done well for him.
2006.
I think mullets. I don't.
And he has like a.
I don't think mullets look good.
Bronco-
I will say
yeah.
that mullets don't look good on most.
In the
Bronco fans,
state
how
of
you feeling
Nebraska?
about this?
In the, I will say that mullets don't look good on most people.
They don't.
They look terrible. He's one of them. It's just-
Oh man, like I didn't know who that was.
Is this what happens for Bronco retirees?
Hey,
And Mom's like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
Probably.
say anything. If there's something mean, I'm not gonna say it. And then
Yeah.
it's just, especially on this guy, that mullet. Ooh.
Yeah.
it's rough. That's all I'm gonna say. I'll say it's rough.
That grease.
Hey, Will, I
This-
forgot
this-
about you, bro.
you want me to name
This-
his
this-
college?
Yeah. Oh,
I don't
I
think
can
that's
name
gonna
it. I can name his
Yeah.
college.
I don't think I'm gonna know what college you went to.
It's a West Coast school. I'll say that. I'll say Northern Cal. In between. In between San Francisco and LA.
He was on with Chris Berman a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Him and Chris Berman did a lot.
Come on, Will. You gonna get something.
No, he's a
School colors has red and white in them.
Stanford?
Close.
Not Stanford, but
With some other smaller D1 schools up in that area, you're in the same. You're in the right territory now.
They got John.
is it
Jonah-
Fresno's further south, isn't it? Or is it Fresno?
What's your final answer?
Because what? The D1 schools on the West Coast, there as far as that are red and white, you have Stanford, you have San Diego State, and you have Fresno State.
San
So-
State's red and black.
Red and black
Yeah, but
I
Fresno
and
Fresno
white.
State's red
So
and blue
what's your pick?
and white.
Who's your pick? This was my no. Damn. I was a third round 76, so I was the last pick in the FL.
Yeah, you're a guard now, right?
Oh.
Wasn't that who was it? Wasn't it a guard?
a guard.
Who was,
What?
who was the guy that just got picked? Wasn't it a guard?
It was an
Tackle.
edge.
Oh.
It was Jonah
Oh, okay.
Elise
I think it was Ellis.
Ellis.
All right, give it to him, man. This is
Fred-
the suffering is killing me right now.
Dilf.
Okay.
You are such a dilf.
No wonder I didn't freaking. You're hint, mate. Why would I think of DILF?
It is a term that our generation's been
Wait,
using
you
for the
now
past.
let's see if he can get it, because that would be really bad.
Can you get it now?
Dilford.
There you go.
What's his first name?
I think this is wrong, but the first thing that comes to mind is Roger.
No, yeah, you're way off.
way off.
Good try.
That's right. Yeah.
GG's.
No, it's Trent. It's Trent.
There you
There
go.
you go.
Yeah.
Hey, we got Glaze. Delmar Glaze.
Delmar Glaze, Maryland to the Raiders.
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 Raider Nation.
I just feel like
Washington State isn't in California.
Somebody put Washington State.
Yes,
But you were right there. You said Fresno.
Right, yeah.
And I'll say, is that your final answer? You totally went left for what you left
Well,
it.
because I was like, I went and was thinking, and I was like, there are 3 California schools that are red and white that have red and white.
In a uniform.
Fresno State is also has blue. That's why I was like, I don't know if that's what you're
Yeah,
thinking.
yeah,
Um,
but no, red and white. You were
red and
on
white.
it.
I
You
would
just
have guessed
you
Fresno.
overthunk it. You overthunk it.
I never got to a final guess because you were like, give him the thing, and I was like,
Man, because it was just it was just
you're
it was
twiddling your
just
thumbs.
it was like 1,000 cuts here.
That's right. It's
Do your homework,
I would rather focus on what I'm doing my homework on what's going on right now.
Willie.
Texans just traded.
Ooh, trade time.
You may know more about what happened 20 years ago, but I know more about what's going on right now.
Really? Do you? Okay.
Well, that's
I know the draft.
very bold
I know the
statement.
draft prospects' names. I know what
Very
jersey
who's the
number
highest ranked
Malik
Nebraska
Neighbors
player
wore.
right now?
oh, there
The
you go.
highest what?
Highest ranked Nebraska player in this draft.
Highest ranked?
I thought you know everything.
I didn't say everything.
Oh,
You
come
did.
on,
You
He
did.
just, he just
Who's the
doubled back.
highest
You
ranked
did.
Nebraska
Back.
player in this draft right now?
Okay, let me.
Oh my goodness.
Her-
Oh my
let
goodness.
me think about who's graduated.
Oh my gosh. I don't remember all.
Offense or defense?
I think it's
I
Are you
think
thinking-
yeah.
Are you thinking defense?
Well, I know because I just talked to him the other day in the weight room.
Yeah, yeah. I think he is.
It starts with an L.
Yeah.
Yep.
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 Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that's who I talked to in
From
the
here.
weight
Yeah,
room.
from here.
Yep. Yep.
God, who graduated? I'm trying to think. who
Dude, there's
graduated.
All of Lincoln, we are in the J school, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I remember 2 of these, but I don't remember the other 2.
The guy I'm thinking of, L, he's the highest ranked.
Well, it depends on what board you look at, because
trying to.
especially when you look at down boards, boards
Yeah.
different
I'm
board
just,
will have different
I'm just trying
players.
to. This is previous drafts. I'm looking at the wrong one.
I'm thinking of previous drafts. That's why
Oh,
I'm like,
yeah.
I can't even think of
Yeah.
who.
Yeah,
Right?
him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's the highest ranked current one.
currently, yeah.
Yeah. Right?
Well, no, actually,
Let me see. Who'd be the other one?
Told you it depends on the board.
it does depend on the board.
But
This is from.
I'm trying to think of. I can't even think of.
This is NSL Plus.
Dude, okay, name the players that graduated.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Name
I'm trying to
3
think of
players
who-
that graduated.
I just.
We loved this guy because he was like one of the only good pieces on our defense this past year.
And I mean, you see him play, and you're just like you get motivated just to see him. By
Oh
watching
shit,
him
I
play.
gotta probably hit the road here in a little bit.
I got to head out here too.
Yeah, I just realized. I looked at the time. Man, time flies when you're having fun.
My
Oh, yeah.
my 4
Quizzing people.
My 4-month-old is like, what's going on? Where's Dad?
We got you.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah.
The rock. The rocker.
Yeah, the horse race.
Yeah.
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 Thank you, man.
Hey, that's putting them to sleep is
Love
key.
it. Love
Whooping
it.
that's that
Yep.
was my main thing when I had mine.
Yep.
Sleep. My older brother, because obviously he had kids before me. He was like,
Yep.
you get that sleep down first,
Yes.
then everybody, the rest of the world in the house is tranquil.
100%.
It's better when when the
100%.
newborns get sleep, everybody gets sleep.
Yep. Well, and now she's going through like a 4-month sleep regression, which is like a thing, I guess. So like she's
Really,
like
the baby.
the baby. Yeah, the baby. So she'll sleep. Like we'll put her down at like 9:30.
Yeah.
And she used to sleep until like 2:30, which is like great. It's like give us 5 hours.
Yeah.
But now she's up at 1:30. She's up at 3:30. She's up at 4:30.
Man, really.
Yeah.
Wonder what causes that, or what.
Y'all, when you
what
have
throws-
kids, that's a
throws them
whole
off
new
rhythm
education.
like that.
Yeah.
Wonder what does that.
I don't
Cause
know.
like my kids, once I got them on rhythm, they slept through the night. It's very rarely that they woke up in the middle.
when did they sleep? When were they going from like bedtime to the morning straight?
Right away, like
Right away?
within a couple weeks.
Really?
I
Dang.
mean, I had them like we would get them ready for bed,
Yeah.
bathroom, and little shower or not shower, but tubby and all
Yeah,
that, and
yeah.
feed them, and then
And then,
we're putting them out between 9:30 at the latest,
Mhm.
and they were waking up around 7 or 8.
I gotta show you
Yeah.
this real quick, and I can share this this picture. But this is what we call daddy and daughter time in all the
They-
best ways. Hang on.
They needed to fix that safety position.
Look at that.
Just anything on the defense.
Oh, nice. Ah, that's awesome.
Right,
That's
right.
cool.
USC. Now, did
Last night, right before the draft. Yep.
Rice
Okay.
is Rice son eligible? Yeah, he's eligible.
Brandon
He
Rice.
gets drafted.
Yeah.
Because he's a problem.
They were predicting him for like a 4th round.
Really? 4th round? Oh my
Yeah.
God.
He-
Really?
So the thing about I actually watched some of Rice's stuff. I like him. He didn't make as many plays. At least this last year. The thing I really loved about him though is whenever he got the ball, he really ran with like enthusiasm. He was like
Yeah, enthusiasm.
when he
I
got
like
the
that.
ball. When he had the ball, he was one of the most motivated guys with the ball in hand. So he was.
Well,
Was
yeah.
he angry at the ground like Pacheco?
I mean, well,
I don't know about
maybe not
that.
the
Nobody
ground,
runs
but the guys
like
that were
that.
trying to tackle him. Yeah.
Other than Pachenko, it was maybe a few
Pacheco.
guys when I played in college might have ran that way. Trying to think. Give me some time. But it was players that when I was in the league and when I was in college football that ran like Pachenko. I thought it was kind of funny because I'm like,
You know who
Why?
Pachenko looks like?
I'm like,
did the
why?
ground do to you?
Like,
Yeah.
you know who he looks
Punish
like?
the ground.
And maybe it's just because it's a Chiefs thing, but like Jamal Charles. Like, I feel like they're almost like the same
Yeah.
thing. You know
Yep.
what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like-
Charlie Gardner.
Charlie Garner.
He ran
Yep.
like that.
Yep.
That was who I was trying to think of. He was a good dude. He was funny. I mean, we did. This is my last story. Then I gotta go. So you remember you'll remember.
Yep.
You and Will are probably the same age, so you will not, because they stopped this in like '02. But remember the Superstars competition they used to do on CBS?
Yeah.
And it started like in the 70s, went all through the 80s and the early 90s. So I did one of the last ones in 2002.
Oh my god.
So it's me, the receiver from the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Ward.
Ward, not Ward, the one that was on the Super Bowl team. Hines. Yeah, Hines Ward. Yeah, you said it right. Yeah, Hines Ward.
Yep.
Jeremy Bloom
Yep.
was with us.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Tomas Schechter was an IndyCar driver.
Yeah.
Chris Hovan, D tackle for the Vikings.
Yep.
A few of them are Charlie Gardner.
Yep.
And a couple more NFL players that I can't think of right now. They'll pop in my head. We all hung out, had a good time down. So we're down in Ochos Rios in Jamaica.
Yep.
And that's when they're having this superstar competition on a resort that has a track and basketball court and all this stuff. We get to the water game. So we had in the water day, we had to swim to a buoy and back, freestyle swim, jet ski race, and a few other things.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Between the jet ski and the freestyle to the buoy and back, we thought Charlie Gardner, the water was trying to kill him. So on the jet ski race, we got pick in for the Bengals coming up. Jet ski race, you had to turn at the buoy. So, but you're jetting out there, but then you got to hit the brakes and then turn around.
Yep.
So he
not hit the brakes.
He doesn't hit the brakes quite right.
Yeah.
The jet ski goes left, he goes right. He is TJ Houshmandzadeh, my guy. Good dude there.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Good dude there.
What an easy name to pronounce.
Yeah.
That's right.
They used to say TJ, who's your mama?
Who's your mama? That's right.
Oh, who's your mama?
Yeah, TJ, who's your mama? We had the same agency that represented us, so we would hang out at golf events in the off season. Good dude.
Who's the opposite? Charles.
What's his name?
Johnson?
Yeah, Ocho
Cinco,
Cinco.
Yeah.
Ocho Cinco, yeah.
So the jet ski,
Yeah.
Hey,
we like he's dead.
they got the wide receiver.
Oh, Jermaine Burton. So I'm like, when we saw him fly off, we're like, oh, thank God he landed in water.
Right.
But he had to go get picked up, so he's like just struggling. He wasn't a great swimmer anyway. We find this out during this competition.
Right.
He's like, bro, why you didn't tell people? Like, why are you in a competition where we have to swim and you're not a good swimmer?
Right.
He said, I'm just competitive. I'm like, okay, you gotta be smarter. You gotta be smarter than the competition now. Come on, Charlie. And so then we get to the freestyle, and he got wore out because we had to do mountain climb. We did they had what's the mountain climbing practice thing.
Like rock climbing?
Rock climbing wall, right?
Yep.
So we did that before so your arms are toast right now.
Oh, God.
So we get in this water, and the buoy's probably like a good 30 to 25 meters out,
Yep.
and it's in the ocean. It's in the Gulf of Mexico.
So there's
No.
wake.
It's
like
it's
waves.
so it's a
There's
wake,
like
and then you're going
currents.
against the waves, and so
Oh,
pick is in for Seahawks. That was the team that drafted me
there you go.
back in 1998, 76 pick overall in this round. So he gets to the buoy, and he just hugs the buoy, and we're like, it's like is he gonna finish the race or he's gonna like throw in the preserve like late because it's like if you can't make it, they'll like raise your hand and start, but nobody saw his hand
Oh my
because the
God.
waves got so high,
Right.
and he damn near died.
Oh no.
He damn near died. So he finally makes it back, and then when we realize that he's like almost dying, then somebody goes out and gets him and brings it back. He's like, so at the end of the event, when everybody got their awards, like I think between Jeremy and Tomas, they like overall had the total point score, and it was like first and second. And then Charlie, we just made up a award. We said the one that survived award goes to Charlie Gardner
Oh my God.
because every event he damn near died and he made it.
Right.
It was hilarious,
God.
Oh my God.
hilarious. All right, now I gotta go. I gotta
I'm
go.
gonna head out too, guys.
I gotta head to
Appreciate
Epley.
it. It's good
Hopefully
stuff.
Epley's still there with all the tornadoes on today. Good gracious.
That was
Yeah,
insane.
thanks, Will. It was
Yeah.
fun.
Of course.
It was
Wow.
fun.
So
Have
then,
fun.
do we want to bring in
Sean,
Sean?
I think he's down by his office. I can come down with you to get him.
Awesome.
All right.
Hey, appreciate
Have
it, guys.
fun, chat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Peace out.
Awesome. Appreciate it.
Oh man.
You can hold down the fort while I'm gone, right?
Yeah, I can do
Charlie
that.
Garner, boy.
Man.
It's not going to be very long, so I didn't think it would be anything crazy. My head hurts. All right. It's not just me. Won't be me for just a second, but there'll be a couple One other person coming in. Oh, we got an ad break. So. Let's see here. Missed a couple of the draft picks because we were talking so much. So I'm gonna go back and look at that real quick. All right, let's see here. Yeah, his let's see here. Bullock, USC, defensive back. Did need to fix that. Let's see here. Delmore Glaze, Maryland, offensive tackle. I guess they did need to protect the quarterback, so I don't know how important that was, but Broncos getting Ellis. They needed to fix that defense. That defense was losing pieces left and right, especially on the front. So they needed to fix that as soon as we can. It looks like who's left? Pick is in for Seattle. I forgot the hire Mike McDonald. That's going to be an interesting offense coming in. I don't know much about McDonald, but I know that he's looking to revamp that offense, or just in general. Let's see here. So after the Seahawks, we got Arizona, Rams, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Philadelphia, Dallas, Green Bay, Tampa, Arizona again, Green Bay again, Tampa again, Baltimore, San Francisco, Buffalo, and Jacksonville. Okay. That's what I can see. Well, it's Tyler Lockett.
How we doing?
Doing all right. Seahawks are just about to get their pick in. Tyler Lockett's the one announcing it. Is Sean going to be able to join us?
No, he's heading out because apparently he's old and has to be up in the morning for the spring game, even though so do I. Because I'm walking in the door.
I'm playing in the pet band for the spring game. I got to be up early tomorrow.
Yeah, well, he's Christian Haynes. There you go.
Oh.
He's forcing us to be there at 8:45.
Oh.
And again, he has to be there at 8:45, but he's forcing me to be there at 8:45. Otherwise, I can't get in. So
what are compensatory
compensatory
picks? I can speak English today. That'd be nice.
Who's this one?
I believe it was this one. Yeah.
From what is that? From the Broncos?
I think it was from the Broncos. Yeah.
Compensatory.
I don't remember. I wasn't. You came in at a weird time, so I wasn't paying
Oh,
attention.
what are compensatory picks? So compensatory picks are like what the Jets gave to the Packers, where it's or the who is it? The Steelers gave the Bears.
Bears, yeah.
A compensatory pick is if this player plays this amount of downs, performs this way, does whatever. It's a condition that if it's met, the compensatory pick turns from, like in the instance of the Bears and Steelers, for the Bears, their Steelers pick will turn from a 6th to a 5th. Or if Aaron Rodgers had played like 60% of snaps, the second round pick that was a compensatory pick would have turned into a first round pick. So if a condition is met, it turns into something else.
Yeah. Has that been like a newer thing?
I just think
about it for like the past couple years.
I'm pretty sure it's been a thing. It's just one of those things you have to pay attention more to it to acknowledge it, I think.
Because I haven't heard much about it until this last year.
It's just a thing that you more you pay attention, the more you notice things like that. If you don't pay too much attention, you look at it and you go, oh, wow, like David Johnson to
At tight end. Ryman.
athleticism scores.
Yeah. So tight end Ryman going to Cardinals. Interesting.
Yeah.
I guess Arizona does need picks in general, so they're probably just going to go with whatever. So
Yeah,
the
they
Rams
don't
just
have
got their
Zach
pick in.
Ertz. I don't even. I'm so lost. All the stuff over here, and I'm like, I don't even know who's. Wilson is still available. If he's healthy, I think he's one of the best linebackers in the class. He's fallen like 40 spots.
Mm-hmm.
This makes me
He's
legitimately
projected, yeah.
sad. Legitimately sad.
There's a couple at the end of the round, it looks like. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Didn't think there were-
Compensatory is there? Where's the end of the what? Okay, we're at 83, so 13-ish more picks. Yeah, I mean, the mid-round ones tend to be a little more. This is where you get pick swaps. Third round is an average spot. You'll probably see an okay amount of compensatory ones. Usually, fourth and fifth rounds, I feel like, are the compensatory ones that could turn into third and fourth. No! I like him. Why does he have to go to the... They have a running back. Every time there's a running back that I like, he goes and sits behind someone. It was Deuce Vaughn last year.
Mm-hmm.
I liked Deuce Vaughn, and he goes and sits behind frickin' Pollard and Dowdle, and he's still like, And now you have Blake Corum, who's gonna sit behind fucking what's his name, Kyron Williams.
No, yeah, I was about to say, like, you don't remember his name.
I'm not good with names. This is why you
I'm
don't
not
quiz
either,
me.
but at least I know, like, well, okay. I'm good with some names.
I'm good with like facts and stuff, but if you ask me to just be like, hey, this person's name, I'm just gonna be like, huh? Or if you ask me to name someone's name, I'm like, I'm gonna draw a blank for like 20 minutes. I'm not good with names.
Also, these nerds candy, they're basically sugar in a crack form. Like, this is literally crack, but in sugar form. Have you had these before?
No.
Take one. How do you not have one of these? These has been everywhere recently.
I've seen the ads for them. I just haven't.
They're like, they're crack. They're so good. I only get these like once in a while though, because like this is like a lot of sugar.
See, my issue is when I start doing sugar, I only do sugar for about like a month.
Fair, yeah.
People are like, are you sweet or salty? And I'm like, I'm both. It just depends on my ebbs and flows.
Blows. No, but Blake Corum going to the Rams. I mean,
He's my favorite running back.
I know he's your favorite running back. Like, you
Frickin'
upset you didn't get him or something?
I just wanted him to go to somewhere where he would play. It was
That's valid. But they're like a dual running back right there. So
yeah, but there are teams that actually need.
that's a
running back.
stacked roster right there for offense.
Their concern never was their weapons.
Stafford,
though.
Williams, Corum, Cup, and Nakua. That's a stacked roster right there on the offense.
Didn't they take a tight end in the second?
No, that was Are you thinking Arizona?
No, Arizona just took one.
I don't think they took a.
I thought they went after a tight end.
Maybe I'm going crazy.
Or maybe I'm thinking it might. No, I think what I'm thinking is the Rams were rumored to trade up for Brock Bowers. I think is what it was, and yeah, I think they just had the rumor to move up for Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
And because I remember, I was like, don't they have Higbee? Like, why would they go for a tight end? But
Yeah.
I guess I haven't gotten one yet. But
Mm-hmm.
and Roman Wilson goes to the Steelers. Man,
Interesting. Took a while for them to get a wide receiver, but here they are.
all right, Cleveland on the board. They're gonna sign the most expensive player, who is only going to be mid.
You are not positive whatsoever.
No, that's what they do. Deshaun
Yeah.
Watson,
We don't.
among
We don't
others,
talk
he's-
about Deshaun Watson.
Jerry Judy.
Hey, look, Nebraska.
Hey, look,
Wow.
Nebraska. Dude, that
I sure like to be reminded that we suck.
I saw that play so many times for JJ McCarthy highlights, and I'm like, I mean,
It's not bad.
as far as placement goes,
That's pretty good.
he put it on the defender's back. Roman Wilson went and caught it off of a guy's back as he was getting tackled mid catch.
Mm-hmm.
That's a phenomenal catch.
Oh, for sure.
The throw, though, I'm like, this is not one of McCarthy's highlights. I'm gonna be honest.
This is a Roman Wilson highlight right here.
So like they were mentioning, where is Luke Reimer valued?
Luke Reimer was valued like 260
see,
something.
That was part of the thing when you were like, who's the top guys? And I'm like, there's not a lot of guys leaving. We have a lot of
300.
guys.
Sorry. So our top guy is Omar Brown. He's at 318 according to this website. Luke Reimer is 363. Garrett Nelson 406, and Eric Gilbert at 455.
Only a couple
I mean,
of those guys are getting drafted.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that like I remembered what was it? I remembered Reimer and Brown. I just kind of forgot about Gilbert. I knew Nelson existed, but I just completely forgot about the other guy.
I've been so focused. I've put so much time studying NFL prospects, especially those first round ones, but looking at all these guys, and then you're like, name Nebraska guys. And I'm like, specifically the guys who graduated? I don't. Names.
Names to faces.
I was explaining the only guy that came to mind when you were like, oh yeah, defensive piece that everyone loves, and I was like, Hutmacher? Hutmacher?
Or what? Did you say?
Hutmacher?
Oh. Yeah. Oh.
He was the freaking first guy I thought of when you said that, and I was like,
Yeah. That's fair.
I've been putting too much
That's fair.
looking at NFL prospects that I'm like, I don't.
You don't remember
Who do we have on Nebraska again? Who do we?
people?
What's going on? Too much going on. I
Yeah,
need to
people.
sleep. Am I going to? No, but I need to sleep. I need my camera. Can't forget my camera.
Yeah, you better not forget your camera.
I mean, worst comes to worst, I can drop by Anderson on the way to the stadium.
Yeah.
Which is kind of out of the way.
I don't know what the Browns are doing. They're taking their sweet ass time here.
I'm trying to.
Oh, Philadelphia and San Francisco just traded places. I saw that.
Who are you gonna get? Did you freaking? Is Troy Franklin gone? Did I miss Troy Franklin getting drafted?
I don't know.
This sucks that I can't look at a board. I wish I had my computer.
These are heaven.
Oh my God, Puka Nakua. Anyways,
Bro, Puka Nakua.
oh, there
Such
he
a
is again.
steal. He was a steal.
Who's gonna be the steals today? You know who I think was a steal?
What?
Michael Penix.
Shut up. We don't talk about Penix. Or at least we don't talk about the Falcons right now.
Is that the new hit Disney song?
What?
We don't talk about Penix.
Shut up. Okay, we don't talk about Bruno does go hard though.
It's catchy and I hate it.
What? It's a good song. I actually watched that movie. It's such a good movie.
I did not.
One of the better ones that they put out recently.
That was one of those that I saw the trailer for and I was like, I don't.
Bro, Soul from Disney is so underrated.
That one
Such a
was one that I
beautiful
wanted
movie.
to see, but just didn't actually go and see.
Ooh, Brown's selected somebody. Who are they doing?
Who are you?
Show yourself.
Okay, I got
Oh, it's Carl Nassib.
again. Yeah, at first, for like a glance, I thought it was Brock Purdy. And I was like, that's not right. Brock Purdy is announcing the pick for the Cleveland Browns. He's just like clowns.
Sure. Unless they trade it up. But
Well, they
Zach is intern. They did.
He's the guy who had he was the really good guard that got injured late in the season, I think, against Ohio State.
Smooth Brain just said, yo, Falcons got an A- in my book. On every pick except Penix, in my opinion. Penix was a C.
Their second round pick was questionable too. What was the freaking who'd they get? Because they went interior D line over, which isn't horrible, but you have other.
See, Smooth Brain's got good opinions. He says Soul is really good. I agree.
I just had
Soul is like a really good movie. It's so underappreciated. It's the same thing with like I'm trying to think of like movies that were never appreciated, like Iron Giant, Treasure Planet, like those Disney movies, like in that era. Those were good movies. I watched a few of them recently. Man, I wish I grew up with that. Here.
Yeah, I remember I watched that game. But I mean, he was a really good guard up until that's just another guy who's. I want to see a quarterback go. Where's Spencer Rattler going?
We haven't had a quarterback go in a while.
Where's Spencer Rattler going? Dallas?
That'd be funny.
All in.
No, he's going to the Falcons.
We just had 3 straight Michigan players get drafted.
Yep. Well, Michigan had a very stacked roster this year.
They did, but it's like the run is. Okay, who are you taking here? You took a receiver.
Ooh. Trying not to bump the mic.
I think did they take lineman? No, they took corner. I think right in the second. Where did the subtitles go?
I don't know. Dominic Pooney?
That'd be my guess. Kansas tackle. Not a guy I know too much about. Ran a 5.35.
Huh.
I mean, he's a tackle, but like.
Yeah. I mean, Niners, any protection would be good.
Yeah, they needed linemen. What did they get in the second?
Oh, he's a Kansas player.
Yeah.
Damn. Iron Giant is a classic. Is it actually underappreciated? I don't say it's underappreciated, but it's not talked about.
Yeah,
enough.
it's not talked about. But I don't think there's anyone who would be like, Iron Giant's meh. I think anyone is like, if name your favorite animated film, Iron Giant doesn't pop up. But then you're like, what about Iron Giant? They're like, that's a good one.
But no, it's a similar situation where it's like, are you thinking recency or are you thinking all time? Because that's when the debate comes in. Because if I'm thinking like in recent memory, an animated film, I'm thinking Across the Spider-Verse right now.
I haven't seen
That's such a beautiful movie to watch.
Peyton Wilson.
Come on, Dallas.
Spencer Rattler.
Please.
Get the Rat God.
It's not Rap God, it's Rat God.
Photoshop Eminem, but with Spencer Rattler's face.
Dude, I am so hyped for this Eminem album that's coming out this summer. And I also heard Kendrick Lamar is dropping an album this summer. Bro, I'm going to have a good time. I can't wait for this new music. I need new music in my fucking playlist now. I've been searching the internet just for like good songs to listen to. I just need new content. New content, please. Hey, it's Gronkowski.
How many times have I seen your face today already? Jesus.
Well, Gronkowski's a cool dude.
He's a cool dude.
He's like one of those players that he just happens to be on a very hated team, but he's such a great guy on and off the field. Yeah. Besides the hit on Tre'Davious White, but
he'll be fine.
Yeah. My phone. He goes by Rat Daddy. He goes by Rat Daddy. You better.
If he goes to Dallas, he can be. He can
shut up.
All he wants, he can be Rat Daddy.
They call me the Rat Daddy.
As he ends up third on the fucking, he'll end up third on the depth chart behind Trey Lance.
Sometimes I keep forgetting that Trey Lance went to Dallas. It's such a weird trade. Like, it's so weird that it happened. because he was hyped up to be like this really great quarterback. He never panned out.
We haven't seen him play. We don't know what he actually can do.
Mm-hmm.
I just part of me thinks that's like maybe the Cowboys are actually smart and secretly.
Why do we got a thumbs down on our stream? That's a stupid bubble thing. How do we turn that thing off?
I don't know.
There's like a setting for that. I don't know how to do that. They're so weird.
Yeah, but yeah, I like to think if the Cowboys are secretly being like super big brain and they're like, we're just gonna let Dak Prescott slide out. Trey Lance is secretly really good, and he's gonna come in after, and people are gonna be like, "What are the Cowboys doing?" Secretly, he's great though.
Watch me fumble this, but in better style. Trey Lance is not that guy. He's not that guy, pal. He's not that guy.
Well, you've barely even seen him play, so it's hard to even say if he is that guy.
He was from North Dakota State. He was in the system that Brock Purdy is currently in, and he didn't perform as well as he did.
But he didn't play. They didn't play him the same way. They played him as a runner, which is a valuable part of his game. But he needed to be developed. He was just kind of thrown in there until he got hurt.
Cast into the fire.
Yeah, example of when that doesn't work. And then Brock Purdy was just like, "Hey guys, you want to go win some games? I'll go win some games. I like winning."
Winning. What's that? We don't hear that a lot in Nebraska. Besides volleyball. And recently basketball. I wish we could say that about football, though. I just want Nebraska to be at least competitive.
I just
want a bowl game. I want a tribal bowl game.
I'm excited to see what we're gonna have tomorrow at the spring game.
Dude,
I want to know what quarterbacks are playing because I want to know.
Raiola, I think, is playing.
I'm sure he'll play some. Because some of the guys from last year transferred out. Sims is gone.
Sims is gone.
Really?
I don't think that's what you need.
Linebacker?
Okay, well, linebacker, that's fine. I was thinking more like... It's more O-line.
Well, I think this is your help in the run game.
I guess, yeah.
Well, that's what linebackers are supposed to be, although it looks like they're focused way more on...
That's what I'm saying. Is this linebacker for the run game or for the pass game?
He looks like for the pass game, which is... Yeah. Pick is in.
Oh, Green Bay.
That was real quick. What they got? Nope, that's the Cowboys. I thought that was. BB isn't a horrible pick. None of this is all in-esque. What do the Packers go here? You got a tackle. You got a linebacker. You went safety.
Yep.
Do they have another third round, or is this their first third round?
I think it's their first.
Oh, yeah, but they do got one shortly after. So you could go corner. You could go another lineman. I don't think this is going to be Peyton Wilson because they got Edgerrin Cooper, so probably a D lineman.
Probably.
D lineman or corner? Packers pick.
What are you doing?
Oh, no, they should. The running back was on their board. That's not the one I expected them to go. I was not that big a fan of Lloyd when watching anything out of USC.
Other pieces. The offense is fine.
No, I don't blame him for getting a running back. I think most boards had them taking. Is it Mike Davis out of Kentucky? Marshawn Lloyd, just was. I mean, he can do stuff in the pass game. I don't know. He played with Caleb Williams. That's like, really.
I don't know, man. And Tampa Bay just got their pick in. Where do you think they go here?
Oh, okay. Where did they go?
They got
went.
the running back.
they
Or
got-
no, that's Green Bay. Never mind.
They got Barton. They got. They got an edge in Braswell.
Yes,
Is that all they've done so far?
I think so. They didn't have many picks right away.
Corner?
No, yeah, they got a corner earlier.
Did they?
I thought so.
I don't know. Because here's the also thing.
Tyreek Smith.
Tyke Smith.
I'm going to say Tyreek Smith. Tyke Smith.
So that's the second day one nickel as a safety. Okay. That's the second Georgia safety off the board.
Yep.
Also the second Georgia nickel corner. That's. I don't know. So what we're down to what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 picks left. Oh, Tampa Bay also has another one left. You're gonna go Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Arizona, Green Bay, Tampa Bay.
Yep.
Interesting.
I think it was just the way things fell into place.
Yeah, some of those trades. But pick is in here. This could be a receiver. They went tight end. They went tight end, running back, and receiver with an edge and Melton. Oh my god, they've made so many picks. Running back, guard. So tight end, guard, running back, cornerback, edge, receiver. Interior D lineman, maybe?
Probably. That would be the best bet in that situation.
Or you see him double up on a position.
They could, honestly. I can see him doubling up. See?
What do you mean, see? I said it first.
I'm sitting. Never mind. Yeah. So Elijah Jones. I didn't hear too much about him, but I mean,
there's not even many notes. It's just like, hey, he got awards.
yeah. I mean, he was something. That's all they need.
Yeah, going corner is not a bad move.
No, it really isn't. I just hope they can translate that to like the future and everything. Because like, I know they have all this draft capital and everything, but do they use them correctly? I don't know. Cardinals have been having a history of just like butchering all these draft picks and everything, just ruining them. But I'm hoping this time around they won't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's all based on like regimes and stuff.
Yeah, I guess. Packers got their pick in, so we're waiting for them at this point.
Do Vikings have no picks today at all?
No, they had one earlier.
Did they? Who did they take?
They had
Some.
who was it? I'm just trying to remember all their draft. Hold on. Okay. Let's see here. That's not who I'm looking for. Trying to find the list. Hold on.
Well, while he's doing that, we're on commercial break while we wait for the Packers are back on the clock. So I don't know. It'll be interesting grading these. Looking back at it, I don't know. I don't feel like there's as many dumb moves to comment on today.
No.
Well, there wasn't even dumb moves on the first day other than a few. But like, I don't even. None of them are like super impressive picks or
No.
super interesting. It's kind of just like I think the run of D tackles in the early second round was very interesting.
Oh, for sure, yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, there's a lot of, there's obviously going to be the good picks, and then there's always the interesting ones. But yeah, dude, we had how many guests today? 4. We had 4 guests today. We were supposed to have 5, but one just couldn't do it today, so it's okay. But I don't know about you, but I had a great time talking to them.
It was fun.
Nice. So the fact that I was literally sitting next to a former NFL player just boggles my mind sometimes. It's just
Oh yeah, you've not talked to him, have you?
No, that's the first time I've met him. That's wild. It's just I've met 2 NFL players in person, and I've like talked to them. He's the one I talked to recently. The first one I was at like some Boy Scout. It's like a jamboree or jubilee, whatever it's called. And one of the, I think he was like a linebacker or defensive back from Detroit, and he came in on a helicopter. And I have a picture of him somewhere in my phone or in my external storage, and I have that picture. I don't remember his name. Actually, I think I posted that I met him a while ago. Hold on, let me pick, because for me it was just like oh my gosh, I met an NFL player, because it's like really crazy. Let's see here. Oh god, I have to go all the way back.
Yeah, I mean it's cool. It's cool meeting NFL players. Amon is
it's
super cool.
Yeah, Amon's very chill. He knew a lot of stuff.
He knows a lot.
He was on top of things. So it wasn't Detroit. It was St. Louis Rams. Steven Jackson, number 39. He wasn't a big name, but he was a name.
He's a name I'm familiar with.
Yeah.
As a corner, he wasn't like super flashy, but
he was he was something. Dude, I was super excited the fact that I got to just like, take a picture with him and everything, because me being like a 6th or 7th grader when I was, I think that was when I was. Green Bay, what are you doing?
So they pick another linebacker, but they go Tyron Hopper out of Missouri.
Could have been a better pick.
I'm just confused. Okay, I get injury concerns. Did he not pass physics? I'm so curious why he's falling so much.
It doesn't. I don't know.
Also, I thought about them doubling up on a position. This is not the position I would have doubled up on.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Not unless you went Peyton Wilson just because he's still there.
Yeah.
God, I think I missed who the Jaguars took. Who did the Jaguars take?
They took a.
Oh wait, no, they haven't gone yet. Never mind, they're up there.
I was going to say in the second round, I think they took a tackle or something.
Wait.
Also,
no, they took a defensive guy, right?
Also, yeah, I think it was. No, it was an edge. I think it was an edge.
Yeah, from
Was it Georgia?
No, I don't think so.
I have to go back and watch it, but so I'm seeing a quote from the Falcons GM saying if he sits for 4 or 5 years, that's a great problem to have. 4 or 5 years for Penix?
It's a great problem to have. We just spent the number 8 overall pick in the draft to spend his entire contract sitting, not knowing if he's any good. Oh god, Buccaneers take Jalen McMillan. I still argue you guys don't need receiver.
Mm-hmm.
You have Evans, you have Godwin, and yes, a little biased, but you have Trey Palmer, who I think
Trey Palmer is such a good steal in the draft. Like, sure, he was number 1 wide receiver here, but like he's a solid like number 2 any team that he goes to.
Wow, way to just cut out Trey Palmer. Wow.
Wait, what now? They didn't put Trey Palmer in there. I'm upset. Godwin and Evans are more important. So
I know, but it's like you assume that he's even. Does he go? Do you bump Palmer down to 4 then as a receiver? Because I don't think you need to do that. But
I don't know.
Pick is in. What are we taking?
Right. What are you hoping here?
I don't even know. We went tackle. We went corner. Maybe a receiver, but I must have missed Troy Franklin because I feel like he would have gone by now. I could be receiver or something along the defense. I wouldn't mind something on the D line. A linebacker would be pretty good. We just lost Patrick Queen.
That's true. Patrick Queen is going to need a replacement like really bad because what was it? It wasn't Patrick Queen you just lost. You lost someone else that was pretty notable on defense, right? Or am I thinking offense? You lost some pieces, right?
We lost 2 of our running backs. We lost Morgan Moses. We lost
Morgan Moses, who I'm thinking of.
Odell left. We lost Geno Stone.
Mm-hmm.
Lost Patrick Queen. And some older Jadeveon Clowney.
Clowney is the one.
But like these are just that's what on the D line we've just taken veterans and thrown them in there and they just produce.
Yeah, that's true.
Would I appreciate like a star edge rusher? Absolutely. The last guy we had that was like a star edge rusher that we drafted, we let leave, and that was I don't even know if I think we drafted him. It was Matthew Judon, and we let him go to New England because he wanted a big contract, and we were like, we need that money otherwhere. So,
yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm still geeking out the fact that Amar Green was literally sitting right next to me. I'm sorry. I just it's not every day you just sit next to a former NFL player who played for 12 seasons.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Well, you say that, but then the first time I literally met him he was my professor for an esports class.
I know that. It's just like you met him in a very like.
I sat there and I was like, oh my God, it's Amon Green. And then he's like, all right, so we're going to talk about video games. And I went, okay.
Well, for you, it was just, oh God, he's a professor of mine. For me, it was just like, oh my gosh, it's an NFL player. Former NFL player.
See, you say that, but I was like, when I learned that he was teaching an esports class, and I was like, this is like Amon Green. I went and I was like, I told a bunch of people, I tried to downplay it, but I was like, I'm taking a class from Amon Green. I went and told my parents that, and my dad was like, oh, cool, whatever. And keep in mind, my parents are both big Husker fans because they grew up in Nebraska. My dad was like, cool, whatever. I'm trying to not seem like he's just kind of like, well, whatever. And then my mom was like, you should get an autograph from him. And my dad was like, stop it.
Yeah, you don't really.
I'm like,
that. No.
Christmas gift?
Christmas gift?
Just bring him a football and go, hey, could you send this to my parents?
No.
Thank you.
I'm gonna mention that to my dad. I know he's a Bears fan, but like regardless, I think he'd be like, that's.
Is he a Husker fan?
Yeah, he's a Husker fan.
Boom.
Well, I'm just saying that regardless if he's a Bears or a Husker fan, it's just like that's pretty crazy.
Do you know how much this signed football would be worth on the internet?
On the internet, probably a lot, but
you just get like any piece of memorabilia, sign it, and be like, hey. I guess you can, like.
Ravens are about to pick.
What are we doing?
I don't know.
I just here's the thing.
Quaking in your boots.
I'm gonna have the Ravens are a team that's like whoever they pick. I'm just like, whatever we pick. Usually our guys turn out to be pretty good. So like it's just regardless of what they pick, I just gotta like trust it. As long as it's just not one of the, as long as it's just not like someone where I'm like if this is Spencer Rattler, I'm gonna be like, why? I got a notification on my phone, and I saw the position. So, which actually has me. That's not what my phone said.
Huh.
Alex texted me and went, for the record, I'm a very big fan of Blake Coram being in LA. I'm like, God damn it. Okay, yeah. This gave me Penn State linebacker. And I was like, oh, it's a linebacker. All I saw was linebacker, though. And I was like, but, well, there's our edge that I was literally just talking about.
You needed an edge.
Yeah, if we could actually just get, like, a stud edge player instead of having to rely on veterans. But the question is he actually any good? I think he's fallen from where most people, or from where I've seen him valued. I really wouldn't have minded Peyton Wilson though. But I don't hate it. It's we're great at getting trench guys. It's
Who are they?
Jets, Eagles.
No,
Eagles.
Are they
What?
Eagle something?
They're Eagles. It's
They have
like the
Seahawk
Kelly.
caps on right now.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, I don't know who they are.
Who is you? I don't know. What were they? What was the Seahawks? Were they the women's flag football league?
That might have been what they were.
Oh.
I sometimes forget that it really even exists
Peyton Wilson.
because they don't advertise it enough.
Jay Hunt. No, come back. God damn it.
What?
The guys who are still on the board. If the Eagles get Peyton Wilson, throwing something out a window.
You can throw a chair out the window.
I was actually thinking a chair too.
Okay. I was like there's plenty
But,
of chairs here. You can throw them out the window.
God, I know he has injury concerns, but if he could be one of the best linebackers in the draft, and if he just falls to the Eagles, okay.
Oh, okay. Well, they didn't need Eagles. Definitely needed that edge piece. They're
gonna get an edge regardless.
I
They
know.
love their D-line.
It's just saying that anything on that defense would help because I know that's where all of their issues, or not all of them, but like a good majority of their issues were because that defense just fell apart during that last half of the season, and I don't know what else. Ooh, wow, that was a hit. But anyways, you need to reload. That's what the Eagles are doing. I think what was it? We were talking about a couple teams earlier, and I'm like, a lot of these teams. No, they were talking about the Ravens. I was like, they're not rebuilding; they're reloading. That's what you guys are doing.
They're not even like reloading though.
It's more reloading than rebuilding, though.
Oh, absolutely. Reload. I wouldn't even say reloading. We didn't lose most of our key pieces. We lost our defensive coordinator, which is honestly my biggest concern. We lost a tackle, but he was an aging tackle. He pretty easily could be replaced. You lost your running backs who couldn't stay healthy. Gus Edwards, honestly, is the biggest loss because he was a little more reliable and was great in short down and distance situations.
All right, Bills. What are you gonna select here?
Odell was whatever because he didn't do much.
Who's this woman again? I feel like she's very important.
I didn't see earlier.
I didn't see her
They're
name
not
earlier.
gonna re-establish who it is. Dwayne.
Hey, look,
Carter
they got a replacement. I
for
think.
who?
No, they didn't get a replacement. I was thinking of someone else. Never mind. I guess that helps with the defense. Give more pressure.
Yeah, just
Get a
get,
younger guy in. Probably won't play right away then.
let him rotate. That's the nice thing about
rotation would probably
interior
help.
D line is you get guys who rotate in.
I don't know. It's just let's see. Jacksonville, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Rams, and Commanders. Those are the teams that are left.
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville.
You know what they should do is trade down with the Houston Texans.
I don't know what the
Collusion.
trend's on. So we'll see. We'll see.
We
5.5
love some
sacks. That's
collusion.
126 tackles, 7 forced fumbles in career. Not bad.
Depending on how much you played. I really do like that Keon Coleman pick.
That Coleman pick, I'm not mad. I was thinking like Mitchell or something, but
I think Mitchell's solid. I think
he's good.
Coleman is going to fit much better in Buffalo.
Yeah. And I also forgot he was playing in the Big Ten conference, so he has some experience in the snow. So
Coleman?
Yeah, Coleman.
Coleman's from Florida State.
He played at Michigan State though.
Oh, played at some point, yes.
Yeah, at some point he played at Michigan State. He didn't get drafted. He wasn't on Michigan State when he got drafted.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that he did play in a colder environment, so he has that ability to. He's adaptable. Is what
Yeah, he'll get
trying to say.
the practice there, but yeah, Adonai Mitchell. I'm not really sure why he fell the way he did. Honestly, though, like if the Chiefs would have gotten Adonai Mitchell instead of Xavier Worthy, I would be more concerned
Yeah.
because he's like I don't think he's gonna be as good as the other first round receivers,
Mm-mm.
but
Hey, you stop that trying to bait me with the Texans.
I would never bait you with hot takes on the Texans, like the fact that they're better than the Jaguars
If I say
and
anything,
CJ Stroud's going to be in
regardless,
the MVP.
I
race.
think I would like to see Texans and Jaguars try to face off in the playoffs this next year.
Jaguars have to make the playoffs first.
I am well aware of that. I just think that they can. It's just that would be cool. Caleb Williams on bringing championships to Chicago. My last goal is immortality.
What is
Like his name is etched into the Hall of Fame of Chicago. Is what he's trying to say.
Oh, people in Chicago will know who he is. God, I just have a feeling Chicago's gonna be like, oh, we should have stuck with Justin Fields. Give him like 2 years, and they're gonna be like, oh no.
Maybe we'll see how it goes.
Because
Because
20
the thing
fumbles
is that
by like week 8.
yeah, I don't know. I think Caleb Williams is great. I just don't think he's as good as they advertise him to be. Maybe that's just our opinion, but
I just can't wait.
Caleb Williams has the talent. I just don't think
He's not gonna get developed, and he needs development.
I
But-
don't know. Sometimes they just throw things into the fire and somehow it works. I don't know why.
Not in Chicago.
Yeah, not in Chicago. You're right.
You don't have the coaching system. You don't have the quarterback development. You picked a young guy who, yes, he can run around, make plays, but he can be careless with the ball, and he's just not ready to.
So you're saying he's not that guy?
He's not that guy, pal. He's not that guy.
Well, Jacksonville has their picking.
McLaughlin.
Well, who do you think they're going to pick here?
I have no idea.
I don't know who they would pick because they have the receiver, they have their cornerback, they had. Did they get an edge earlier?
They did get an edge. Did they actually get a corner? I don't think they got a corner.
I thought they did. They got one later.
I
maybe,
thought they
maybe
only,
I'm tripping.
I think we said that they should, but I don't recall them actually getting one.
I don't remember. Dude, I've got a memory of like goldfish, man. I don't remember shit easily.
Smooth brain. Who's it gonna be?
Smooth brain. Thank you for the reference. I appreciate the reference.
Smooth brain.
Smooth brain. All right, Jacksonville, what are you gonna do here? Hey, cornerback.
I am the foreteller.
Aware in coverage, active versus run, excellent nickel.
I mean, I don't. Never mind.
What? What were you gonna say?
I don't think you want me to say it. I think
No,
you're
no,
not gonna.
no. Say what?
I was gonna say I don't know what the difference between an excellent nickel and a poor nickel is. I'm pretty sure they're all worth the same amount, 5 cents.
Oh, okay. I was going to say like, what are you trying to say here? But I don't know. I mean,
You got a corner.
you got a corner.
He's active, good against the run.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of that's
they
nice to
needed.
have.
They needed that.
You're gonna lack a corner, but there's still corners available.
Solid pick, Smooth Brain said.
I don't know if I don't know how helpful he'll be. Oh, these are guys that are selected. I'm like, there's no way Kool-Aid McKinstry's still left. That would
No.
not.
There's no way that he was still available. The Bengals, okay, they got a wide receiver. They had something on the O-line. I think guard, I believe. I don't remember.
Didn't
They had someone on their own line. They had
didn't
a
they
wide
get edge
receiver.
with
They had
Ellis?
they had an edge, I think.
Wasn't that Ellis?
Yeah, I think this was Ellis was their edge.
Unless that was the Browns. He went to an orange team. Oh, maybe it was the Broncos.
No, it was Broncos. It was Broncos.
McKinley Jackson.
Hey, they got their defensive tackle.
Yeah.
They also needed that as well.
Just kidding.
There's a lot of teams that I feel like they just need a bunch of positions, so a lot of them make sense. There's definitely more priority over one or the other, but
I mean, yeah, you lost your interior guy. I mean, yeah.
He's that guy. So we got Pittsburgh, Rams, and Commanders left.
All right, Pittsburgh. How are you going to disappoint your franchise this time?
Have they even disappointed them this
Don't
year?
take Peyton Wilson, please.
Is he still available?
Yes. Oh, I don't want him to go to the. I don't want him to go to the Steelers. I despise you. Your existence.
I know.
Freaking bane of all existence. And then you take people that I like. Patrick Queen, Justin Fields.
Commercial. They're probably thinking about it.
The pick's in.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so
Oh.
they're just running it while things come in. I'm trying to think of even who like my favorite day two, which team had the best day two, and
There's a lot to go over.
it's
so
just weird. Like all of it's kind of like, yeah.
I guess.
Although, well, Rams got Corum and
They did get Corum.
who'd they get in the second?
They had someone else. They had a corner, I think.
They traded up. No, they went
No, they went edge.
D line. Was it
It was. I thought it was edge.
wasn't it Fisk? No, this was their
No, it was.
they got Verse in the first round.
Yeah.
Second round
Yeah.
was
That's what it was. It was like it was
Fisk, yeah, because it was the Florida State team.
Florida State, and then Interesting.
It's not gonna be tight. Well, it could be tight end. It could be tight end. It could be corner.
I mean,
I think corner would be a good move here.
yeah.
I don't know. We're in the part of the board where I don't know as much.
Yeah.
But yeah, corner wouldn't be bad. You got some guys who are like short-term solutions. I know they got. Oh, it was a Jaguar. Was it Darius Williams
Darius Williams? It might have been Darius Williams.
with Tre'Davious White?
Yeah.
So you're hoping that. I mean, both of them were solid, or well, even good where they were before. But there's reasons they left, and it's Tre'Davious couldn't stay healthy. Darius was kind of just.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't fantastic as a corner, so I think it was just kind of moving on.
Sorry, I'm just looking at some of the damage from the tornado from earlier today. There was a tornado passing from Lincoln to Omaha, and some houses in Elkhorn got shredded up. So it's not good to see. So I hope everyone's okay. No one's hurt. But
Yeah,
that's the issue with living in the Midwest, and for our part of the Midwest, and from us down to Texas and all the way to like Arkansas and stuff, because we get a lot of tornadoes this time of year. Because I remember my freshman year, there was a tornado that was pretty close to Lincoln, and I remember going down to like the basement of like the dorms. That was something else. All right, Pittsburgh. What are we doing here?
God, don't.
Hey, hail to Michigan, the leaders and the best. Are they singing the...
He might be doing the fight song.
He's doing the fight song at the Chargers. Champions of the West.
Well, it's coming out because of the Junior Colson thing.
Yeah.
Because that was on the social media. God,
Yeah.
don't
All right, Steelers, what are you doing? So is Goodell not just doing the rest of this then?
I'm assuming. Well, once you get to the later stuff, he introed the third round. Son of a bitch.
I mean, they kind of had him just available.
Why did? Why? God damn it! The Steelers took Peyton Wilson.
I am sorry, my friend.
Why the Steelers? Why?
Because I don't know. Steelers go Super Bowl.
He was a first-team All-American last year.
Oh, was he?
Yes.
Oh,
Yet there were like 5 linebackers who went above him.
really?
Yeah,
Huh.
he fell like 50, almost 60 spots.
Dang.
And I get he has injury concerns, but like, come on, if he stays healthy, I didn't need the Ravens to take him. I would have liked it, but you did. Oh, they have 2 Wilson. They have 3 Wilsons on their team. That's entirely way too. Roman Wilson, Peyton Wilson, Russell Wilson.
Oh my gosh, yeah, they do.
That's just gonna be entirely too confusing. Russell Wilson to Roman Wilson.
Huh? No, not you. That Wilson. Which Wilson? This Wilson.
Just
Not that
imagine the
Wilson.
offense. Wilson. Huh?
Huh?
No. R. Wilson. Huh? God, son of a bitch. Russell Wilson.
Wilson.
What?
Russell.
You're cut. God damn it.
Fuck. I don't
We're
think-
benching you. Justin Fields is playing. Oh, what?
if
What did
they-
I
if
do?
they
You
don't do
share
that
a
at some
name.
point- if they don't do that at some point, I'd be
Well, if you're the Steelers, you try and play Russell for a good amount of the season, because then that trade that you made, you give up even less.
Yep.
If you can make the playoffs with Cameron Kitchens,
Oh,
he was yeah. I thought they,
Rams are getting that defense built.
they
back
they
up.
needed to. They really need that defense. That's.
Yeah.
I think that's what really held them back
They're
last
settled
year.
right now, man.
I know he was valued high, but I don't. I mean, we'll see how this goes. We got 1 pick left.
One final pick.
Someone should totally make this interesting in trade.
Do it. I dare you to.
I would love for the Bengals to come on the board,
Just to.
because this is where they announce the trade and they trade like Trey Hendrickson. This is they trade up and they're like, well, he doesn't want to be here, so here you go, and we're gonna go get our edge now. Yeah, God, look at the youth.
Oh my gosh. That Rams defense is.
That D line's gonna be young. Your corner room is gonna be a little bit older. I was close. I said corner. They went safety.
Yeah. That's crazy, man.
I imagine. I would hope that. I don't know how many edges Washington has taken, but
Yeah.
unless it's more than 1, I say take 1.
Number 100.
Even if it's 2,
Yeah.
take 1.
It's number 100 in the draft. Washington.
The
What
100th
are
pick.
you-
You could also go O-line. Anything, just trenches that isn't interior D-line.
Yeah. They need a bunch of pieces that there, so.
You got a
anything is-
corner. Maury would be he's got to get traded at some point.
Who?
Hendrickson, if he requests a trade, most likely.
Maury would be livid. Yeah.
As a Bengals fan, he would
As
be
a-
livid. Wow, familiar name. Luke McCaffrey. That's a
Traitor.
traitor. How?
He left us.
Yeah, because we wouldn't play him at quarterback.
Because he wasn't good at quarterback.
Yeah, now he's playing a receiver at Rice. I don't know how that's a traitor. Dude, everyone talks about this catch, which admittedly was a fantastic catch.
Yeah.
But-
I just.
I mean, I don't think he's going to be Christian McCaffrey good, But
no, he is never going to be Christian McCaffrey, but he's going to be a good player.
he's undersized for a receiver is my concern.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily undersized for a receiver, but God, he's like even compared to Christian McCaffrey, he's small and he's playing receiver,
Mm-hmm.
which I guess yeah, because running backs are short, but they're also stockier.
They are strong.
He's gonna be a little bit. He'll be okay out of the slot.
Oh yeah.
If he gets playing
Oh,
time,
fireworks.
taking him in the third,
Yeah, I guess.
he's,
Well,
you just probably won't even see him play.
No.
I mean, well, you'll see him play a little bit. I guess he can compete with the likes of like De'Ami Brown
mm-hmm.
because you're gonna have McLaurin, you're gonna have Dotson, you're gonna have.
Yeah, he is a traitor. Thank you. He is a traitor.
I don't think you know what you're talking about. I think you're just causing issues. You're stirring the pot. I know what you're doing.
Well, he's right.
How is he left because he wanted to play quarterback. He wasn't valued at quarterback, and so he wanted
Yeah.
to go somewhere. And then
He wanted to play quarterback and still didn't get to play quarterback.
yeah, because at some point he learned. I don't know how this is. He's a traitor. This is he.
He left
screwed-
Nebraska.
He didn't go to a rival though.
I know, but he still left Nebraska.
You know how many people have left Nebraska in the past 5 years?
I know, but at least he was better than most of the players that left us.
I don't know that that's even true. Look at Casey Thompson. Casey Thompson was better than Luke McCaffrey.
Yes, true, but I'm never mind.
I think Casey, if Luke McCaffrey's a traitor, I think Casey Thompson is equally a traitor.
Yeah, he is equally a traitor.
How he went to FAU.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that anybody who leaves Nebraska who has great talent is a traitor.
He wasn't gonna start. He went
I
somewhere to
know.
play. I don't understand how he's a traitor if he wasn't. He went somewhere to play because he wasn't gonna play here.
What about loyalty, huh? There's no such thing as loyalty in the college.
He's
scene
trying to
anymore.
keep. If he wants any chance to play, Luke McCaffrey doesn't get drafted if he stays at Nebraska.
Really?
Yes, because he would have just gotten benched, maybe even cut at some point. He doesn't have a chance. The only reason he made it as a receiver at Rice is because it's Rice.
If you don't stir the pot, then the mixings will just settle at the bottom. Yeah, he's even right. He's right there again.
He's admitting to stirring the pot. He's just trying to cause arguments.
Yeah, come on,
Son
debate.
of a bitch.
Isn't that the whole fucking point of this thing? And
I
I
don't
was
know that.
successful. I simulated discussion. Bah. Well, the thing is that
I'm taking Yoki
I
from
can
you.
debate about shit all day. It's just there's a lot of things that we
Michael Penix was a great draft pick.
fuck off. Normally, we tend to have very similar. We agree on a lot of things. There's just a few things that we don't, and we haven't found those yet, apparently. At least just NFL wise, but.
Trying to think about heated topics.
Bro, what? I hate the fucking bubble thing. We gotta figure out how to turn that off. It's so annoying. It's just
Clearly, OBS does not like our argument.
shut up, OBS.
OBS is like, this is a bad time.
Fuck off, OBS.
Yeah, but that's the end of day 2. We're not going to be streaming day 3.
I
It's
gotta play at a spring
long.
game
We're
tomorrow.
going to be at the spring game. The thing goes on for way too long. We can't check out this room for that long.
No.
We'd have to get like 4 other people to be like, hey, could you like check this out for 2 hours? Day 3 is so long. It's like all day.
Yeah. I don't have that time.
I don't either.
The fact that I was able to get 2 nights back to back like this was ridiculous. I had to block shit out of my schedule to get this to happen. So
Better things to do.
yeah, it's called living in college, trying to find a job, preparing for the summer, preparing for finals,
Going bowling.
going bowling. Yeah.
Hitting up the bars on a Saturday.
I'm actually going, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Depends. I don't know. I'm hanging out with some people from they graduated last year and a couple years ago. Good people, but they're going to be in town, so I'm going to say hi to them. So
That's fair. But Yeah, I don't even know what comments to make on it.
More
I'm-
chaos.
Was it even? What do you call? It was chaos at the top of the second, but
Yeah.
once you got into the third round, it's just like these are just whelming, except for the fucking Steelers. Fucking
Shut
burn 'em
up.
to the
You're
ground.
just salty because you didn't get him.
I didn't need us to get him.
You just want the Steelers to get him.
Yes, because I hate the Steelers.
I know you hate the Steelers. I just like the Steelers just as much.
I
just
don't think that's
care.
true. Clearly, that is not the case. Bowling, woo.
Bro, I want to go bowling so bad.
I'm going bowling tomorrow.
Oh boy.
Tomorrow night. Yes, but clearly you don't hate the Steelers like I hate the Steelers because them having anyone who I think might be any sort of good
Don't.
makes me despise that. You can't say you hate. You don't have a team affiliation. This
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I-
However, I
Ravens-
can hate on teams
I
much
can-
as the next person can.
I can hate on teams too. There are teams that I hate, but there will never be a team that I hate more than the Steelers because I am a Ravens fan, have been my entire life. You can't tell me you can hate the Steelers as much as I can hate the Steelers.
Yeah, it's valid. However, there are certain things that I just learned to pick up over the years. So
I'm not saying you don't dislike the Steelers. I'm just saying you can't hate the Steelers like I hate the Steelers.
no, there was Neapolitan ice cream. Yeah, it
What does
pretty
that
much
even
was.
mean? What does that mean?
No, I understand him.
Okay, what does it mean?
What do you think it means?
It's 3 flavors.
Or at least the context that I'm understanding it is that it was just a little bit of everything. Or like it was. I don't know, how do I say this? Certain things that should have happened. Some things that should have happened didn't happen, and then some things that we just didn't even expect to happen happened. I guess that's my point. I don't know. That's how I took it. But
I mean, I don't know. This just sounds like you spouting out things that you don't.
Me?
understand. Not you.
oh, I was like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm trying to explain to you what he was trying to say.
Like they're
Or this
just
is what I interpreted.
most of the picks just were like, okay. I mean, there was the Junior Colson one, which was,
Yeah.
and she was very ecstatic about. But it's like some just like okay, like some head scratcher. But it's like, I don't know.
There are
Names were not.
definitely still a decent amount of vanilla. Yeah. you just don't.
There's a little bit of chocolate, a little bit of strawberry. Still mostly vanilla though.
No, but okay, whatever. At least I understand what he's saying.
Do you? You don't even sound confident in that you know what he's saying. You're like, I think maybe.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think I know what he's saying.
Exactly.
Exactly. See, he gets it.
You're just being an ass.
Whatever. But I don't know. It was fun to do this, dude. The fact that we had we had 5 guests, right?
We had 5 total guests.
Total guests. 5 total guests for
Streamed.
the past 2 days. So that's pretty wild.
8-9 hours over 2 days,
Yeah.
which
We had. Well, let's go down the resume that we pull it in now, because we have Dolman, who's reported from the Olympics.
veteran sports
veteran
newscaster.
sports newscaster. We had Omar Green came in, former NFL player, 12
Omar
seasons,
Green,
mostly
leading-
with the Packers
leading rusher for like
Leading rusher.
Nebraska.
for Nebraska. Then we had he was right. You look at the comment.
Oh my god.
And-
We had Alex, who is
Alex.
a scout for Nebraska and coaches a high school football team.
I've seen him around. I just didn't know that was him.
So yeah, then and then we had Andrew, who's just an avid Chargers fan,
Chargers fan, yeah.
who
I
there's
like-
a good mix.
I like
of
the
people.
variety that we pulled in. It was pretty cool. Yeah, we went from a literal NFL player to an NFL fan, which I think is fun.
who were just sitting side by side. and
Who,
they're
yeah,
just like,
who were just commonly sitting side by side, who actually agreed on
oh, I
something.
fucking forgot about Cooper DeJean.
Oh, you-
Disappointing. Day 2. Okay, I'll admit round 2 was much more interesting. It's the round 3 stuff that I'm just like,
Yeah, round 3 just got boring.
I don't know how to feel about any of this.
Round 2 was pretty exciting though. I was like, bro, what the hell? You should be doing other things.
Why did you think of the Eagles?
But I don't know. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm just glad that we were able to do this. This is fun.
Yep, ready to make some videos talking draft.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a little slow coming out though, because I mean, for us, finals is literally knocking at the door right now.
That is true.
So I don't think we're going to be able to get a ton out in like the next 2 or 3 weeks, but
Yeah.
we'll be able to get some stuff out. But yeah, trying to think here.
Maurice Jones-Drew's there.
Yeah, it also depends on, because what was it? It's like, depending on the situation, you might stay.
Yeah, I have
Here,
to. It'll be. I mean, I'll be up to make videos. We'll look at how we would do it if I'm not here because I'm gonna be gone
Yeah.
for parts of May at least. But again, we'll figure that out going forward. But I mean, yeah, content. You're gonna get some draft review stuff for a little bit, and then we'll start digging for some, I don't know, more creative stuff. Probably gonna see some tier list or some ranking stuff.
Probably.
Just because at this point it's just like camp starts. You're gonna have camp and rumors, and that's about it. You're not
And
gonna
then
see much.
I think after draft stuff, let there be heated draft grade discussion. Yes, there probably will be. Probably.
Yeah, we should honestly just have our own draft grades and.
Just come in and be like, "What the fuck are you saying here?"
Well, I know that's what you're gonna do. I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna go, this is gonna piss him off, and I'm gonna say it. You're gonna go, you son of a bitch,
Yeah, probably. I don't
and
know.
then I'm just gonna be like, what did I thought it was an okay pick. I don't think it was that bad.
We'll see. It's just, I think after the whole draft thing, I think we're gonna start maybe going creative with our content. But we'll see.
I would love to get more creative with stuff. That would
Yeah.
be.
I mean, obviously, the first thing is just making the channel a little bit nicer, like detail wise. I mean, new brand,
A little bit of branding
logo,
stuff, yeah.
stuff like that. I mean, I've been working on a logo, but I haven't touched it ever since I started finishing the draft of it. But we're gonna get that eventually. I can kind of draw. I can kind of draw. So we'll get there eventually. That's like a summer project right there. Gives me something to do.
We got
So
stuff that we should be working on. Yeah, content might be a little bit lighter. Over the summer,
slow.
but
It'll be slow for sure.
We'll have
Especially late summer for me.
yeah, I think we'll have stuff coming out, mostly stuff working towards that premiere of the next season when we'll be back and everything we'll be ramping up there, but between now and then it's going to be a ride.
Not Broncos country, let's ride.
Broncos country, let's ride.
It's just Broncos country, let's die.
Steelers country,
Let's meld.
let's
Have you seen those? This is funny.
because it's like the only thing he can say, so
Say.
he's trying to apply it to the Steelers.
Steelers,
Steelers country, let's meld.
Let's meld. Yeah, I don't know, but we'll get things eventually. So, yup. Well, thank you all for joining us on this stream. We appreciate all the support and everything. So, hopefully we can get, I guess not more streams, but just more content that's just more creative and more maybe engaging. So
Yeah, I mean, I also wouldn't be opposed to incorporating streams more often, but
Yeah.
obviously, we'll see how things go. We're probably going to see some changes between this season and next season. But
this is true.
excited for the changes. Excited for where things go.
All right. Thank you all for joining us. We'll see you guys around. eventually when we're not dying from college and a lot of other things. So, cool.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all I gotta say. But
Yeah.
unless you have anything else.
Yeah, just thanks for the support. I know we had the whole issue yesterday, but we've had in and out like 5, I think about average 5 viewers at a time, which
Yeah.
I mean it's not.
It wasn't terrible. I mean, it's a Friday night. People have better things to do on a Friday night.
Yeah, everyone else is at the bars, and we're like, draft.
I'd say some people are watching the draft while they're bar hopping.
Yeah, but they're not gonna watch a podcast of someone watching the draft while they're bar hopping.
You're right.
That's a little bit of work, but either way, we appreciate the people who stopped in.
Yeah.
We appreciate the support. Just excited
Yep.
to see how things go. And honestly, I would love to do this again next year.
Oh yeah, I'm down for next year. Now it's just a matter of setting it all up again.
Well, we know more what we're doing, so
Yeah, I'm hoping to get better at preparing for things, that's for sure. So, time is a thing. Time just doesn't exist at this point. So, time is a construct that we've created. So,
not wrong.
all right.
Not wrong.
All right. Well, have a good night, guys, and we'll see you around.
Bye.
Let's go.
Gotta deal with the Eagles maybe being good next year. Again.
Someone salty about the Eagles possibly being good again.
At least I got my Ravens.
Yeah, that's true.